All right, we are live with Kenny Gioia. There's two.
How's it going?
There's two. It's going pretty good now, bruh. There's two tutorial people that really taught me some stuff, and now I've gotten to meet both of them. Fabrice DuPont, Kenny Gioia.
Okay.
Kenny has videos on groove3.com. Get them. My word, get them. But Kenny has bad taste in microphones, so the SM7B, we're going to talk about that. But Kenny, first tell us what you're working on. Tell us what's going on with you, the Kenny Mania, everything, the podcast, all that stuff.
Well, Kenny Mania is brand new. It's an answer to Mixer Mania. I'm trying to basically just outdo Mixer Man at his own game, but at the same time steal all his users. But mainly what I'm doing right now is I'm doing a lot of different things. We're doing the podcast, which is Mixed Notes from Hell. I'm producing a few more records. One's like a Love Like Pie by the band called The Celebrities. We just finished producing that, and we're basically finishing the mixing on those two records. See if I'm mixing anything else. No. Writing articles for SOS Magazine. Believe it or not, I have a camp set up for the summer where I'm working with underprivileged kids in the closest city here, which is Charleston, and I'm teaching them how to produce music. It's actually very interesting because they're 9 to 12-year-olds, so it's a completely different way of teaching, obviously. It's very different from Groove 3, obviously. What else am I doing? And I'm doing a whole new line of tutorials, which might be a little different than Groove 3. I haven't really figured it out yet. It might be part of Kenny Mania, but it's going to be a little more like for younger people learning how to record, as opposed to teaching people who kind of have a grasp of it, more like teaching people who have no idea what we're even talking about. They don't understand what a compressor is. They just want to, how do I record, you know? So starting from the ground up. And that might be a little different than Groove 3 stuff, but I haven't figured all that out yet. That might be part of Kenny Mania. But just like a little bit of everything.
This camp, you said you're going to be teaching them different. What? And these are little kids that you're teaching how to produce, bro. That's awesome. Tell us about that.
Because these kids are so talented and they're so young that a lot of times when they start doing something that's really good because they're so right-brained, I kind of just step back and they're like, well, how do I do this? I'm like, just go and just do your thing because you're onto something. I mean, most of the kids want to do rap stuff, but what I'm basically been doing, I've been taking like popular songs that they ask me about, and I'll go home and I'll produce it in Logic, because Logic is the easiest program for these kids to work with. If you guys used it, it's simple as, you know, you open a track, go to the right, grab a preset, you got a piano. Go to the preset, you got some drums. So like within 5 minutes, they're already making beats and stuff like that. So I'll go home and produce a song, like a Katy Perry song, and I'll come in the next day and I'll show them how I did it, and I'll make them now reproduce the song from scratch, so they get an idea of chord progressions and all that kind of stuff. And the reward at the end is I let them sing, and they all go back in and they sing the song, and that's the funnest part. You know, we videotape them, and it's like 30 kids sitting in the vocal booth screaming Katy Perry's Raw, Dark, whatever the song's called. So that's the most rewarding part, because it's such a different world. Because when they're doing the tutorials, it's hard to know if people are liking them. I mean, I get emails, you know, 3 or 4 a week. I love it. It's all great, but it's not the same thing as seeing that instant feedback of, you know, young kids looking at it and go, wow, I get this. This is kind of cool. And I kind of fell into that.
You know, in our group, you're like one of the top period guys that people like for tutorials, right? In Pensado students, yes or no?
I'm never sure about that. I was talking to someone recently, and they pointed me to some other guy who's like really killing it, and I don't want to mention his name, but I never heard of him before. So I start to feel like I'm out of the loop sometimes. I don't really want to chase what other people are doing because I don't want to start copying them. Like I never watch anyone else's tutorial.
Nah, if somebody comes in the group, people will brown nose, and I want to say something else because I'm from the ghetto, but fanboys will say certain whatever. See, the guys are laughing because they know me. But no, before the celebrities came into the group, you and Fabrice DuPont, period. Okay. Once celebrities came in, it's funny when celebrities come in, all of a sudden, oh my God, and that type of thing. But right. Yeah, it's been very clear. Ghost Webb, congratulations, bro. I never did get to say congratulations on your Pensado Award, bro.
Awesome.
Okay, hold on. Real quick, Dwayne had a question for you.
Oh, I have many questions, if you're familiar with my style. Dwayne from Toronto here. Right off the bat, we're talking about the amount of things that you do. Your body of work speaks for itself, but your online presence is another beast entirely.
Okay.
How do you manage to? How do you divide your time between teaching, doing stuff for yourself? Uh, does one feed the other? Does the passion of teaching feed production, or is it the other way around? My questions
Um,
are layered.
well, honestly, one of the things that depresses me about being on Facebook is that it looks like everybody's doing more than me. So I never feel like, oh my God, I'm getting a lot accomplished. It's only when, like, later on I go, wow, I can look back and go, wow, I wrote that article that month, I put out a tutorial, I mixed this record, I can look back and go, wow, I did a lot of stuff that month. I'm usually the opposite. I'm like, wow, I'm really not doing enough. I'm looking at Russ Hughes or some other guys who are just constantly posting stuff, and I'm like, man, I don't know what those guys are doing, but they, I don't know if they're doing drugs or something. I'm not saying he is, but I mean, they just seem to be pounding out so much material. Even the other tutorial guy, I watch him like, man, I get so, like, I always feel like I got to do much more than I even am. So I appreciate that you think I'm doing a lot, but I'm only doing half as much as I really want to do. That
And
makes sense.
can you see through the way you analyze yourself to say what drives what? Is it the teaching that drives the production, or the production that drives the teaching?
Well, I think the teaching helps you stay focused on what you're doing because it keeps you sharp. Because as you're trying to teach other people, you have to, people say you teach what you most need to learn. By reaffirming all the things that I believe, you teach stuff and then you kind of add that to your repertoire instead of just forgetting about it. So I try to obviously do it for like a 50-50 where I'm constantly doing stuff too. I'm not just talking about it because then obviously you start to lose your frame of mind in terms of you just talking about it and never actually doing it. I try to actually do the things I'm talking about, so I'm not just talking out of my butt.
Is there anything that you've done recently in terms of teaching that you're like, oh, I should do that more because it's awesome and I completely forgot?
Everything I do that way though. Like I'll do a podcast and as soon as I'm done, I'm like, wow, that was so much fun. I want to do that every day. Like I wish all I could do is just talk into a microphone, record it, edit it, and then just send it off and then just do that again. But then I start doing something else. I'm like, oh, I wish I could just mix records every day. Like everything I do, I wish I could just do all the time.
You
and the hardest part is obviously. Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's like the factory mode is always the best way. If you just do one thing all the time, you could do it the best, but it becomes boring. So I usually get lost in the whole idea of like, let's try this, as opposed to going, maybe just focus on these two things because you're good at those. But I tend to get lost in that and always keep trying new things. I wouldn't suggest.
No, I was just gonna piggyback off of what he said. How do you balance everything you do? I mean, from producing records, from doing tutorials and writing for SOS, like how do you find time to juggle each thing that you do?
Like I said, I don't know if I do juggle it that well. I think it's looking at it like I'm actually good at time management. I'm actually not that good at time management. What'll happen is if someone says, okay, I need you to produce this record and we're going to spend 2 weeks on it, I just put it on the schedule and I try to get everything else done that I started before those 2 weeks. And then during those 2 weeks, I don't think about anything else but. And then as soon as that session leaves, I start over again and go, oh my God, what haven't I been doing? I got to do more tutorials. I got to do more of this. And but I can't say it's organized. I can't say I even use a calendar, and people should. I'm not recommending anyone does this, but I definitely do it just flying by the seat of my pants. Just whatever comes in. The good about what I do is that there's always a market for doing tutorials, and I said this when I moved from New York down to Carolinas, that I can always fill my space. When I'm not producing or mixing and like the phone isn't ringing, I can always just make tutorials. So I'm filling up my space constantly with those kind of things. So I know I can always be doing something, but I can't say that I'm managing it that well.
Okay. Next person.
All right, Kenny, you say you got a few kids that you mentor, teach.
Mm-hmm.
In the class total, and what's your biggest challenges with getting them together?
You asking me how many kids are in there?
Yeah.
Well, basically, it's a community center, like a boys and girls club.
Oh.
And what they did, they gave us the studio. Well, actually, we built the studio above it. So downstairs is basically a boys and girls club. There's a basketball gym downstairs. There's pool, foosball. There's like a Wii. There's a whole bunch of fun things for kids to do downstairs. And then upstairs is the recording studio. So basically, kids, whenever they're not doing anything else, which is pretty much always, they come running up to the studio. So I'm juggling between 15 to 20 kids up there at one time. Yeah. Now, sometimes I have some assistants from the College of Charleston that'll come down and help me, but not too often. So I'm usually sitting in a control room with a iMac in the control room, and then there's 3 other control rooms. I shouldn't say control rooms. 3 other computers at desks outside, and everybody's like 3 or 4 kids at each station, and they're all looking over each other's shoulders, watching YouTube videos. And then I go over to them, I go, okay, you like that song? Let's try to produce a song like that. But it's madness. It's the most disorganized thing you've ever seen. And by 7 o'clock, I am as spent as you have ever been, because I hear Mr. Ken. That's what they call Mr. Ken. Mr. Ken. I hear that in my head like 3 hours after I'm done with them, because there's so many kids asking me for help. But again, I love it because it's just a fun atmosphere. These kids are so young, but it's complete madness. When other people come and visit, they're like, "How do you even do this?" I'm like, "I don't know."
Yeah.
But like I said, when my wife comes and watches, she goes, "You know what? But a lot of the kids are learning." So like the people that I work for say like, just bring like 3 kids up and just work with those most talented kids. Where I try to go, you know what? I'll have all of them come up and have each one learn something, because you never know. For some of these kids, this might be the only summer they ever work in a recording studio. So if it sparks a light under half of them, that's amazing, you know?
Cool. That's cool, man.
All right, Ghosts. Is your audio working? Okay, don't hear you. Just type your question over to the side, and I'll ask Kenny. In Pensado students, real quick. Richard Moore, being silly, like you guys are, Kenny. He says, Kenny. Now that you have Kenny Mania, do you feel like you've accomplished a life's goal?
Better?
Yes. Well, like I said, I don't really know what I'm going to do with Kenny Mania. It's meant to be like a joke off of Mixomania, but
No?
I have a tendency to find out some uses for those kinds of things. So I'll probably turn it into something. I just haven't figured out exactly what it's going to be. But I wouldn't say that's a life's goal. To be honest, the only moment in my life ever where I felt like I was done, and I almost did, this is kind of a funny story. I was working with this band. They were signed to Elektra at the time, and my Marcy Playground platinum record arrived, and they basically opened it up and handed it to me, and I almost ran out of the building. And because I was like, I'm done. You know, I got my platinum record. I'm done. It was my first one. It was like, like for some reason that was like a peak where I was like, they can't take this away from me. You know, I mean, they can take away all kinds of different things. You can make money, you can lose money, but once you get one of those plaques, it's like, oh my God, they can never take this away. So that's the only time where I actually thought about retiring, and I think I was only 23 years old. But ever since then, I don't think I can ever say I've done everything I want to do and I'm done, because I don't think that's ever happened.
Yeah, I got a question for you.
Hey.
Can you walk me through that process, recording that song, Sex and Candy? Can you tell me what was that process? What went into that?
Okay, do you want to know, like, meeting the guys or just actually the recording?
Just the recording process in general. Like, break that thing down. Did they come in and did they track all the instruments out? Was everything ready? What did you do? What did it entail?
The drummer had a studio at his house already. There was no bass player in the band. And I looked on Wikipedia the other day, and he credited himself as a bass player, but we actually hired a studio bass player. There was no bass player. It was the singer who played guitar through an acoustic guitar plugged into a his pickup was electrified into an amp. So he's playing acoustic guitar the whole time, but it was through an amp, so it sounded like an electric guitar. And then he used to play drums, and they practiced at the house that way, and they worked out their arrangement. And they came to us one day, and they said, just produce us. We have some bunch of songs. And Sex and Candy, I believe, was like the second or third song I heard, and I was like, wow, that song is a hit. And I don't want to sound like, oh my God, I'm responsible for it, because I'm not. But I heard that song right away, and I was like, wow, I really think there's something special about that song. And in fact, when we did decide to send it to the label, they almost took that song off the demo, and I was like, you guys are crazy. This is the best song. Now, we did spend some time editing it down, but basically the recording process was nothing more than the drummer going in the drum room. He played his parts, and he's a pretty soft-sounding drummer. He's not a hard hitter. And I believe John, the singer, went in the vocal booth with his guitar. We used to have the amp in its own room, and then he would sit there and sing while playing the acoustic guitar in the vocal booth, and we just cut all the rhythm tracks that way. And then we brought the bass player, was a hired gun. We brought him in to do a few other songs. And those sessions, I don't think anyone knows this, but we recorded about 30 songs for that record. For some reason, I had this crazy idea of we're going to make 2 records in one, and then when the first one's successful, we'll have the second one, which is kind of a silly idea, because once you get that success, you go, I can do better than that second record. So basically, the first record was the best of those 30 songs. And there's still about 15 songs floating out there that I think are actually good songs, but I don't know if they'll ever see the light of day. But just trying to think of any recording process things that you're looking for that, because I know I've kind of gone off the path here.
No,
keep going. You're on the right path. Keep going.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't really, I mean, we did have a lot of time making that record to try things. Like there's one song where we took overtones. It wasn't Sex and Candy, but he put his vocal, he sang through these overtones, and we like grabbed the overtones and put them in the piano. So like as the sound was going through, it was shaking the sound of the piano. So then we mic'd the piano. So we had a lot of time to do those kind of little funky things because he likes very sparse sounding records and very ethereal type effects. So we did have a lot of time to experiment with that stuff. It took probably about 6 months to make that record. But I'm just trying to think of anything, any kind of tricks with making that record. It was just a simple. Well, actually, here's something interesting. When we mixed Sex and Candy, as I was sitting at the console finishing the mix, John came to me and goes, "I don't like the way I sang the first verse." So he sang that first verse in like 2 or 3 passes, like 2 minutes before we mixed it, and then we mixed it. I don't know if that's that interesting, but I think it's kind of cool, you know, because it really was done at a different time.
What kind of signal chain did you have from mic to tape? What was that?
Funny. After we made that record, he went out and bought everything we had in the signal chain because he wanted to reproduce. In fact, I think he bought Mushroom Studios in Canada, which had a similar console, which was an 8068 Neve. I'm pretty sure he did the same thing. He wanted to duplicate everything we did at the studio in his own situation. So I think he bought the vocal mic, which I'm trying to remember which songs we used what, but he really liked the, I'm forgetting the name of it. It wasn't the U47, but I know we used the U47 on him a lot. It was the, what's the other one? Shoot, the
67?
Not the 67, it's the, I keep wanting to say TLM 103, but it's not that one. It's something like that, though. It's a longer name. Ah, shoot. It's not the 67. Ah, shoot. I can't think of the name of it. It's like a bigger mic. It looks kind of like this Neumann 103 here.
Oh, the 170.
No, that's newer. This is a full mic. This is as old as like the U47.
Oh, old. Oh.
Yeah, really old. Not any older than the U47, but like in that same time period. You know, U47, U67. Shoot. I'll check it in a second and see if I can remember the name of it. Shoot, I can't think of the name of it. But he bought one like that, and he used to bring it to the studio so we can compare because he wanted to use his mic instead of our mic. It was pretty funny. But I think a lot of the times the U47 wound up beating that mic. I like the U47 on almost everyone, especially over the, what's that mic you like? The SM7.
SM7B.
We can bring that up if you want, unless you have some more Marcy Playground questions.
What type of compression?
Did you answer the question fully? Or, yeah, go ahead.
What type of compression, if any, did you provide on the vocals?
Well, that studio had a lot of old vintage stuff. So we had 11 Pultecs in the studio, so everything ran through Pultecs. The drums, I remember we compressed. You know what? I'm not sure if we compressed the drums to death or just the. No, I think we did. The drums were compressed through a pair of Neve 10. Oh shoot, not the 64s, the 50. Is that right? 1054s? What are those things called? What are those big box Neves called? 1054s? I'm forgetting the name of them right now. Nobody knows but me.
Repeat the question one more time.
Around a lot of good gear.
Are you talking about the mic pre?
Mic pre?
No, the compressors. Those big square Neve ones.
33604, 609?
Yeah, exactly. But they were called 2254s. That's what they're called.
2254s, yeah. Yeah.
And the 2264s, which is really the 33609, we used on the stereo of the mix. Then we had like 3 LA3s, which we always put LA3s on vocals, 1176s on the guitars, LA2s on the bass. We always used the Fender P bass that they had at that studio, which is a shout out to Sabella Studios in Long Island. Jim Sabella's an awesome guy. Let me see. The Pultecs on everything. It was a Neve 8068 console, so everything was mixed on the console. I think it was automated too. Yeah, it was automated. He used Mega Mix.
Wow. I was going to ask you about automation.
Wow.
He has, now in that studio, he has it like a complete, I don't know what it's called, but it's like moving faders and everything. Back then we had like a different kind of automation where we had a separate box that automated the fader, and then we keep the fader forward 0, and then we kind of automate in the computer. It was very, very antiquated, but I'm trying to remember what year this was that we did it, but it was pretty early on. But we only had 32 channels, so we did so much submixing as well. But again, that was a very sparse record, so we weren't doing anything near the kind of records I make now. Like I couldn't imagine mixing anything I do now on a 32-channel board. You know, it's just insane.
And but that was like a setup. Was you recording the tape, or was y'all recording the Pro Tools?
Yeah, it was all tape. Pro Tools was too new. I don't think Pro Tools. There was a few songs that I think I dumped. No, I didn't. I dumped it. I dumped some things to Pro Tools and then back to tape. But I did a lot of editing on tape. So yeah, it was pretty much all tape. I don't think it was pretty early for doing any kind of Pro Tools stuff at that time. I think there was some early, really expensive Pro Tools rigs, maybe Pro Tools 3 or something like that, but it was pretty early for that, so we were doing everything. In fact, nothing on that record is tuned at all. I don't think auto-tune even existed yet. which is kind of good because I think that record would have been ruined. You know, there's a lot of pitch problems on that record, but I think I would have regretted if I did tune it. I think it kind of worked that way. But I don't think he ever did hit that hanging round.
I was just about to ask you about the hanging around. Like, did y'all, how many takes? Because it sounded like he practiced that hanging around because it was just so distinctive. You get what I'm saying?
Oh no, absolutely. But we probably did a lot of takes, but he was kind of perfectionist on him more than we did. So he used to push himself even more than I think we did. So I'd probably guess. I mean, back in the day, this is back when you only like set aside like 4 or 5 tracks to comp. So he probably only did 4 or 5 passes of that song. And again, like he did the lead vocal. I don't think we even comped the first verse. I think he just sang that one pass.
Was he going for that intentionally, or that's just how he was just singing it? Just that first line, just that first, you know.
I don't think we ever discussed that, whether or not he was really going for it being. I think he's a little sharp on the note. He was kind of. We kind of respected. I mean, he's really talented, so we kind of respected what he was doing. I don't know if we analyzed it to go, "Oh, you were doing this on purpose," because he was kind of artsy in that way. So I'd like to believe that he was doing it on purpose. But it is a little loosey-goosey, so I think on a different day he might have hit the note perfectly and been happy with it. You know, I don't know. But I really do like the fact that it's a little loose, because so many records I've done since have been much more perfect.
And compared to back then, working on records compared to now, would you say it's, I don't even know where I was going to go with that question, but doing records in the studio back then compared to now, has it changed a whole bunch? Because, I mean, I just come from the digital era. I didn't see tape until I went to school. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. You can't even imagine how different it is, because you had no more limitations anymore. I mean, everybody has in front of them right now with the computer unlimited amount of tracks. That didn't exist. You had 24 tracks. If you needed more tracks, you had to dump things off or bust things together. You had to really plan things out. Or do things like on the lead vocal track, put the guitar solo on the same track, because they're not happening at the same time. Then you put that on 2 separate faders, but even though it was the same track, I'd say it was track 17 was the vocal, and the solo was on that as well, you'd mold that to 2 tracks on the console, and then you'd unmute one for the solo, and unmute the other one for the vocal, so you could have 2 different sounds at once. So all this kind of planning that went into, I mean, that doesn't exist anymore. Now you just put it on its own track. And when it comes to comping vocals, I mean, when I've done like Brooke Hogan records and Mandy Moore records, we just did unlimited amount of takes. I think I can remember Brooke Hogan, we did like 27 takes of vocals. I think I did like over 30 with Mandy Moore, because I wanted to make sure we nailed it. Back then we didn't have that option of that. You know, you had, 4 or 5 tracks, and you keep, and of course each one was a generation. So after you recorded the vocal, now you comp it to a new track. It doesn't sound quite as bright as it used to, because you're going through analog twice. Never sounds quite as good. You lose a little top end on it and stuff like that. So there was so many little things like that you don't even think of. Having to wait for the tape to rewind. Each time you do a pass, rewind back, or some things you wouldn't even just do because you just don't feel like going back into rewind. But nowadays it's like no big deal. Just go back to go back to bar 17, because you just do it instantly. Where back then you go, you know what? I'll just listen to the rest of the song before I go back to bar 17. I mean, so many things have changed.
So basically, back then you really had to work for a record. Nowadays we kind of spoiled with the technology we got.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you'd start off your day, if you're doing anything with MIDI, you'd start off your day with going, okay, we have a tape, 2-inch tape machine that runs for, I guess, like 16 minutes. You put SMPTE on track 24. So you'd sit there for 16 minutes in real time and just put SMPTE, the code, on the whole tape. And then when that's done, let's say we program like a kick and snare pattern. Once you program the kick and snare pattern, you can't just go loop through the whole song. You got to actually play it through the whole song. Record the kick part, record the snare part. Just do everything. That's why I go back and listen to records from the 70s that are all programmed. And I'm like, wow, there's so much wasted studio time because I just sit there and print everything they do. The guitar player had to play the whole song. It wasn't like, well, just copy this chorus to this chorus. I mean, you could do that stuff, but it was a lot more complicated. It was easier just to have the guitar player play the whole song. When now it's like, so the time-consumingness of it was completely different.
How often do you commit nowadays, like when you're recordings or mixing? Like, how do you commit often to your track count?
The track count or the sound?
I mean, like, well, as far as whatever let's say if you're recording something into Pro Tools or whatever software you're using, do you how often do you commit to sound, so to speak? Like, compared to back in the day, you only had a certain amount of tracks, so you had to commit to certain tracks. So how does that influence your workflow now? Like, do you go back to some of that commitment. I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying it right.
I think let me answer it and you tell me if I'm not answering it correctly. I think what you're saying is just committing to the sound, and I think that hasn't actually changed for me. I like the fact that, like, I don't do a lot of reamping with guitars. Like, some people like to. It's good to have a backup, so you can always reamp the guitar. But I like to have the guitar player play with the sound that they're going to actually play. So I like to have the sound that they're going to hear as the final mix, and I constantly mix as I go. So if a guitar player is in the studio with me and we've done the drums and we've done the bass, I've already put samples on the drums. I've already compressed the 2 bus. I've already put compression or parallel bus. No, what the guitar player is hearing is the record. So he's hearing his reference mix is what the record is going to be, mostly. And then his sound is as finished as I possibly can get it. Now, in the mix, I may change a little tweak here and there, but I don't try to save any sounds to the end. When I'm recording vocals, I compress it, I EQ it, I do everything I need to do, other than like real surgical, crazy stuff. But if I hear some low end that's out of whack, I cut it back. I try to get the sound as finished as possible with what the tracks are. So if someone else was mixing my tracks, they put the tracks up and go, it sounds like a record. That's the way it's supposed to sound. It doesn't need to have 4 plugins on every track to get the sound back.
Okay.
Is that the right question I answered?
Yeah, it's definitely right on the nail.
Okay.
Good answer, too. Thank you.
About tracking vocals. Can I ask you a question about tracking vocals real quick?
Sure.
When tracking vocals, if you have to make a decision, would you err more on the bright side or more on the dull side, and why?
Trying to think. Back in the tape days, it would be different. You'd want to go on the bright side because you don't want to have to bring up the tape hiss when you're EQing it. But in the digital world, obviously, it makes more sense. I'd probably go towards the duller side. I'll add a little bit of top end on the vocal, but if I think it needs a few more dB, I can always do that in the mix. Having to take away top end from anything, especially vocals or guitars, it never sounds as good to me. I always prefer to be a little duller and then just add it later. Or, now with plugins, you could just put the plugin on there. So what I'll do is I'll use my preamp and my outboard EQ, and I'll add a little top end. But if I think I want a little more top end, I'll put a plugin on that track so I can hear it the way I want to hear it, and then I can undo that in the mix, so I'm not committing to it. But that would just be like 2 or 3 dB of like a shelving EQ at around 5K. Just a little bit more so it sounds a little prettier, but I'm not committing to it. But like you said, definitely duller, not brighter, because it's nothing worse than a too bright vocal that I'm going to somehow undo. Because when you try to cut it, it always sounds too dull. It never sounds right. I assume you probably noticed the same thing, right?
Yeah. It sounds phasey.
Yeah, it never sounds right for some reason.
Thank you. How would you argue on the low end then? Since we've talked about the high end, how do you feel about the low end on the vocals?
I would probably err on the side of not taking too much out. A lot of mics have like a little 100 hertz, I'll tend to use that a little bit. If it's sounding too thin, I don't want to have to add too much back in there. But at the same time, I'd probably err towards not being a little bassier than being too thinned out. Because again, I'd rather not have to add it back. I want to hear what's there. But because I can always take it out. It's not too hard to filter it back. But if I hear it being a little too woofy, I want to fix that early, especially because I compress to tape it. Compress to digital anyway. I don't want that stuff triggering my compressor either. So I'll want to have some of that filtering happen before it hits the compressor, so it's not triggering it unnecessarily. But like you said, I would definitely err towards the side of a little more bass because I can always take it out. And plugins tend to do a pretty good job of that stuff. Cutting back a little 250 hertz. Rolling off around 100 hertz and down. Plugins sound pretty good when it comes to pulling that stuff out.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ghost. Don't hold back.
I'll jump in there. I'll jump in there with something. I'm interested in the business side of adjusting to all this new technology, as you were really prominent on the internet, as I stated earlier. You said you now live in North Carolina, I believe?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
I just said Carolina.
The Carolinas, yes. How do you reach new opportunities? Because there's a lot of this business, the networking that is in person and meeting people. Do you just rely solely on managers or your career for people to find you? Or is there any more networking at your level?
Well, there's always more networking. Like the mixing rock tutorial I put out 4 or 5 years ago, I've got so much mixing work from that, which is very interesting because I'm teaching people how to mix, and they call me up to mix, which is, but I got a ton of mixing work from that. But let me give you an example of why I moved, because I used to be in New York City. Me and my partner had a penthouse studio right on 35th Street and 8th Avenue, And what happened was he got a job at Universal at the time, and I decided, you know, I don't really need this big studio myself. I'm gonna move my studio out to Queens. I did that for a while, and after a few years of doing that myself, I started realizing almost all my clients are coming from the internet. I'm doing so much mixing work. I'm doing tutorials. I'm like, I'm in Queens, New York, but I could do this anywhere. So I had the idea, you know what? I'm just gonna look around and go, where's the weather the best? You know, and I just went, okay, Charleston, South Carolina's got really good weather because I love the beach. And I was like, I'm going to move down, and the food's really good here too. So I was like, I want good food and I want good weather. So I'm going off your question. I apologize for that. So I moved down here, but the networking, the thing that really changed my mind about everything is that I have two good friends, my peers. We used to have a studio literally across the street in Manhattan. We were on one side of, I guess, 8th Avenue. They were on the other side of 8th Avenue, and we were almost the same height. We used to look out the window and see each other across the street. And at the time, they were doing a Britney Spears record. I forgot which record it was, but they were producing it with her. She was in there and stuff like that. And as the world had changed, piracy took over. You know, everyone's using Pro Tools. Everyone's doing things cheaper. The budgets are falling. Those guys moved out of the city before we did, and they moved to an area of New Jersey that was pretty. I wouldn't say desolate. It was pretty like not very like it wasn't like Hoboken. It wasn't like really close to Manhattan. It was pretty like an hour and a half out. So it was not really a good place for most of these artists to go. Now, at the time when we were in the city, you had to be in the city because the labels used to get out of work. They'd come by to see how the records that they're working on are going. They wanted to see that stuff. But then as the budgets were falling, they realized all these guys were moving out of the city, and it became a little unnecessary. Like they preferred you to be in the city, but they kind of understood the budgets aren't the same. We can't expect everyone to be in the city doing these records. So when I found out that Britney Spears was flying into this weird spot of Jersey and making her record there, I said to myself, what am I doing in Manhattan if one of the biggest artists in the world is working there? I could do this from anywhere. And then so that's why I got the idea where I was like, you know what, I'm just going to do this from anywhere. So, and I think the labels have kind of adjusted to that. I've never had a label say to me, well, you're in Charleston, this isn't going to work. You know, it's never been an issue. I have these 3 or 4 artists that come down here to produce records, and because Charleston's cheaper than New York, they can stay, you know, I have enough property in my house where they can stay here. Where in New York, I have to put them up in a hotel. So I'm saving $150 a day on their budget for that stuff. And like I said, the labels are not visiting my studio on a constant basis that way. So what's really changed is that everybody's kind of spread out and they can kind of do different things. The one thing I will say that's a negative is when you deal with the pop songwriting side, being in LA and New York does help for you know, doing co-writes and stuff like that. You know, I guess you could certainly do it with Google Hangouts and stuff like that. But back in the day, it was all about like one day I'm here, one day I'm here. You just go from studio to studio in Manhattan and just doing co-writes every single day. So that stuff's a little harder, not being right there. But the thing that's changed in the digital world is that the budgets can get smaller because we could do things like we could call a mix in 5 minutes. You know, I have an artist I'm working on right now that I'm mixing, and he just calls me up every once in a while and goes, "Can you make the vocal a little bit louder?" You know what I mean? And we go back to those days, the Marcy Playground days. If you wanted the vocal a little bit louder, it was like take the tape off, go downstairs, get the other tape, put that tape on, do the recall, basically take an hour of track sheets, put everything back up, put the EQs back, and get the same mix, and go back and forth between each mix to make sure it's right, and then bring the vocal up. And that's, you know, a day of studio time to do that. So, but the labels caught on to that, you know, so they know that I can open up a mix and within 5 minutes make a recall. So they've kind of adjusted for that. Does that answer the question?
It does very thoroughly, even some of the follow-up questions.
Okay. I tend to go keep hearing, so you got to tell me if I'm getting off an exit too far.
Hey, Kenny, Eli here. Just want to ask a question.
Did we lose him?
He cut out.
Yeah, it's like you're allergic to him and you sneezed him out or something. Oh, here he comes back.
Yeah. No, I was just asking. You know, you were saying earlier that you prefer to record on the darker side, take the vocal in a little darker. Okay. Do you tend to use? Because I've been using tons of ribbon mics, or when I've been recording, as opposed to condensed mics and some of the dynamic mics. Just finding that for vocals, you know, it takes the EQ, especially the type of ribbon mic. It takes the EQ a little better. Right. If I do need to make it brighter, you know, it's a little more forgiving that way.
Totally.
Especially if I want to get a vocal like really in your face, you know. I don't know. I find it's more workable, if that makes sense. I don't know if you've had that experience as well.
No, I noticed. Can you give me an example of what microphone you use on vocals? What ribbon mic?
I've been using the Royer stuff, and also been using the Royer, the 122, 121. But
On vocal?
the 121 depends on the preamp. Yeah, for vocal. The 121 depends on the preamp. And then I've been using, that's more for like a singer-songwriter. For pop stuff, I've actually been using what is the R84?
Okay. Is that like the really big one?
I found that's the big one, but is the one that's a little more sturdier. You know, it can handle more SPL.
Right.
From AEA.
Those are beautiful sounding.
You know, just wondering if, really good sounding mic, and you can really get a vocal really in your face. You know, because for some reason, as I said, it's a little smoother. Even when you boost the high end a lot on it, it's not as piercing.
Oh, totally.
So I found that, you know,
I assume you're doing sparse music. Is that right?
Yes, some of it is, and some of it is still very dense. Now, that's the problem sometimes when it's a very dense track, then I have to kind of roll off some of the low end off of it, because it does pick up tons of low end. And there's also the, I guess, the negative of it. But I don't know, I guess I have that trade-off. I prefer to you know, get a smoother high end than to where, you know, I can also high-pass filter in the mix, or as you said, the tape, you know?
Right. No,
so I was just asking if you've ever noticed that. The question was, I know I didn't see the question, but the question was, have you had an experience with that? Because you know, I find it's been an issue. You know, these expensive condensers are really, really good, but sometimes, man, the mic sheet up takes forever. You know, you have to go through 3 or 4 of them to figure out which one. Because I'm always listening for which one doesn't have that S, that sibilance. You know what I mean? That doesn't excite it, or I should say, it doesn't do such a great job picking it up. So it's always been an issue, you know. So I've just been trying more ribbons and just getting, you know, going that route a lot more.
No, if that works for you, I mean, I would love to record vocals with ribbon mics. I haven't had great luck with it just because I do so much stuff that's very dense. I need that vocal to cut through, and I just haven't had. I have the 121. I've never tried it on vocals that I can remember, but
yeah, I turn it on the back side, on the back side, because it's a little more high end on the back side than on the front.
Nice. No, but I mean, I would love to make records like that where you're going for a very natural sound. Like, for instance, I did a few songs for Ingrid Michaelson a couple of years ago. Actually, it's probably like 5 or 6 years ago. She'd be like a great artist to do that with because she has a very upfront sound and she doesn't have very dense sounding tracks. You know, so you really want that natural sound. And I totally agree with you in terms of you can crank up the top end and it sounds very smooth. You don't get that nasty harshness on those. But overall, if it's a very dense song, I just usually can't get away with that. But some of the most beautiful sounding things I've ever heard was recorded through ribbon mics. You know, like a piano with just like one of those big, I think you said the RE84 on a piano. It just has that dark, dark, you know, warmth. Sounds amazing. But start adding, you know, drums and guitars and stuff on top of it, and the piano's gone. You know.
Yeah.
But very piano, beautiful.
Yeah.
Al Green recorded with a ribbon mic.
Really? I believe it.
All his records was recorded with a ribbon mic.
Wow. I wonder which one. I wanted to try.
It was a RCA. Hold on, let me look it up. It was a RCA.
A 66 or.
I'm asking because his sound is one of the sounds that I really like. Like it's this smooth hug type sound. Like
that's what I'm looking for. That hug. That's the right word.
Okay.
It's like.
But I got it in my phone because I'm a big fan of Al Green, and I just know that they did a mic shootout and it was all ribbon mics, and then they got to the number 9 mic and it was an RCA mic, so they just kept it and they called it number 9. So whenever he recorded, they just said go get number 9.
Oh wow!
Kenny, real quick, Kenny,
thanks, man. I didn't know that.
James Mark Prey and Pensado Students wants to know if you could stand on a soapbox for 3 minutes. What's the #1 message you would tell people just starting on their own home studios?
Any specific thing, like producing, mixing, anything?
You said that's all on you. Yeah. What would you?
I would say record as many people as you possibly can. Record as many talented people as you can. Because one of the things I mentioned in my podcast, if you spend a lot of time recording artists that aren't very good, you don't usually get better. And as you start to realize, is the better musicians you work with, the better you come off. You know, some of the best recordings I've ever done, I've always worked with better musicians. You know, and I work with Bernard Purdy on drums, some of the best drum sounds I've ever got. And obviously it's him, you know. But you're at the limit of those musicians. So if you can find a way to work with the best musicians you could possibly work with, who are willing to work with you, do that and work as much as possible. Because one of the things I always argue with with some of the students at the forums, it's like, how do you guys have time to be on the forums all the time? I do it because I'm making videos and I'm waiting for this thing to render and I just kind of look over and stuff like that. But I think back to my early days, I had like a girlfriend I never saw for about 10 years, from like 18 years old to 28. And I was in the studio for like 16 hours a day. Facebook didn't exist. It was just sitting in front of a console and just working and just doing music constantly. And I have to think that that wasn't wasted time. You know what I mean? So I feel like I didn't have the time to constantly talk about gear that we seem to have now. And I always feel like the more you can just do, you know, it's good to learn a little bit. You know, I'm not saying don't talk to other people about gear or watch videos. Those things are great. But if you could spend 75% of your time actually doing it, I think you'll learn more than just talking about it constantly. That's what I think. You agree?
Yeah.
I mean, I agree.
I completely agree. I completely agree.
Because one of the things that you try to do, because I'm lazy, so one of the things I always try to do when I'm recording somebody is once I figure out something that works, like I'll find a kick drum mic and I'm like, wow, this kick drum mic sounds great. This is my kick drum mic. And then the next session comes in, it's like, nope, you're wrong. That was the kick drum mic for that session. This is the kick drum mic for this session. So you keep trying to find these little tricks that work every time, and then the recording gods like kick you in the face and go, no, you have to keep relearning. Everything's a new, you know, it's always different. So you never get those real easy ways of going around it. So when you argue about what's the best vocal mic, it doesn't really mean anything, because if you have 30 mics, you'll find a way using 30 different mics on 30 different records. You have the time to do it. So
then you
learn that by
SM7B is stellar.
What's that?
So then you agree that the SM7B is the most stellar mic?
I still think it's the worst mic I've ever used. both recording it and mixing it. Do you want me to explain it?
Please, yes.
And it's a matter of taste. So if someone likes it, that's great. I'm not saying it again. Like I was talking
before you say that, Kenny, you were talking about. Sorry, I didn't mean to cross. You were talking about 7B or 7 because there's a difference. I heard this. I never heard the 7.
I've never
used a difference.
The SM7 was first, right?
Yeah, they said that the 7 came out in like the 80s or something like that. It's supposedly the best version of that mic.
Okay, I don't think I've ever used an SM7. I've owned 2 SM7Bs, and I believe everyone else I've mixed. I used to spot it right just by the mix. I'd call them up and go, using an SM7B, and they're like, yeah, that's what I use. Like, I knew it right away. So I'm just going to talk about the 7B. If the SM7 is different, that's great. I don't know if Michael Jackson used an SM7 or an SM7B. I think I'm just talking about the SM7B. And my problem with it is I tend to like vocals that are bright. You know, I want the sibilants to be controlled, but I like a bright vocal. That's just my taste. And again, I do a lot of pop music, so it makes sense for that genre to have a brighter vocal mic. The SM7B is not very bright. It's boomy in a place that I don't want it to be boomy. So it tends to have everything I want in a mic is exactly the opposite. I always have to roll off somewhere in like 250 to, I guess, like 350. I always have to kind of like spike that down a little bit, because singers always wind up sounding woofy in that range. And whenever I do that, it starts sounding thin. So then you pull it back up again, and now it sounds too woofy. So the tolerance for that little range, for that lower mid-range, I can never find a happy medium. It's always, and it's line dependent. Like if someone's singing and I get it to sound great on one line, the next line it sounds too woofy. Well, the next line it sounds too thin. So I can never seem to get that tolerance. And I have the same problem on the top end. When I boost the top end because it's not a very bright mic, I start bringing like a 5K way up, make it bright. Now it sounds too like sizzling. So I pull it back a little bit. Now it sounds too dark. I can never seem to find that perfect balance where it sounds bright but not dull. You know, and like I said, it's line dependent. Now maybe it's because singers don't stay in line with it as much. You know, as they move their head around, maybe it sounds too different compared to a condenser mic. Because I know with an SM57 you have that problem. If the person holds their head still, it usually sounds great. If they start moving their head around, suddenly your frequencies like are all messed up. So that's why that mic kills me, because I can never find an EQ that sounds good throughout the whole song. I'm constantly like putting on 3 or 4 tracks and EQing each different track differently for each line. And to me, obviously, that's a lot of work. So that's the reason I don't like that mic for mixing.
What mics do you actually like? Since you just gave that description.
Okay. My favorite mic now is the Brawner Valvette. And I've never used the Brawner, the top one, whatever it's called. The Brawner, I forgot the one it's called. The VM1. I never used that one. Yeah, I think it's like $5,000-$6,000. Fletcher over at Mercenary doesn't work there anymore. He said, don't even try this mic unless you're planning on spending this much on it. I was like, nah, we want to stay in the $3,000 to $4,000 range. So we got the Valvette. And I put it up against some Sound Deluxes and a few other things in that range. and it just, at the time we were doing a lot of female vocals, young female vocals, and it just had the prettiest sound to me. It seems to cut out the low end so it doesn't sound too woofy, and you need the least amount of EQ on it, and it's never too bright to start with. You know, just add a little top end to it, and it's usually good.
Yeah, the Bonner's a beast, man.
Yeah, it's a great mic.
Great mic.
Yeah.
I've used it.
And the sound stuff's pretty good, which is now Bosch, right? B-O something. I forgot the name of it.
Bach.
B-O-C-K. Yeah, Bach, yeah.
The 195, the 95, those are good sounding mics too. But there's a ton of good stuff out there.
I've never heard them.
But I always felt the Sony one was a little overrated. We borrowed that for the shootout, and I was like, yeah, everyone's using this mic, and it's not bad, but I think it's a little bit overrated. You know, the Mariah Carey mic, what do we call that? The
C800?
Yeah. It's not a bad mic, but it's what is it, $80,000?
Yeah.
I think you could do better for half the price. But that's just my particular sound. Okay?
So are you mixing all in the box right now, or are you still going wherever the client can afford to go?
I pretty much do it all in the box. I used to have I still have the Fulcrum, which is a box that lets you use preamps to mix through. And I tried that I still go back to it every once in a while, but overall, I just got so used to the sound of mixing in the box that what I do to get the warmth is I just use all preamps. It's funny, back in the day I used to use Neves so much. Now I actually use things that are even warmer than Neves, like Telefunkens and the Chandler EMI, which is called the TG2s, and the what's the other one that they have? The Chandler has I forgot the name of it now. It's another preamp.
Devil?
No,
I'm talking about germanium.
Yeah, the germanium. Like those things to me are just even smoother sounding than Neve stuff. So I've been using that stuff even more, and I find that the box works because your front end is so warm to begin with that you don't really miss having a console to mix through. You get that warmth from using a Neve console, even SSL, where I don't have that warmth from that side. I just get it all from the front end now. And as long as you're monitoring in the box, you're getting the sound that you want.
So do you work completely at home?
Now I'm working completely at home. Yeah.
Okay.
I was hoping Khalid, he came in and he disappeared. He came in, probably stepped away to get a glass to drink or something. Okay, who had the next?
He's right there. He's right there.
He's muted.
I see him right over there.
Yeah, I think he's muted. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was here. I was one of the ones that said the Bach microphone a second ago.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you had me scared for a second, man. How you doing, Kenny? Though I'm glad to get to meet you finally. I've been a big fan of yours as well for a long time.
I appreciate it. It's very nice to meet all you guys.
Yeah, I wanted to just get on and hang out for a little bit. So don't let me interrupt you guys, man. You're laying it on them. Oh, let me just. I want to talk about one thing because you were talking. Somebody asked you some questions about limitations, and we're from the same old school, and sometimes limitations were good.
Oh, absolutely.
So I really think that's what I try to get everybody to realize is sometimes make yourself have some limitations. Just because it's unlimited now, just put some limitations on yourself, and it'll make you get more creative. We had to pull some amazing things together with the limitations that we had, and when you listen to old records, there's a lot of old records that still sound great and sound just as good. They may not be as loud, but they sound just as good, if not better, than many things that are out here because of the limitations. And
absolutely.
Creative.
Absolutely. No, the comparison I was using, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this movie, but remember the original Willy Wonka movie?
What is that again?
The original Willy Wonka movie?
Yes.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate
Factory. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that movie was made like on a shoestring budget originally. So like all the props that are behind and all the candy and stuff, it's like all kind of thrown together. And then later on, they remade the movie with Johnny Depp and stuff, and then they had a huge budget. And when you compare the two, it's like I really kind of like the old one. The idea of you only have enough money to scrap things together. That way of like you have a limited time of making a record. Like I've made a record in like 5 days, and it's like it's kind of fun making a record that way. Like oh my God, we have to get this much done by this time. It's kind of fun to have that limitation, like you said.
That pressure.
Absolutely.
Can I jump in with a question about that process? Because I know you're a man of many talents musically. Still doing the trumpet?
Still doing what?
Still playing the trumpet?
I do still play the trumpet. In fact, my son plays trombone now. We do duets together.
Nice. You have multiple. Not even playing around right there. You have multiple hats that you wear. How do you keep that straight when you're with a client? I know you also write. Do you still write as much in the Carolinas?
I still write. I wouldn't say I write. I'm not getting as many placements as I used to then, but I still do write because I just have to. You know, people who write you can't help but write. So I'm constantly writing things, but I don't write on people's records as much as I did in New York.
But you still are. When you're getting something, is it you're producing and mixing it? Are you getting more other people's production and mixing it? You're a full suite of knowledge, and people can run through start to finish with you.
Right.
How do you wrangle yourself to get that start to finish? Or is that not even a concern? Do you just do what you get and just do that? You got a record like, oh well, maybe you should change this a little bit with this note here. Do you refrain from that?
Well, a lot of times people don't get me involved in the process. If I'm just mixing it, they don't get me involved in the process until they're done. And at that point, obviously, I don't have much input. But what's going to usually happen in those situations is very rarely would someone at my level would be producing a record and have me mix it. It's usually people, who are, like their own band, their own artists, and they want me to step up. They bring me in later because they can't afford me to produce the whole record, but they can afford me to have mix. So in those situations, obviously, they're, looking for a lift at that point. So it's not really an even balance between the producer. When it's the other way, then I'm usually producing it. So I'm not sure if I'm fully answering your question with that.
You are, and as for the writing, I know it's not as much, but can you talk about the past of doing writing, production, or mixing, and where do you, when you're involved in the process, that is?
Well, writing would be a whole different day. That'd be a whole separate thing. When you're writing, sometimes you'll put a beat down just to get inspired and play in the background, but I won't sit at the console and constantly tweak the sounds. If we're getting a loop up and someone wants to hear a loop and they got a progression, they want to put a guitar part down, we'll do that, but I'll turn myself away from the mixing console as we're writing, because I'm writing. I'm the writer. I have to do that. And it's even more obvious when I'm producing and engineering. Back when I was in New York, I had my partner. We were both producing, but I did more engineering than he did. But now when I do a lot more producing myself, I have to actually separate myself because it's very hard to engineer and produce at the same time. As a producer, you just want to think about the music. You don't want to think about levels. You don't want to think about the guitar sound. You want to think about, is this great? Is this music interesting? So what I usually do with that situation is I get the sounds, I get the levels, everything I want to get, and then I stop looking at everything together. I don't even pay attention to the drum levels. That stuff's already done, and now I'm a producer. Now I'm just thinking about the drum parts, just thinking about the songs, the lyrics, what everyone's playing, the tempo of the songs. Then I become the producer. And then when we're done, I'll listen back to it as an engineer, maybe do some tweaking and stuff, but it's very hard to do those two things at the same time. It's very hard to be looking at your level of your vocal as you're listening to the vocal pass. You don't want to have to listen back to it later. You want to hear the vocal as they're singing and go, are they giving me the right, input as the singer? Are they singing it correctly? And so I really want to focus on that while they're singing. So I'll get the levels in the before that, and then I won't even think about the level after that. I'm just not even looking.
Well, you said a word in there, and the type of music that you do gets a lot of flack, pop music.
Totally.
What inspires you to make such great pop music? In terms of, again, could you show examples of what that is in terms of writing, in terms of mixing, in terms of production?
Well, one of the things I always argue on the forums is when people put down pop music, they'll say things like, well, if I took a little time, I could write a song as good as a Katy Perry song or a Carson song. And I was like, dude, just do that. Take a year off, because we actually said this one day. I'm like, this is back when, what's her name? The girl who sang Titanic, Celine Dion. Me and my partner turned to ourselves, I'm like, we could afford to spend 3 years writing one song for Celine Dion, and it would pay for 3 years. Now, that's how successful her records were. I think her records were selling like 30 million at that point. So we used to always kind of joke, if you can do it, just do it. Spend 2-3 days writing a song for any pop artist right now, have that success, and then go back to doing whatever you want to do. Because why not if it's that easy? But the thing is, it's not that easy. The people that do this kind of stuff, they love this stuff. And if you don't love what you're doing, you're not going to be very good at it. There's no way I could be good at doing jazz music. Not that I don't like jazz music, but it's not my thing. So if I'm presumptuous and go, well, jazz is easy, I could just produce that, that's wrong. You know what I mean? You have to like jazz music to produce jazz music, and you have to like pop music to do pop music. And I absolutely love pop music. My wife laughs at me constantly because she likes more alternative music, and I'll put Katy Perry on the radio all day long because I just like that stuff. I appreciate the difficultness. Well, first of all, the thing about pop music is it's not as easy because I came from a world of doing rock music. Rock music's easier because you're doing drums, you're doing bass, you're doing guitars, you do vocals. That's pretty much your production. So that's a given. When you do pop music, almost nothing's a given. You know what I mean? You usually have a kick drum, but it could sound like anything. You have a snare drum, it could be claps. You might have a guitar, you might not have a guitar. You might have strings, you might have choir. There's no limitations as to what's going to be in the production. So I find that part very fascinating because you can produce a record any way you want. And a great song can be produced almost any way and work also. And, different styles and stuff. So I'm fascinated by that. But the other thing that's very interesting to me is that you have to reach a very wide audience. People that like pop music come from all walks of life. When you look at the songs that cross over the biggest, I'm trying to think of one of the biggest pop songs right now. I'm not even talking about Katy Perry's song. I'm talking about like maybe a Carrie Underwood song, which is a country song that crosses over to pop. You have to really, actually, here's a great example, something I actually produced and mixed. I Hope You Dance by Leanne Womack. That song crossed over to pop in such a huge way. It became wedding songs for people. Like being able to cross over to so many different worlds. People that are rock people still like that song. People that are pop people that are country. And I find that's the hardest thing to do because you have to appeal to so many different people. Not to knock like real heavy metal, grunge, but you're dealing with a very small audience who are like, they like one thing and you just have to fit into that niche. I'm much more impressed with someone who can get people from a housewife who's 45 to a kid who's 9-year-old and get both of them to like that song. I find that really interesting. Yeah. I know I'm not answering the question.
Well, I have to ask a follow-up. Is that the inspiration to reach? Is it the contemporary things that you listen to that inspire you to create new things? Is it just life experience? I got a lot in that answer. I'm just trying to focus you down to something.
No, that actually is the dream. The dream is to get it to be so, and that's what pop music is basically playing something that people have heard before, but doing it in a slightly different way so they don't think they've heard it before. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like, wow, I've heard this before, kind of, but I can't really put my finger on it. So therefore, it's different. Because you can't go too far off, because then it's not pop music. It has to be somewhat familiar, but you have to do just enough interesting things in the song that people can't really go, well, that just ripped off that song. Because it's not. It's a little bit different. So you have to always be. That's why these guys are so good at it. You have to be creative enough to do something different with the song that it's beyond just because we wrote a lot of bad pop songs. I mean, back in the day when you're writing with 6 or 7 writers in a room and you're doing one song per day for like 30 days in a row, you're going to write a lot of bad pop songs. And we used to call them pop flies instead of home runs. So I know what a bad pop song sounds like. And every once in a while, you hear those on the radio. But that's why I really appreciate the good ones, because like those ones came through. There's a little bit of inspiration. That singer just added that little bit extra that brought the whole world into that song, rather than that little world that artist already had. Again, I'm going completely off.
No, that answers it. Thank you. Someone jump in. I take over.
Hey, Kenny.
Guys, I just got to step out. Oh, I'm just saying I got to go, that's all. Sorry. Okay, guys. Thanks a lot, Matt.
Bless you. And yes, later.
Hey, Kenny, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Real quick, because I'm going to have to drop off in a second, too. A couple of times, over the last couple of years, I've been doing a thing called the Music Mixing Success Boot Camp. It's a live event where I've been doing it, and I usually do it in April and September. I have another one coming up in September, and I wanted to see if you may be interested in being on something like that, because I'm trying to do it this year. I'm actually going to try to do a little different spin, and I may try to do, I'm not sure if I'm still going to do it actually in an event hall or do it completely virtually or a combination of both. But I would love to have somebody like yourself on there if you might be open to doing something like that. What do you think? And if so, I'll put my email in the chat box on the side, and then we should talk about it. Would you be open to anything like that?
Yeah, would you want me to go there, or do you want me to just do this kind of thing?
Well, I'm thinking, because I'm thinking about trying to do it virtually, because I can reach a wider audience. So that might be real cool, where you could just be where you're at, and if we work it out, we could tap it in. I think it'd be real cool, man.
Well, I would never say no to that. That's easy. I'm right here.
Yeah. Would you guys be down for that? Anybody on here be down for checking that out? Is that something you think would be worthwhile doing?
Who are you
Yeah,
again?
it'd be cool.
Yeah.
You already know I'm gonna be there. So
Yeah, I'm thinking it's cool. I got a long list. I'm gonna get with you too, Mott, because I've been thinking more and more about this. We could make this really all-star and stellar, you know. So yeah, okay, Kenny.
Hey, Kenny, at the ones I don't know if I've been to every one of them. Khalid, have I been to every one of them? The one I first went to, was that the first one you did? No?
I think I did one before that, but I can't recall, to be honest with you.
When I've gone, Kenny, what it is what I experienced was I come to see him, and he has this list of people like you who end up talking to us. So I come to see him, and I'm like, holy shit, who's this? It's that type of thing, like, oh shit, to where it's like, say 4 or 5 guys extra. Like one, we're here at Motown, Parliament Funkadelic. It's crazy. I'm sitting here like, you mean I get all of this? And then the guys would end up sticking around after. Like you're sitting here, like it would be like you if you came, Kenny. You do your presentation, and then you're in the audience with us, and we're asking you questions on breaks and rubbing shoulders with you. And we're like, I'm really talking to this dude. That type of thing. It was, I can say I've enjoyed the hell out of it, you know.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we do talk about in the podcast is being around people. I mean, mentoring is always the best. I mean, this isn't actually mentoring what you're talking about, but being able to talk to people in person or even through this way, it's a little bit different than, watching a tutorial or reading something that someone writes. There's something a little more personal about it. I mean, the ultimate always is to work underneath somebody and watch what they do, because sometimes they're not even good at teaching, but you could just pick it up by watching. Just seeing how someone does something is so educational. I mean, that's how I learned what I do. I just watched some really great mixers, how they mix, and just they didn't even take the time to show me. I just looked around and go, I see what he's doing. I see what he's doing. And it's just, you can't help but learn, because one of the things you figure out is that what we do isn't really that hard. And that sounds weird, but once you can get over that bridge where you go, I see how these other guys who are doing tests when all the big rock bands in the 80s, 90s, once you see how they do it, you're like, well, I could do that. And it's not knocking them or saying they're not good at what they're doing, but you just feel like that bit of confidence of going, well, I see what they do, and it's not really magic. It's just, just they know what they're doing, so it becomes a little bit easier to break through that wall. Whereas if you're doing it by yourself and you never see how it's really done, or it's hard for you to think, wow, I really could do this. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Hey, Kenny, so do me a favor. Go, you know where the chat box is over on the right, correct?
Yep.
Okay, just go over there and copy. I've got my email address there, kalik@kalikovision.com, and then the link to the website is musicmixingsuccess.com. You can see what the previous ones were.
Click, we're live, right? Everyone just got that. just so you know.
Cool. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
All right, and who has the next question for him?
Hey, Kenny, what got you into music, man, to begin with? How did you get started in this whole thing?
Probably the way I think almost all of us did, starting in a rock band. I was a drummer in a rock band. I wrote the songs for the band, and after a while, I started realizing that I didn't like to play live. I had this crazy dream, and this is crazy. I shouldn't even admit this out loud, but in my head, I always had this dream because I loved top 40 music. Even my dad used to listen to like doo-wop and stuff in the 50s, and I love that kind of like radio, like putting songs on the radio kind of thing. So I had this dream in my head that I was gonna make songs in my bedroom and just put them on the radio the same day. Then next week come up with another hit. And obviously I learned later that doesn't work that way. But like that was my dream so early on. And I realized like in playing live with the bands, I was like, I don't really like doing this. Even now, some guys I know will try to jam with me, and I enjoy playing with great players, but I enjoy making music in the studio so much more. Early on, so other bands would start wanting to record with me. So I'd start recording. I basically built a recording studio in my bedroom in my parents' house, and I, started recording other bands. I was like, wow, this is what I do. It didn't even occur to me. Like I just transitioned from being the drummer in the band to record my own band to recording other bands as well. And then I very early on started writing for some young girls. I wanted to do, pop music. The It was back in the day with like Debbie Gibson and Tiffany, and I was just writing songs for girls that were like that, and I'd bring them in, have them sing the song, and I would play all the instruments on it. You know, basically, I mean, really bad stuff, but pretty much like the beginning of what I eventually wound up doing. Did I answer the question?
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
have you learned anything really cool lately? Like, have you stumbled on anything really awesome?
I really would love to. I'm trying to think if I recall. There's so much stuff out there. It gets harder to try things because usually if you find like a cool reverb, like give an example. I mean, I discovered this probably 10 years ago, but when you discovered impulse reverbs, I spent like 3 days trying out every impulse in the world, you know. And I haven't really done that with something else. I'm trying to think of anything else, like new technology that has changed my world that way. I'm trying to think of anything to think of, and I can't really think of anything. Can you give me an idea of something that you've done that way?
Using sample delays and phasers and paralleling them into vocals.
Explain that.
So basically, I'm having an aux, and I put a sample delay on the aux, and
Okay.
use the calculator, and I set the milliseconds on the right and the left side, staggering off just a little bit. So like at 60 beats per minute, it'd be like 1378 and 2756 milliseconds. And then sometimes put a phaser and stuff, and then send that back into the vocals through a parallel, and it really just fattens. It fattens up stuff really sexy.
But the lead vocal is still louder than the other things. Those. Okay.
Yeah, it just kind of helps me spread guys out.
No, that sounds great. I love stereo stuff. I probably use stereo everything to come out of both speakers if I can. You know, just every synth needs to be pan left and a delay of a pan to the right, or you know, splitting it some way where it just sounds fatter coming around you instead of just in the middle.
Yeah.
I got a question about that a little bit. The gear, you're in the box now. Is there any plug-in that you want to, you know, raise to a better stature that people aren't using or ignore?
I always try to push the little guys. So, I mean, Softube's one. They're not that little anymore, but I still love their stuff. But Massey always, Redline Reverb, which is a 112 dB. They have great stuff. Shoot, who are some of the other ones that I love? But a lot of the EQs I use in Pro Tools, I just use the stock EQ. Even the compressor, that not the one that comes with Pro Tools, the Pro compressor, I guess it's called. That's a pretty good compressor. Let me see, all the ones. Trying to think, Redline Reverb. Delays, I usually just use you know, the standard ones that come with the stock ones, and then I just filter them with other things like sound.
Stock?
No,
delay? Or reverb?
No, that's not stock. Reverb. I mean, Deverb actually doesn't sound so bad on guitars here and there, but usually I don't use the reverb for vocals. Anything with drums, definitely not. You definitely use IR reverbs for drums. I mean, using IR reverbs for drums has changed my life. I don't know if you guys love that stuff, but it's so freaky to me how much that sounds like a room. If you're recording drums in a small room and you want it to sound bigger, using IR reverbs to me is so much more convincing than digital reverbs. But I'm trying to think of any other companies that have just completely changed things. I can't think. I mean, like I said, there's so much new stuff that comes out constantly. Like, the 112 dB compressors are really good. The Big Blue limiter and Big Blue compressors, I love those on the 2-bus. The Sonics, the Transient Designer stuff, I love.
On your IR reverbs, are you using custom reverbs? Like I'm using a Bricasti set actually for my IRs. Are you using anything special?
Usually the rooms that Waves has some good rooms that they've sampled. I think the what room is Sneeze Studios from California, which unfortunately I don't think is even in business anymore. Excuse me. But usually like sampled drum reverbs, and then for vocals I usually use like sampled lexicon stuff, like 480 stuff. Excuse me.
Cool.
Kenny, on your there was a whole bunch of us at Groove 3 who had the Groove 3 tutorial, wanted you to mix that producing pop. We got intimate with this track, and then you didn't mix it, and it's like, are you kidding? I know you've heard it from people like, man, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? Like, I know you know that a lot of people wanted you to mix that track.
Well, one of the things I felt, and that was a fairly successful thing, but one of the things I realized from that was I think, excuse me, there's not as many people, I think, that want to produce pop as I do. You know what I mean? Like, I think, like you said, a lot of people kind of mess with people who do pop stuff. So I wasn't sure if there'd be a whole lot of people. I mean, obviously you disagree, but I wasn't sure if that was a good target audience to mix a pop song. You know, I think most of the people that have stuff on their desk are at least the world that I'm from, more rock, metal. Those are the people that usually seem to email me about things. In fact, mixing rock and mixing heavy rock was asked about so much more. But I would love to mix. I would love to do pop tutorials all day long. I just don't know if the audience wants that stuff as much. Because how much producers are out there doing Katy Perry, Lady Gaga tracks? You know,
Right. It's not a matter of being pop. We were intimate with that song because you built it from scratch, and we sat there for over 4 hours with you, and then it's like, okay, let's finish this, baby, and we were just left hanging. It had nothing to do with it being pop. It was we were watching you produce something from scratch, and we stood there right there with you. So I'm hip hop. I'm hip hop and R&B. I can't do pop for the life of me, and yet, bruh, I'm all into that track. That's one of my favorite tutorials. And it's crazy. When I was watching it, I was actually, and I still am, my focus was vocals, like making vocals musical and emotional. And everything you did with an instrument, I said, okay, I'm gonna do that with a vocal. Oh, he's doubling up the guitar like this. He's layering the bass with that and doing the same melody. Following it, I'm gonna do that with the vocal. Everything you said and did, I said, okay, vocal, vocal, vocal. And so you were actually teaching me about production on, building a song like that, but you were also teaching me stuff to do with vocals. So I'd go in and add vocal music doing exactly what you were doing, but I'd do it with vocals.
Oh, that's interesting. But do you find that nowadays music is so much simpler than that particular song?
I find that it's a choice, and everybody should just do what the hell they want, and I want to hear a whole bunch of crap that's just so different. So, yeah, people are doing simple stuff, but that's cool. That's fine for them. I'm going back to the old school Motown type stuff.
Gotcha.
It's what people are pushing right now, Kenny. That's cool, but there's a whole bunch of stuff out there that's not being pushed. That's just different stuff. So I can't say music is simpler than that. I add that type of stuff in my production. I thought the shit was dope what you did, and I'm looking at it from a hip hop perspective, hip hop R&B perspective. So you other guys, Dave, you're a producer. Dwayne, you guys, whatever, you guys can answer that question, but I don't see it as being simple. There's so much variation out there, One
of the things I've noticed that as I produce tracks for these kids I was talking about, the 9 to 12-year-olds, I cannot believe how simple, it takes me, and I'm not saying they're not doing great tracks. I think it's actually harder to do simple tracks than it is to just do something with 128 tracks, because you just keep adding melodies on top of melodies. Where like a track like Iggy Azalea, the Fancy, it's like dun 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 dun. I mean, it never changes. It's just simple, but it's great. I'm not knocking it at all. It's just I'm just noticing that pop is becoming so much more like literally just 2 chords, like no pre-chorus where the chords change. Like if you look at the chord structure of that song that you're talking about in the music production video, I think I used every chord in the in the scale. Somewhere in that I just used every chord. Where nowadays it's like they'll be on the 4, the 5, the 4, the 5, and it just never changes. And I think it's really interesting, but I just think it's become a little simpler that way. And again, I'm not saying it's a negative. I'm just noticing much more simple in the production. It doesn't sound like 90-something tracks on top of each other. It sounds like 7 or 8 really basic tracks and then some other stuff behind it.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too, man. It's like a lot of stuff. There's not a lot of creativity involved anymore, and I think that stems from people not having to be real creative. You can do like what Kenny said, what you said about stuff the 4 and 5, or it's going to the 6. The hook is here, then it's like, then that's the whole song.
Right.
And then 6, and then 4, and then back to the 1. It's like they just, and it's like it's a whole song, and they selling millions of records. So, I think at some point, you have to kind of determine, what you want to do as far as to pay the bills and do certain things. But I think the reason why a lot of people can do that is because there's not a lot where, I think to go along with what Mott was saying was like, there's not a lot of people that's doing a bunch of creative stuff. And it's like being creative is not necessarily the thing that a lot of people seem to be looking for. They just like want something that's easy, that works. And so, like my time learning, when I got to come up, and I would be around you know, older cats, and I was like the youngest one there. And, you know, it was like cats was getting together and rehearsing, and they would be working on stuff for a record, but it was like there was the whole band involved in the process, you know, versus now, you know, a lot of people will just take, you know, hey, I could sit at home and say, all right, let me drop this beat real quick, do this pattern, you know, and, you know, throw a couple chords, throw some samples on top, and we got a track, you know, we making records. But I think it's a time for people to stretch out, you know, and go back to being creative, because I think the generation now is not exposed to it. You know what I mean? Like everything is quick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like everything is quick for this generation. I'm like, you know, it's kind of fun. It was fun, the process I had to go to learn how to play. You know what I mean? I mean, I've been playing for like 27 years now, but I remember when I started, this been like a fun road, man. It's like just been fun, but it's nothing like sitting down and just being able to play a song and then having another cat say, hey, you know, I'm playing this. You got an idea? What can you come up with to come up with this? And you know what I mean? I just wish it would get back to people being together and it being more important than just one of us. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And the Facebook generation has definitely caused some of that. You know, it's like,
right.
It's like, I don't know about your guys' world compared to my world, but the world that I know of, a lot of musicians tend to be very introverted people, and it actually works to my benefit when I'm dealing with clients, because they usually don't want to talk to me too long. They'll call me up and go, I want 2 weeks. We'll talk about the price, and then they're off the phone because they just don't. They don't want to talk. You know, they're not. So these introverted people like making music, and they create themselves. They use their art as their way of expressing themselves. But they get into a band and they start realizing, well, the bass player doesn't want to play what I want to play. The drummer doesn't want to play what I want to play. And he goes, you know what? I'm going to go home and use Logic, and I'm just going to do my own thing. And, it's not the best way to do it, but that's what I think it falls into, because they don't have anyone to answer to.
Yeah, I've been in that situation too. You know, I've worked on live records, and you know, we be having like the band rehearsal, and it'd be a record that I'm producing too. But you know, and I ask somebody, and I say, hey man, when we do this, I want you to play it like this. Like, what you mean play it like that, man? You call me, I want to feel it the way I feel it, man. I'm right. Like, hey, well, you know, I'm trying. I'm kind of like the chef here, man. I'm trying to get you. I need this part to be like that, but you know, and so yeah, I've been that way where I'm like, you know what? I know next time what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have my Triton R&B bass is gonna be on bass on this track, and you'll be at home. You know, so you know what I'm saying. So I get it, man. I mean, a lot of times it'll get you to the point where you're just like, man, you know what? My drum machine will never talk back to me, and it's gonna play exactly what I want it to play. So yeah, I get it, man. I've been there.
One of the things that drives me crazy though is I'll hear a lot of R&B acts play live, and they bring out the whole band, and I'm like, why didn't you just make the record that way? Because it's so lively sounding. You know, they get the best drummer, the best bass player, the best background singers, and they perform the whole thing live, and it's like, that thing is electric. Why did they make the record that way? Like, even Bruno Mars, so I love Bruno Mars. He's one of my favorites. His live show is amazing. But then you hear his records, and his records still sound great, but he's using a lot more machines and programming and stuff, and it's like, why didn't you just record the band?
Yeah, all studio. Yeah.
And I never understood if they believe that's the only way to do it. Like, people wouldn't like it if they use the live band, or, you know, or they just don't want to deal with the hassle of it. I have no idea what goes on in that particular mind, but I see those live shows, I'm just blown away. I'm like, this is just great.
Man, I think it's the hassle and the budget.
Right.
Well, could it also be the being in the dance club? They want that timing for the dance club.
If it's club music, I would totally agree. But when you think of like a Bruno Mars song, like I'm trying to think one of his bigger hits, the Heaven song, Locked Out of Heaven. Like, there's some really cool parts of it when it comes to live drums, but a lot of that stuff is like samples and stuff. When they play live, the drummer's playing the whole thing, and it's like, that's awesome. But maybe it's because I'm a drummer. You know, maybe I'm just I miss the point of some of the drum machines. I just like the feel of a great, nothing better to me than the feel of a great live drummer.
I was about to say, since you're a drummer, do you spend a little extra time on the drums? Because your drums are always very crispy.
I think most producers, maybe I'm skewed, but I always think like when you're doing a rock or a pop record, if you get the drums like sounding amazing, it's almost like everything else becomes easy. Like, you know, you can get a good guitar sound, and not that guitar sounds don't matter, but I think the rest of the stuff falls into place a lot easier if the drums sound great. And again, maybe it's because I'm a drummer, but I just think once you get those drums to sound great and get a great drummer playing them, everything else just becomes a lot easier to do. That's the way I look at it.
Is that always the first thing that you do? Get the drums set, that's your foundation when mixing?
You know, I don't. If you've seen any of my tutorials, I really try to push getting the vocal sound first. What I usually do is I get the vocal to sound as much, I put the vocal up. Obviously, it depends on the music. You know, if it's a metal record where the singer doesn't come in until 3 minutes in, obviously it becomes less important. But on a typical pop record, I'll put the lead vocal up first and get not a perfect, like, I'm not going to spend 2 hours on it. I'll spend like 5 minutes, like a little compression, a little EQ, just kind of, then I'll start working on the drums individually and then constantly put the vocal back in, then pull the vocal out, work on the bass, put the vocal back in. Because what you find is that when the vocal is in there, it changes, your ear listens to different things. You know, when you're focusing on the drums too much without the vocal, you're missing the point because no one's ever going to hear it that way. Everyone's going to hear it with the vocal. So the decisions you make should always be around the vocals. That's why I always try to do it that way. In fact, one of the things I do with mixing, and I've told a few people this recently, is that I'll try to mix a song really quickly and then send it off to the artist to see what they think. Because what happens is, once you get past that first pass, you start realizing the things that really do matter, and you don't get lost in the things that matter less. Like, for instance, if you can mix a song that usually takes, like, say, 8 hours or 10 hours, if you can mix that song in 3 hours and then send it to the client 80% of the way there, you can then quickly, even if you don't send it to them, you can listen back to it yourself. You can quickly go back to your car, listen to it, and go, what are the things that really need work on this? And fix those things, instead of working on the things like, you know, the bass guitar that was probably fine the way it was. So you can just focus on the most important things that are sticking out around the vocal, as opposed to deciding, I'm going to spend 10 hours on this mix no matter what. Does that make any sense?
It does. Is that summed up in this line where not every track needs a plugin? Sometimes it's just fine the way it is?
Exactly. You put the bass up and it sounds good the way it is. It's like, move on. You know, only tweak it if it's really like, wow, this bass isn't working. Instead of going, okay, I sold the bass. What do I got to do to it? You know, it's like, maybe nothing.
All right, Dave, Hadim, do you have any more questions for him real quick?
Hey, Kenny, how's it going, man? Sorry I'm late to the game here. I got stuck on the N train. But as I usually do. But it's thanks for hanging out, man. Sorry if I repeat a few questions here, but like I was curious about. I'm a big fan of your podcast, man. Love Mixed Notes from Hell, man. It's great. And I was just curious if you had any suggestions for anyone trying to start their own podcast, like if you have any thoughts or just going through that.
I got to tell you, starting a podcast was a lot harder than I thought. And I'm not talking about doing the podcast. Doing all the other part, I mean, I'm sure if you guys have ever done one, it's probably second, no big deal. I really thought it would be like really easy to do. Mm-hmm. It's kind of a pain in the neck to, I don't even remember how I did it, but it's kind of a pain in the neck to get it all set up with the company and figure out who's going to host it and all that. It was a lot harder. I've always thought a podcast was nothing more than just recording a bunch of guys talking. You know, it really became a little more of a pain.
So, Kenny, really quick question. So you do most of that remote, I assume, right? With all of your, obviously.
None of us are in the same room.
Right, exactly.
Like,
so, do you have any suggestions for what sort of tools you might use to make that all work? Like, if you guys are all different parts of the country, how do you make that all sync together? Like, do you guys have any thoughts about
Well, I'll tell you exactly what we do. We use Google Hangout just like this, except we all turn off the video because we don't really need to see each other because we do a complete podcast. So we turn all the audio off, and then everybody records themselves. I use Reverb. Records this way. The audio is this audio obviously is okay, but to me, I want it to sound more like radio quality.
Right, sure.
Here, and everybody just records, and then when they're done, everybody sends me their files. Now, I just recently started telling everybody, cut out all the noise in between, edit all the little spaces, the coughs. Just give me the pieces that need to be there. Right. And we start off with everyone goes 1, 2, 3, 4, go. And then I just line up all the goes, and I just edit the whole thing. And what I found that I spend a little too much time because I'm a perfectionist, so I actually go back and edit the podcast later. So I'll spend on an hour podcast, I'll spend 3 or 4 hours editing it, which I shouldn't do. I should probably just let it go. But a lot of times, but usually everyone takes turns. So you have a lot of people jumping hey, and so I've go back and edit all that stuff out. Another thing I'd like to do is if someone says a joke and it doesn't get a laugh or doesn't get a laugh for seconds, I bring the laughs up a little bit earlier so it comes up a little funnier. But that's pretty much all we do. I mean, just cut out all that. If someone jumps in with a thing that's not really necessary or they don't get to start, I just take them out completely, bring the person in who actually did say their lines, and then just edit all the spaces in between.
Well, I definitely appreciate all the hours you put into it because it's really pro and it like totally works. So thanks for putting it together, but appreciate it, man.
Well, I've grown up listening to talk radio, so I expect it to be because the thing that happens is if you're all in the same room, there's a lot of good eye contact. So I'm not going to talk over you, you're not going to talk over me. But when you're dealing with this kind of stuff, it's not as easy because I'm seeing you 3 seconds behind, you know. So we're going to interrupt and so that's going to happen a lot more. It would definitely be easier if we all sat in the same room and probably just run it through and it'd be done.
But it does feel like you guys are in the same room, which is testament to all the time you spent editing. That's for sure.
Oh, great! I appreciate it. But like we talked about, you weren't here before. We talked about time management. This is something I'm not very good at. You know, I shouldn't be spending too much time on the.
Okay, so you had a question?
I'm seeing that.
Someone had a question, right?
Yeah, Soul had a question.
So we cannot hear you. Once more.
We cannot hear you. Oakley Dokley. Dave has another. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I got one more. I'll jump in here. And Kenny, if you already answered this, totally just tell me. Sorry, once again I jumped on late, but I was just curious. So I'm here in New York City, and I was just curious. I know you've been here many years and probably grew up here, but when you moved down to the Carolinas, what sort of challenges did you have when you moved away from the city? And again, if you already answered this, I apologize. Just we'll move on to the next one, but I'm not sure.
That's fine. The decision I made to do it was that I was doing so much work that didn't require me to be in New York City that I could do it. I didn't go, I didn't have tons of clients in New York City constantly coming to me on a regular basis and going, okay, now I'm going. I was I actually moved out of New York City to Douglaston, which is just out. If you know, Douglaston train station is very close to the city. So it was literally like a 20-minute train. It was very easy for people to come to me.
Sure.
But I was so much stuff. I was doing so many video tutorials, so much mixing stuff, so much stuff where if I was producing, I would send it to a guy who was doing studio drums in his house because a lot of the drummers and the bass players build their own studio and do the same thing. So I was doing so much stuff that way. I was like, what am I doing in Douglaston? I could do this anywhere. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go. I'm going to go to a place where houses are cheaper, so I get a bigger house and put my studio in it instead of doing the thing.
Man. I hear you.
You have a city, you have a house, and it's it adds up,
Yeah. Hey, my studio's in a closet, man. That's New York, man.
Our first studio in the city was, I think, even less than a closet. It was like a thin room. I think you leaned back and you hit the wall, and that was the smallest room. We had this vocal booth that was just like the size of the wall, and we led into this one area where we all shared studios. It was pretty interesting, but it was pretty small. It was funny. We had more success in that little booth, and then we started building bigger studios, and that's when our success wasn't as good. We were much better off when we were in the closet.
It's because of the overhead, mainly?
Well, the overhead does kill you, but it was a weird timing. What happened was we built our studio, probably spent, I think, $200,000 building out a...
He froze, right?
Yep, he froze.
All right, I'll just...
Kenny, you froze.
Hopefully you can still hear us.
It sounded our experience of being in Manhattan. We were there for a month, and basically, everyone wanted to get out of Manhattan at that point. So it was kind of a weird experience. The business had changed. We were doing a lot of, I don't want to call it this, but the best word is white pop. A lot of Mandy Moore, Brooke Hogan. And right after that happened, people were getting much more serious. They wanted to hear Alicia Keys. They wanted to hear, it's kind of strange to say it that way, but they wanted a little more depth, more soul stuff. So Beyonce, all that stuff was doing a lot better than the Celine Dion's and the Jessica Simpsons of the world. So we took a hit right after that time. So it was just a weird time. You couldn't help it. We had 3 songs going to radio that week, and it was like the week of September 11th. It was like, this is not a good time to put out a white pop record.
No.
Kenny, why wouldn't you be able to switch and do, I guess, black pop or whatever?
That was just the world we went in. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I mean, we did do this one group that we were completely out of our league. These guys were like rap. It was like much more hardcore stuff, and we worked with them, and we loved working with them. But we just didn't really. That's not our world. You know, we came from rock, and we were able to venture into pop. But there's two types of music, and I shouldn't say this, but there's two types of music that I love, but it's not my thing. One is dance music. I can put four on the floor. I can do that stuff. But when I listen to the guys who really bang that stuff out, like they just have it. You know what I mean? That's not my thing. You know, and I love it. I wish it was my thing. And the same thing with like really good R&B. You know, like really good rap stuff. It's like I can kind of copy it, but there's a difference between copying it and it being your thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
the thing
I think you're selling yourself short, man. You're quite good at both of those things.
It's tough. If I was working with Bruno Mars, I think I could make a good Bruno Mars record. But if I was trying to make a Bruno Mars record myself, I don't think it would come out that good. And the example I always use is Lenny Kravitz. To me, when Lenny Kravitz does rock, I love it, but it's different. You know, it's just there's something more soulful about him doing rock than there is about I don't want to say Nickelback, but any other artist of that. You know, Lenny Kravitz doing rock is just cooler sounding to me. You know what I mean? And I don't know how else to put it that way, but there's just something about you know, me doing an R&B track that it just doesn't work for me. You know, and I work with those guys and I can mix their tracks a lot better, but when it comes to them putting it down using the MPC, it's like I can do it technically, but there's a soul thing that's just missing. You know, and I prefer to admit my faults. You know, I prefer not to go, well, I could do anything. You know, I just go, you know what, you're great at that. I'd rather you do that, and I'll do some other part of that. You know, I love working with that music, and I totally respect it, but I know what I'm better at.
Every time I try to do rock, I submit, step back, and let the rock guys do it, and I just assist. So I feel you, bro.
And I know so many R&B guys who love doing the rock stuff. They'll pick up a guitar and they want to do it, and I kind of look at them like, yeah, I know what you're going for, but you're definitely better with the other stuff.
All right, Soul, real quick, Soul has a question for you. He says, what is Kenny's thought process when he is initially starting the mix that influences his mix bus picks, like EQ and compression and whatever you put on the mix bus?
Well, one of the things I really started doing recently, and I agree with the concept that you don't really need to EQ the mix bus because you can do it on the individual tracks. But one of the things I always preach when it comes to mixing is mixing as quick as possible, because you want to be as fresh to that song as you can be. You know, if you can mix a song in a couple of hours, that's going to be a better mix than 10 hours because you're going to lose focus. So if you could start off, and I'm trying to think if I've done a tutorial. I think I've done one tutorial this way. It was a jazz tutorial, a mixing tutorial. I started off with putting a EQ on the 2-bus as the first thing I did, and I EQ'd the entire mix with just as a broadband EQ. You know, I just add a little top end, whatever I got to do to it, and then as soon as I did that, I took that EQ off the mix bus and put that on every individual track, and then I took each individual track and worked backwards from there. Like the bass guitar didn't need that, but the guitar maybe did, and started building it around that. But you got much closer to a finished mix because when you're dealing with something that's, say, 20-something tracks, if you can just grab one EQ and make the whole mix brighter with one move, you know, that you could do that quicker. And same thing with the mix bus, same thing with the drum bus. You know, if the drums sound a little dry, dark, or a little bassy, or whatever you can do, just put it on the drum bus and do it that way, or the guitar bus. You know, if you have 8 guitar tracks, put a guitar bus on there and put the EQ there. And then later on, back it off a little bit and go, maybe this guitar doesn't need as much top end as this one does, but you got there quicker by putting it on the bus first. So I'll start off with the 2-bus, then go to the sub-buses on each individual thing, and then slowly work my way back to individual tracks. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, the guys over in the chat box basically high-fiving and, yeah, thank you, we got one, sweet, you know. So, yeah. Okay.
I do use a lot of compression on the mix bus too, which some people have a problem with. But I use 3 compressors on the mix bus, 2 regular compressors and 1 multiband.
What do you like to hit at in terms of, let's say, a bright song like Crush?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How much dB are you taking off?
How much what? Oh, how much compression on 2-bus?
Yeah, how much compression, how much dB do you take off, and what are your settings?
I'd say about 3 or 4 dB on the main compressor, and then I'll use like an SSL type of one in auto mode, maybe another couple of dB, but that's not doing
The choir's on what now?
Really grabbing, and then the TC Master X, which is a multiband, I'll usually take like 2 or 3 dB off that too. I like to use
which multiband were you using?
the TC Master X,
Okay.
which I'm not even sure if they make anymore. I know they never made it for anything but TDM, so if you guys aren't using TDM, you're not using it. But you could probably get the same thing with any other any other multiband. But the thing I like about multiband, about the TC Master X, is there's not a lot of controls, because once you get lost in the world of like 5 different frequencies, and you're boosting one a little too much, and you're compressing it a little too much, it starts to get really weird sounding, where the frequencies are getting different levels from each other. The thing like the TC Master X4 is it's just simple. I just keep the same compression on each band, and I just kind of move the bands around a little bit, and I just do slightly little things to it.
Since we're in the world of multiband compression, is there anything else that you find you use multiband on? A lot of people shy away from it. Are you willing?
I don't usually use it on individual tracks. I used to, at some point, I used to use the C4 by Waves. Certain tracks that were trouble, like we were talking earlier about the SM7B having the frequency problem, because you can kind of use that to, if the low end gets too tight, which kind of compress based on that low end frequency, But I always find when frequencies move too much in the mix, it sounds weird. Like if you ever use a de-esser that like only compresses the top end, like it's got to sound weird because like it never seems to match. It doesn't sound as natural where the top end is changing over time. I hate that weird kind of unnatural sound to it. Right. I prefer like de-esser to compress the entire vocal track instead of just the S's. Instead of just the top end. It's just getting dark and then bright and dark and bright. I always find that sounds a little weird to me. Did I leave you off the question again?
No. You answered your answer. You're good.
All right,
Max, jump in.
You're up. Give it a shot.
I'm on it. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay, good. Kenneth, Dr. Bob. Long time. Fan of yours and been yakking at you, through the womb and everywhere else. But I'm kind of old school over here. I actually have an EMT 140 and a 480L. New pieces for me, as well as a BX20. Any guidance, any suggestions of what to do to screw something up within a mix, or how to avoid getting into those situations where you run yourself into circles?
Using those particular pieces of gear?
Or in general, even.
Okay.
As far as delays, I know this is a topic that you probably get beat up on all the time, and I don't mean to, but just always wanting to make the best decisions with verbs and delays. Seems like I get myself into little pigeonholes where I've mixed myself into a corner that I'm not happy with, and what are some of your ways that you kind of get out of those little things when you're working with those kind of verbs and delays?
Well,
does that make sense?
I think so. I'll answer and you tell me if I answered it correctly. One of the things I do try to do is I don't keep, like, if it comes with all the different presets, I usually find 2 or 3 presets which are my favorite and use those as go-tos. This way I'm not spending 6 hours working on one reverb to get it right, because again you lose your focus. So I'll have like 2 or 3 reverbs I'll try, and I'll quickly go between the 3 and which one moves me the first, quickest. And then once I like that, move on. I try to make those decisions as quick as possible. And like one word I get lost in is synths, because synths usually come with like 1,000 presets, and you can get lost so quickly with that stuff. But if I find with reverbs and delays, and I have like my own brain, even though I can set them up from scratch, I have my own idea of like 3 or 4 different ways of setting it at any given moment. So it's not an infinite library to go through and get lost down that road. Now sometimes you need something unique for that particular vocal, so you need to try something new. But I really find that if you're really chasing something that you've never tried before, it usually can waste that amount of time. But again, if you want something unique, sometimes you just got to chase that something unique.
Okay. I mean, as far as you've always got some great techniques for dialing in a verb the way that it really should be for a given song. I mean, you've got a really interesting process that your brain goes through. That how do you do that? I mean, how did you get wired that way?
Well, I think we are wired. People who do this are wired a certain way, so we think along those lines. You think technically on that stuff. So I think that kind of makes sense. Not sure how to answer that question. Let me see.
Can I try to build on that question?
Oh, I love that.
The wiring. So we know about your education and how that began. So what were the things that said, okay, that's the pro way to do it? What was that moment between amateur to pro for you? That hurdle that made you you?
Well, one thing I gotta say is,
why do people keep coming back to you?
Well, one thing that definitely changed for me, and I play basketball a lot, so to me basketball is about confidence. I always say Michael Jordan, when he goes to take that last second shot in the game, he knows he's Michael Jordan. So that gives him an advantage over any other player that's ever played before, because he believes more than any of them that he's probably going to hit that shot. Doesn't mean he will, but he walks in with that confidence. And I think this business is kind of like that as well. I mean, some of the guys who are really successful can be really cocky, and I get why they are that way, but I try not to go that far with it. But there is a feeling that when you go in front of us, like I feel like when a mix is in front of me, I feel like I can do it. And that really helps the process along, because I feel like I have these bag of tricks, and they're not as big as I think people might think they are. There's go-to things I try. Like when you hear about guys like CLA or TLA using the same outboard gear, they have the same presets and they just go from one to the other. That's kind of what we're doing as well. It's like I only use an EQ 4 or 5 different ways. I don't have 75 different ways of using an EQ or a compressor. There's like few little go-to things I use all the time. So when I hear a track of bass, I go, well, I kind of need this kind of thing, so I kind of picture it. But it's the confidence of knowing I've been here before and I finished the mix and people were happy with it and it was successful, that it makes it easier to do that again. You know what I mean? It's like if I never had any success, even if I was just as good as I am or even better than I am, I probably would be a little more tentative. But because I've had some success, and it's not, I know I'm not, there's guys that have a lot more successful than I am, but because I've had enough of a taste of it, I know that I wasn't doing anything special then. I know I was doing what I do, so I know that I can just keep doing that and still be able to make a mix. Does that answer the question?
Max, only you can answer that.
Yeah. I guess my pseudo follow-up to that is, how do you deal with a mix that you've worked on and you present it to the client and they're like, no, that's not anywhere close to what I wanted or what I was expecting? That usually poisons that environment. Is there a way around that? Or have you found a way to diffuse that so that you're actually going to be able to turn this situation around? Because once somebody is once a client's heard a mix that is not in the direction that they expected it to be, it seems like they never quite get over that.
Max, listen to the podcast. He talked about it in the podcast.
Oh, okay.
It's really good stuff, man. Yeah.
Which podcast? I forgot. Which thing are you talking about in the podcast?
About what to do if a client does not rejects your mix or whatever, like the question that Max just had.
Okay.
I'm gonna hear the answer now. I'm like,
I don't mind re-answering because I forgot my answer in the podcast. There's two different parts of it. First of all, is are you the producer on it? I mean, or the engineer? Did you do are you talking about something where someone handed you tracks and said mix it, or were you involved in the process beforehand?
No, just mixing.
Okay, because if you're involved beforehand, those decisions should have been made along the way. In other words, I always mix as I go. So if the band isn't happy, they're probably unhappy during the whole making of the record. So we kind of fix that as we go. Now, if someone sends me something and they're not happy, obviously then we got to turn. We had a completely different vision. One thing I can think of where I really messed up, and I think I did mention this podcast, if this is what he's thinking of, I was doing an R&B track, And I have my own visions of how R&B should be. I really like type sounds, but sometimes those sounds tend to be very soft and very flappy sounding. And this R&B artist had sent me something to mix. And the first thing I did, and I never do this, but I did this, obviously I was getting a little too cocky, I replaced his kick and snare sound. Now this is an R&B track, so it wasn't like I was adding it to his sound. I just turned his kick and snare off and made a whole new one. And the first thing they came back to me and said was, can you put our sounds back? And I was like, okay, so what I thought maybe you guys didn't really know what you were doing, but maybe you did, and I just had a different vision for it. So that particular session, I had to kind of trace back and get into their world, and we didn't see things the same way the whole time, so I just kind of let them be my guide through that, and we got through it, and they were very happy with it, but I wasn't sure that they were, it was the best situation, because my instincts were to do different things than they wanted, and in the end, as they said in the podcast, it is a client-driven business. You know, we're a service business. You know, we need to service what the client wants. But in most situations, if they're just like, we both want the same thing, and they just don't think the mix is good, then we just gotta kind of talk it out and go, well, what don't you like about it? Give me some examples of other bands that the tracks are more like you want. Like, do you want the drums a lot louder than they are? Do you want them to be a little less compressed? I can think of one act I did recently where it was a little more jazzy, and I did my pop version of it. Everything was compressed and tight. And he's like, yeah, I want everything a little more looser. I want it to be a little more like Steely Dan, where everything is a little less compressed. And it was against my instincts, but just getting into the conversation with him and talking about it, he kind of explained to me that everything just sounds a little too like the example he used was like a Bud Light commercial. You know, everything's in your face and you know, too like compressed sounding. I was like, okay, you don't want that kind of thing. We'll back off on it, and went for much more of a live, you know, real sound. So, but communication obviously is the best thing in that. And when you're dealing with mixing, especially over the internet, you don't really have that communication, but you try to get a little bit of that. You know, like, we have to have a phone call. We can't do this through email, you know?
The only way that I've gotten around that is having the client sit right there with me, telling me what they want. And I love doing it that way. Some people hate it.
I don't hate it at the beginning or at the end, but I hate it the whole time. Because once you're soloing the kick drum, and there's a guy in the back of the room going, yeah, could you add a little more bass to that kick drum? It's like, yeah, you don't really, you know, you don't understand what I'm trying to do. And I'm not trying to say that I know better than the client, but sometimes when you're soloing something, what they're hearing in the back of the room isn't necessarily what you're trying to accomplish. So I don't want every single decision to be discussed as, you don't want to mix by committee. You know, you don't want to have 5 guys in the back of the room discussing every time you stole the hi-hat. You know, can you make it more of this? It's like, you know, you're not really hearing the hi-hat the way it's going to be. You know, wait till
everything.
You know, wait till it's ready to turn in its final form, and then. And Tim from Tip Silverman used to tell me all the time. He's like, the best thing you can do to a client is bring them in at the end, because they have those fresh ears. They can tell you, you know, what you missed by losing your focus on the mix. They can go, you know what, the vocal's too loud, the vocal's too low. Where if they were sitting in there with you, the two of you were going down that road at the same time. You know, you're both making the same mistakes. You've convinced them all the way your mix is good. And then he leaves the studio and he realizes it's not. You know, so it's better to bring him in at the end. Or like you said in the beginning, come in for a little bit, let's talk about it, let's discuss it, let's hear some basic sounds, and then take a break. You know, you walk away for a little while, come back, and hear what I've done. You know, because coming with a fresh perspective is always the better way of doing it, instead of hearing the way we make the sausage, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Makes lots of sense.
Who had the next question?
I got a question for Bob. Your studio looks great, by the way.
Oh, thanks, brother. Yeah, this is...
What kind of stuff are you doing in there?
Yeah, we're doing everything from Bach to ZZ Top.
Awesome.
A little bit of everything in between.
That's great. Room looks great.
It's all right. I mean, it's home. Especially when I piss the wife off.
It's a really nice man cave.
Yeah. You ought to come up sometime. Love to have you.
Absolutely. You're in North Carolina, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to come up there. I keep going to.
Yeah, I think I'm about 6 hours.
Yeah, that's not too bad. I've done it a few times. Gotta do it again.
Kenny, when you said replace their kick and snare, all of us who do hip hop R&B,
right.
we were like we were sitting. You should go back and watch this and look at our reactions. One of the guys is typing over here on the side saying, "I'd get shot." I actually got into mixing because a rock guy kept trying to turn my hip hop kicks into rock kicks, and it drove me crazy. And I was like, look, man, we have to be able to do this ourselves, because my taste is just not this guy's taste. And it was person after person. And then there was all this stuff about what frequency to EQ on kicks, and it never matched what I wanted. I thought something was wrong with me, right? So, anyway, I ended up doing stuff my way, and it just, we love it, and then they hate it. So I used to go and ask them for mix critiques, the guys who did straight rock, asked them for mix critiques, and I could never get anything that they liked, but it's because, I'm doing hip hop.
Right.
And it took me quite a while to figure all that stuff out.
No, like I said, I'm not presumptuous enough to think I could do all worlds. They're different worlds, and I appreciate each one for each one, but it's very hard to say that you can just do anything. There was a guy I knew pretty well. It was one of the famous mixers. I don't want to mention what he did, but his biggest records were pop records, and I'm not pop sounding records. And they asked him to do a rock record once, and I heard the mix, and instantly I knew it was him, because it sounded good, but it sounded like a rock record mixed by the guy who mixed Mariah Carey. I don't know how else to explain it, but it just had that sound to it, and it worked for some things, but it didn't work for everything. Some guys just know their thing, and I like getting out of that box, but I don't know if I'm doing the best thing for the client to do that. To just go, I could just do anything. I'm just going to mix a jazz record. I don't think I'm doing the best thing for them.
Okay, who has the next question? Dwayne?
I had a question. Do you record yourself playing the trombone and such, and do you have any tips with that? I find that one of the hardest instruments to record.
It is. It is hard. My son plays the trombone, I play trumpet, but it is hard to record because it's such a loud, obnoxious sounding instrument that definitely distance is better. I don't know how anybody puts a microphone close to those things and gets a usable sound. I always try to, I actually have a pretty big room downstairs, and I try to go into that room and put the thing pretty far away from it, at least like 6 to 8 feet away from it, just so I get the sound of the trumpet instead of, like right on the bell. But I always record myself with that. But to be perfectly honest, recording 20 trumpets and 20 trombones close up is not the same thing as recording 3 guys, like a trombone player, a trumpet player, and a saxophone player. Recording like a trio, like doubled, has a different sound than trying to do the same instrument 3 or 4 times. It's like the same thing with having like 3 people sing in a room versus having 1 person sing in a room 3 times. It doesn't sound the same. It's definitely something about brass instruments sounding good together as opposed to, just taking one and recording it a bunch of times. So I'm never as happy recording like 8 trumpets.
I had a question as well until Ghost steps up. Or do you have one ready? You have one ready, Ghost?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Jump in.
When you're tracking vocals, are you doing, are the delays, beat drops, all the automation stuff, is that pre-planned, or are you just kind of going ham during the playback? They're like, run it back. Are you grabbing an automation tool and throwing delays in, doing little things, maybe chopping out stuff just during the playback, or is this stuff already pre-thought out?
Are you talking about on the vocal itself or the rest of the track?
Like, on the beat. If you're tracking some vocals, say you have somebody, you're tracking vocals on a 2-track. During playback, are you automating any delays during playback? Are you doing anything cool like that, or is that done at another time?
Did you know about the tracks around the vocal or the vocal itself?
The vocal itself. Yeah, like when you're tracking the vocal.
Not usually. I'll give them like a slap back and a longer delay, so some reverb. But I'm not usually doing that. I'll ride the vocal, as in the level, the mic pre. If it's getting with the high, I'll bring it down. I'll ride it a little bit that way, or I'll ride it for the singer as a purpose. I try to do this the whole time. The playback, not necessarily recording to it. I'll adjust the excuse me, the course preamp. I'll adjust as they're singing, but while they the playback on the monitor on the console, I'll ride that constantly as they're singing, so that what they're hearing is a constant level. So if they're getting too loud, I'll bring it. So I'm like kind of playing their performance on them, but I'm not even automating that. I'm just doing that all live. But if you mean everything else around it, the track is usually finished by the time I'm doing vocals. We've done a scratch vocal really early, and then the track is made. The song is done when the person's singing it. it's like 99% the track's already done. But the vocal, I don't usually do like vocal effects and stuff while they're singing or even playing back, because that's usually thought out later.
That's another time. So you're doing all that stuff. That's all happening at another time then.
Yeah,
you,
usually.
Okay.
A filter delay or something like that, I usually would do that stuff later.
Okay.
Because the reverse effect, obviously, you can't really do that on the fly.
All right, let's see if we can get audio from Prince Charles Alexander. Unmute yourself for me, bruh. As if you're ready. I didn't even check to see if you were ready for us. You ready?
I'm driving. I'm on.
Oh man.
I just wanted to holler and say hello to everybody. And Kenny, you're dropping a lot of science. I love it. Really, really appreciate it. And I just wanted to support Mott with this hangout tonight. So even though I'm driving to New York, I'm going to a funeral for my wife's godmother. I just want to give my support to what you guys are doing. I think there's some great information going on in this particular chat. You can't see me because I got the lights off. I'm driving.
I appreciate that, bro. I'm sorry about the losses, but I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. Not a problem. I really appreciate it.
Your audio just cut it out. All we heard was I appreciate, and then your audio cut out. Bruh, we want you to be safe, bro. I got a hangout with you coming up, so you got to make the hangout.
I heard from Kenny, man. He's telling you the real deal, giving you the real science. Loving it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Take it easy,
Kenny. Good work, Kenny.
Thank you.
All right, be safe, bro. We don't want you to crash.
Can I jump in with a question? I want Prince Charles to be okay. Drive safe, please. Kenny, can you talk about your back library in terms of the things that you've taught already? Is there an essential set of, hey, you guys should see this, this, and this to be a better mixer? Can you recall like that in terms of the things that you've done? You should read this article. You've done a lot of interviews. You should do this interview. You should watch this video.
You're saying which things that other people should watch to become a better mixer?
Yes. If you can't remember the videos themselves, then which topics, 3 things that the young engineer has to get down? I think we got one, which is speed. Do it quick.
Yes. Well, and as a novice, that's going to be a little harder, obviously, because you don't want to just bust right through it. Although you'll stop making bad mistakes if you do it quickly, because you don't have the time to make those bad mistakes because you're not doing so many things. But that's not a real reason to mix fast, right? Because it makes it easy when you know what you're doing to mix faster. But in the beginning, I should really say this is in the beginning it's okay to spend a lot of time on a mix because you're mixing for fun. The first mixes you do in the beginning are not going to be good mixes. You should be really exploring it, like playing around with every frequency you can cut and boost on a bass, every frequency you can cut and boost on guitar, vocal. You should really spend as long as you can on those things as possible. So I should preface it with saying when you're doing a mix that really matters, mixing faster will help you keep fresh. But when you're trying to learn, you want to play with everything possible. You want to play with every EQ. And I think about how deep I used to play around in the beginning versus now. It's completely different. I'm like skimming the surface of what I used to play around with. But once you learn all those different things, you realize, okay, I've played around enough. I don't need to play around now. I'm just mixing. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of any.
And the other one you spoke about is record talented people. Is there anything that you need to preface that as well with in terms of finding that talent and evaluating it?
Well, one of the things that I notice is when you hire the best people, it's great. But it's to hire those people. If you're just recording your friend's band and you hire all the best studio musicians in Manhattan you can get, that might not make any sense. But if you find a band that's in your town that just happens to be a really great band and you offer to record them for free or really cheap, that's going to be much better. And we mentioned this in the podcast at some point, as opposed to putting yourself in a situation with a high overhead of your studio where you have to record some people who aren't that talented, but they're going to pay you more. Because yes, they'll pay you, you get your money, you pay your rent. But at the end of the day, you don't really have a good discography to show anybody because the music isn't that good. And you're at the weakness of that. If you're not recording good songs but played by good people, no one's going to notice you being a good engineer. I've never mixed a record that sounded amazing that wasn't a good song played by good players. You know, that just doesn't happen. You know, you need those other people. You're just part of that. So as much as you can possibly do to be a part of that, well, actually, I did mention this in the podcast, and I think it's really worth saying. If you're a young engineer and you don't have your own studio and you're trying to get talented people, one thing you can do is you can find the most talented people in your area as part of a scene, and you can convince them to let you record them in one of the studios in your neighborhood. And then you could bring those bands into the studio, and you almost have like a guaranteed internship. Because now you can go to the studio, I'm bringing this band in, I don't have as much experience as you guys do, but you could show me what you guys know, and I'll show you my ability to bring talent to you. Because at the end of the day, if you can't bring talent into somebody else's studio, then you can't bring them into your own studio. You know, so being able to get talent and be able to be a hustler is one of the most important things in this business, because being introverted doesn't usually go very well with being a successful producer or mixer. You know, you have to be somewhat of a people person to get out there and say, this is what I can do.
Okay, real quick, Kenny, you broke up on my end. You broke up on my end. You said to get what and bring them into the studio? Go get a talented band and bring them into whose studio?
Well, I'm saying if you don't have your own studio, you want to get like an internship. Now, interns, like maybe they want to preface like, why should I bring you as my intern? Well, here's the deal. I'm going to bring you paying bands. You know, so I found these talented guys who are willing to record. I'm going to bring these to you guys. Now I have a job because the studio isn't going to turn that down. So now you're kind of a hanger-on, but at the same time, it's like you have some power in the situation because you go to the guy who runs the studio. I brought this band here. Show me how to record. You know, show me how to mix. I want to be a part of it because, you know, this is what I want to do, and I brought this band to you. You owe me, you know. So that's how you make yourself important. Because the guy who can bring the guy to the studio, the guy who can bring the bands to the labels, those are the guys who are, you know, are doing everything. You know, those are the people running the business. Finding talent is a huge part of this.
Thank you.
I love that. I love that. If I could follow up in a different direction a little bit, I don't want to get too personal, but I have this recurring theme with whenever I do a hangout with asking people the balance that they find. I don't know your whole family situation, but what I get from the podcast is you all have families, and how do you make sure that you're seen? Because a lot of the people starting, I see, even a lot of the veterans that I've had the opportunity to work with, it's very daunting to have that personal family life and work in this where it's you can be called at any time and you're working on hours doing that. Where do you find your balance? What's your secret? Do you have one?
I can't say I have a secret, but it is hard. You know, you don't have a 9-to-5 job. You can't come home at 5 o'clock and go, I'm done. You know, I'm always doing something else. Like the camp I do, I usually go to the camp around 12:30 and get home around 6:30. But then there's always something else to do. You know, I'm not done. You know, so I never get that feeling of like you can just punch out. You know, especially when you have a studio in your house, because I can sit in here all day. You know, so it is tough to balance. One of the things I do try to do is I try not to work on weekends. And what that does is it forces you to work more during the week. Because if you work every day, you'll work a little less each day because you get exhausted. But if you go, I'm only working Monday through Friday, and I'm going to work like crazy those hours, then the weekends you could say, you know what, I put in my hours during the week. I don't have to do anything on the weekend. You know, so that's what you try to do. Again, I'm not preaching that I'm good at time management. I'm just saying that that's what you try to do. There's always something to do on a Saturday and Sunday if nothing's going on. Like, yeah, maybe I'll just mix this song now.
Thank you very much. My wife thanks you. I'm going to have to do that weekend thing now.
Well, in the early days, it's impossible. You know, if you're like 18 to 25, you know, you're better off not having a girlfriend, I think. Because you have to do every opportunity possible. You have to, you know, I lived with my parents till I think I was like 27, but I didn't because I used to live on my girlfriend's couch for like 5 of those years. But I was literally working in the studio like 16 hours a day, so I don't know. I was really living in the studio, really. But during those years, you have to almost put that stuff in the back burner. You know, I got married a little bit later, had kids a little bit later. Because, I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't do it the other way. It's just you really have to be, you know, motivated to do what you're doing. You know what I mean? You can't. If this is second, you're not going to be very good at it. I think.
Okay, you heard that?
All right. She just came in and put an arm on you, like.
That's too funny.
I had let's see, I had one vocal producing. Kenny, give us something on vocal producing that would help us.
Amen.
Like as far as working with the artist, like to get the best out of the vocal out of them.
Absolutely.
Bingo.
Try the heavy-handed thing where I work with. They would actually try to get the singer to cry to get them to emote more. And I always thought that I didn't really like that because the artist used to hate the producer after that. And they thought they were kind of being like this cool producer, like, look, I'm getting this emotion out of the singer. And I was like, yeah, but the singer now hates you, so I don't really like that. What I try to do is make it as comfortable for them as possible. You know what I mean? Like, how do you want to do the vocal? We talk about originally, like, one of the things I'll say is, do you feel more comfortable singing the song from beginning to end? Or do you want to work on the first verse until you nail it? And then we'll work on the second verse till you nail it. Then we'll go back into the choruses. Then we'll go back into the bridge. Because a lot of times songs build, you know, and the chorus or the bridge is the highest notes in the song. So you don't really want to blow their voice out singing those things over and over and over again. Whereas, like, if you just work on the verse so as they get warmed up, by the time you get to the chorus, they're warmed up enough to go to the chorus, or the bridge is even higher and keep working their way up. And then sometimes I'll go back to the verses again and just take a few more shots once they're completely warmed up to see if you get them even better. But communication is just so important because you really got to talk to the singer and say what makes you feel comfortable. Not make them feel like they're recording constantly. Like, in fact, I won't even tell them they're recording sometimes. I'll just go in there, run a few passes, and obviously you're always recording because there's no reason not to. But just not making this feel like this red light pops on every once in a while. Okay, now we're recording. You know, because if you work on section by section enough, eventually they just forget that they're recording and they just keep, you know, they'll do that. But I like working section by section because I feel like they can work on just nailing that, you know, one line if they have to. Now, I don't like to punch too much. I'll work on the, like, if someone's doing the first verse, I'll just make them do that first verse like 4 or 5 times until I really feel like I got enough of each line to comp it, as opposed to just going back and going, okay, just sing this one line and then just punch on that line. I don't really like to do that as much, you know, because it doesn't flow. So I really like them to sing the whole sections over and over again. But I really like to talk to them and go, well, what makes you feel comfortable? Do you not, like, I work with one singer, and I'm going to mention him by no, I'm not going to mention his name. But he turned to me one time, and I try to be very, very positive. You know, so if the singer does a pass, I'll go, that sounds great, let's do another one. But he turned to me one day, and he's like, if it's great, why are we doing another one? And I'm like, well, it was the first pass. You know, it was great. I want to get like 8 good ones. He's like, I don't want to sing this song 8 times. I want to sing it once. If it sounds great, we're done. And I'm like, yeah, that's not really how we make records. You know, I'd really like to get at least 3 or 4 good passes and then just cut line by line and get the best possible pieces. Because, you know, you can get like really incredible vocal takes that way. Whereas if you just do one pass, there's going to be weak lines in there somewhere. But he just couldn't understand that concept. He's like, but if it sounds great, why are we still doing this? I'm like, well, you're not supposed to spend 3.5 minutes on a vocal. You know, you're supposed to spend a little more time on it. But I hope that answered the question.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do you get them into the character of whatever's being said? Like if they're saying, I'm driving through the New York streets and my studio is about to move to Kansas or Arkansas or wherever, North Carolina, like how do you get them into the character of that so that they give you that feeling, that emotion?
Right. Well,
they make you, the listener, feel that.
Right. I got you. Well, I'll bring them in, especially when it's something I've written where they're not as comfortable with it. Where if it's an artist-driven thing, they usually have a better feeling of that than I even would. But if it's a situation where I've written the song and they haven't really figured out how to emote it and think about it, then I'll bring them in and we'll start talking about it. We'll spend a lot of time just using the acoustic guitar and they'll sing in the room with me, and I'll hear the way they sing it and I'll sing it back to them. Can you push this line more? In a less setting where they feel like they're in front of the mic doing that. You know, do it in the room, in the control room with me. We're just playing along with the song, and as I hear them do it, I'm going, well, phrase it this way, maybe phrase it this way, but they don't feel like they're being coached. When they get in the vocal booth, it's not as difficult to do that stuff. But I know what you mean in terms of lyrics. Like you have to kind of say, well, we need to sell this note more so than this note, or you know, put a little more emphasis on this, or phrase it this way. But a lot of times I'll see, especially songwriter producers, will really force the way they hear the song in their head, as opposed to the way the singer wants to do it. And I tend to go the other way. Like if I have a vocal line written a certain way, I'm very malleable about changing it. If a singer really hears it a different way, or the way they sing is just different, I prefer to use the way they normally sing as opposed to make them do something that's not comfortable for them. Like I'll throw out how I wrote the line and go, well, how would you sing it? And like make them more part of the thing. Okay, you didn't write this song, but how would you have phrased this? And a lot of times the most natural way for them to phrase it usually sings the best. You know, the way they naturally sing is going to be better than the way I make them sing. So, and then again, it makes them feel more part of it. You know, I'm not making them sing a song they didn't write, you know, that they're not a part of. It's like, well, you added something to this, you know?
I was just about to ask you, what do they feel, or does it end up to where it sounds like you're singing it since they were going to sing it your way, but you already got that?
I try not to do that. I've seen a lot of producers who do it the other way. That they'll just make the singer sing it over and over again until they do it the way they had it in their head. I'm like, just let them do it the way they do it. That's their thing. You know, a singer is supposed to be adding their, you know, natural talent to it. It's not supposed to just be my voice coming through their voice. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be, they're supposed to be adding something on top of it. You know, and I'm not a very good singer, as you can hear with my voice. So I always expect them to add more. So I'll leave some phrasing ideas left off the table and wait for the singer to do it even better than I had planned, so they can, you know, put their own fresh take on it.
Is asking you to sing out of the question?
I was about that.
Is asking you to sing right now out of the question?
You don't want me to sing.
Can we get into your arrangements and such?
Wait, hold on 1 second. You do that, Dwayne. I think Dave had one about background vocals, since we're on vocals, and then we'll go to you. Go to that question.
Cool.
Am I right, Dave, or no?
No, it wasn't as cool as background vocals. It was about backup solutions.
Oh, damn.
Okay. Yeah, screw that. No, just stay on the vocals.
Places it doesn't exist.
Stay on the vocals. It's not as sexy as vocals, so let's just stay there.
Okay, we'll go to that next.
All right. Well, then the vocals of arranging. How do you sit down and go through the lyric in terms of that build of the runs, what words get stopped, the words that get extended, breaking down syllables? Is that just all artists?
Well, if it's like,
how do you interject yourself?
If it's like ad-libs, I usually let them kind of do that themselves, like just do some things that you feel, and then as they're doing them, I'll come up with some other ideas based on their ideas, like, well, what if you try this, and then I'll kind of feed them some. But a lot of times, again, I like to see what they have an idea on. You know, riff for a few bits, like sing it the way you want to sing it, or just give me some whoa-whoas, or, you know, some other kind of how you want to.
Do you ever have to deal with, I don't want to do that?
Yeah, I've definitely dealt with that, and you gotta handle that obviously very carefully. You know, sometimes they don't want to. If I'm trying to think of any situation where they just didn't want to say a certain lyric, I can't really think of that. You know, if it's really corny, someone might say that, you know, I really wouldn't say this, and I say, well, what would you say? And then we'll change the lyric to something that they feel more comfortable singing. Because at the end of the day, if it's an artist that's doing the songs, they're the ones who are taking the songs out of your studio and building on it. You know, I always say I can record 100 artists a year. They're just doing those songs. You know, it's them. So they have to feel good about everything they did. I don't want them to feel like I'm the artist and now they have to now live up to it. You know, I want them to feel like they're the artist and I've just added to what they've done.
Kenny, can I ask a question about dealing with producers in that kind of situation where, you know, you're connecting with the artist and the producer is not connected to either one of you, or they're trying to force this thing into a direction that it really shouldn't go, and you're on the side of the artist in agreement with them.
Right.
I mean, how do you deal with producers?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't really deal with producers. I'm a producer, so I'm lucky that way. I don't really, but there were times where it was the opposite way, where I was the engineer and I was working with producers, and in those situations, obviously the producer hired me, so I couldn't get too much in their face or disagree with them too much. I would suggest things here and there. In fact, some of the lyric things we were talking about just now, where I see a producer just driving the wrong melody into the person's head over and over again, and she keeps singing the wrong thing back, and I'd say to her, I'd look at him like, just let her sing it her way, but at the end of the day, it's his decision to do. You know, I'm still just the engineer. But this is going back a way. I have pretty much, I'm trying to think, I haven't engineered a record that I didn't produce in a long, long time, so that's been pretty lucky that I'm not in that situation. I'm done partnered of production, but I haven't really dealt with being the engineer with a producer in a long time. I mean, sometimes the artist will disagree with something, but again, that's a different thing. But it does drive me crazy seeing the producer not having the same vision, and you're just going, well, I really should be doing this. But I corrected that by becoming a producer, I guess, by saying, you know, I'm gonna, because I tend to be a artist producer. You know, I think about what the label wants, I think about what the public wants, but at the end of the day, I really want the artist to be happy. You know, I really want them to feel good about what they did. And if it's different than what they want to do, my job is to convince them that, you know, this will be better. You know, that's my job, to convince them. I can't just go, you know what, you have to do it this way because I'm the producer. You know, I definitely don't want to do that.
How do you, it's right along those lines, if I can reel in on that a little bit, how do you actually handle it? You know, I find that many times when I am the producer, you know, I don't work on the level of, or with the level of artists that you do, obviously, but, you know, how do you actually get inside their head and convince them that, you know, you really should try to break out of this a little bit and try it your way, you know, or to drive home the point of what you're looking for as far as, you know, something not being right with the vocals?
Well, it's interesting. One of the things that when I started doing the prop stuff, after I stopped doing rock and doing the pop stuff, we were dealing with a lot of artists that were very young. I mean, one of the girls was like 11, and most of them were between like 15 and maybe 19 or 20. So obviously, they were looking to us as, you know, authority figures. So they were trusting us to a pretty good extent. We weren't dealing with artists that were, you know, they were mostly developing artists. So they really were looking for that guidance. So it was pretty easy to be a little more convincing with that. I understand with a lot of situations where someone's coming to hire you and they want you to make a good record, but they don't necessarily trust you to, you know, they may think they know more about producing records or producing their art than you do, and that could be tough. Like I said, one of the things that made it easier was that building on success I've had previously, most of the people that hire me have already they're looking for me to be that. They're looking for me to go, you know what, give me something more than I could do myself. And like I said, it's not going to be every good artist. Some artists, even at this level, still do that. They'll still try to override me, and in most of those situations, I'll say, you know what, you don't really need me to produce it. You want to produce yourself. Maybe you should work with somebody else. You know, and you never want to walk away from those things, but you really, it's tough, and success is what makes it much easier. You know what I mean? It's like if you're, again, bring back to basketball. If you're Michael Jordan, it makes it a lot easier for the young basketball players to trust you when they say, you know what, you should shoot it this way. You know, you're Michael Jordan. You know what I mean? They're going to trust you a little bit better. Whereas if, you know, you're not at that same level, and some of these younger people think, you know, I don't need to listen to you. I can do this myself. I'm trusting you to record me, but I don't trust you to know more about music than I do. And that's a tough situation. I can't say that I really know the best way of handling that because, like I said, most of the people that hire me because they want me to, you know, be the overseer. They're trusting me to be that. You know, I don't know if I could go back to the situation where people are just like looking at me. You know what? I deal with that every day at the camp because these little kids think they know more than me about everything. So it is a humbling experience when a 9-year-old starts moving the mic around and go, no, I want my microphone here. And I turn to them and go, you know what? You're the youngest artist I've ever recorded, and you think you know better than me. It's a real humbling experience working with that group.
Yeah, it's kind of like working with guitar players, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough dealing with people that may not trust you to know better than they do. You know what I mean? Especially when you've been doing it for so long, you think, you know what? I've been doing this long enough. I know a little bit better than you do. But it's not always the easiest way to explain that to them. You know, especially when people, it's an ego-driven business. You know, so a lot of people tend to think that they know better.
Can I ask a hardware question about vocals?
Sure.
Or I guess it's more setup. Do you have kind of a standard setup that you try to go through when you're getting your levels and setting EQ compressors on the tracking side of things?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't have a ton of outboard gear, so I've narrowed it down to the main, kind of the same thing I was talking about presets. I have like 11 different mic preamps. They're not all different, I should say. I have 11 mic preamps. There are 5 different flavors. So I might switch between those depending. But there's a go-to. I'll start off with a Chandler TG2 running through a distressor and a Dakin EQ. And then if I'm not getting, I'm using the Braunner Velvet. And then I have 2 other vocal mics that I'll try if those aren't working. But that's what I'll start with because that's what works most of the time. And if it sounds good, I don't usually do a mic shootout every time. You know, I usually go, well, if this, I'm not liking the way this is sounding, let me try a different preamp. Let me try, I don't usually change the EQ or the compressors. Those usually work every time. But I'll try a different mic or a different mic preamp combo. But I try not to have too many flavors all the time because I want to kind of get them going quicker and start getting to that producer's head where I'm thinking about what the person's singing and less about the engineering side. You know, I'll take a step back on the engineering side and go, you know what, I probably could have used the Dakin preamp on that, but it sounds pretty good with the Neve, you know. You can make worse.
What's your travel setup?
I don't have a travel setup. I don't usually, if I do travel, I'll usually use what they have. I'm trying to think of a situation where I would travel and bring, I used to bring certain things. I would bring my Chandler TG2 because a lot of studios don't have that. Most studios have distressors or good EQs, and if they have a console, that obviously makes everything easy. Trying to think of my go-to things. I used to bring my computer, not a laptop. It was actually my Pro Tools HD system. And they're like, well, we have our own HD system. I'm like, but I have my own plugins because I get crazy with the quick keys and things like that. You know, everything working the way I'm used to working with. I used to use a pen, but now I use one of these things. These are track pads. So I'll just bring my whole computer with me and go, let's just patch
it. Magic trackpad?
Yeah, it comes with the Apple trackpad.
Yeah, how do you use that?
What do you use, one of those balls?
I have a mouse, and then I have my other mouse with like 9 buttons on it.
The mouse gives me carpal tunnel. Funny, for years I used a pen. Did you ever see anyone use a pen before? You know, the drawing pens?
Yeah, for the Photoshop.
Tablets. I love a tablet.
I used to use that probably for like 15 years. I used nothing but that. And it was great because it was a password protected for my computer. It wasn't really a password, but nobody could use my computer but me. They would grab the pen, they would start using it and go, I can't use this. So nobody could touch my system because they couldn't figure out how to use the pen. But that was for years. And then one day they came out with this, and I was like, well, I'm going to use it. I use a laptop all the time. Let me try playing around with this thing. And now I'm totally hooked on this thing. I just love it. I can't use a ball. For some reason the ball just seems backwards to me. I don't know why that is. I just can't use a ball. But it's either the pen or this thing. And I can't use a mouse. That magic mouse that comes with Apple, it gives me carpal tunnel in like 5 minutes. My arm's ready to fall off like in 5 minutes using that thing.
And you said you were doing something with SOS Mag. What are you doing?
I write articles for them. They have a ton of people that write articles, though, so I'm probably in there every 3 months or so.
Can you talk about how you got into that?
I'm trying to think. I just one day just wrote to all the magazines. When I said I do tutorials for Groove 3, I want to start writing for your magazine. And a lot of the magazines that I've contacted, they want you to do it for free, but you get to promote a lot of your stuff. Whereas SOS is the opposite. You don't really promote your stuff, but they pay you. So it all works out. I love doing the writing side because it's just a different side. Instead of talking, you're writing. So it just gives you a different part of your brain for a while. But again, it would be better if I wrote every day or if I did tutorials every day as opposed to one day doing writing, one day doing tutorials. But it's just more fun.
Do you have a creative endeavor outside of music that fuels your artistry? Or would that be the writing?
Basketball. Because adrenaline is that drug, you know, to kind of get your mind off things and put things in perspective. You know, when you're sitting in front of a computer all day, you kind of can lose a lot of perspective on things. So you need to do something active. And the thing I call it a satori, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it, it's the concept of, you know, here's a good example. If you jump out of a plane, what are you thinking about? Nothing else but you just jumped out of the plane. You know, you're not thinking about how much money you have in your bank account. You're not thinking about any of that stuff. You just jumped out of a plane. So that's satori. So
usually
that's
mine is, why did I just jump out of a perfectly good plane?
Well, I've never jumped out of a plane.
Jesus, Lord Jesus is what I'm screaming.
I've never jumped out of a plane, but the concept is that's where you're at your
my soul.
That's where you can think very clearly because you're only thinking about the thing you're doing. And if I'm playing basketball, I'm not thinking about anything but playing basketball because you can't. You know, you can't. You know, so that's can kind of clear my mind that way. And then when I'm done playing, the adrenaline and all that stuff just clears out and you put everything back in perspective a little bit. So that's the other side of it. And I always think it's funny because like I always think there's probably a lot of basketball players that wish they were producing records I wish I was a basketball player.
I've not. That's the crossover. I'm gonna have to challenge you one day. Excuse me.
No, I'm not that good. I just enjoy doing it.
All right, who has the next question for him? What? We didn't stump him and y'all are out? I mean, I know you have some, Dwayne.
Dr. Bob is stumping me pretty good.
You got one for him, Max? He calls you Bob?
Max, Dave, step in. I don't want to take over.
All right. Okay. I guess I'll jump the gun on Dave. What does your overall system architecture look like as far as network? Are you running to a server? Are you using any kind of online backups? Because if it doesn't exist in 3 physical places, it doesn't really exist in the digital arena, as far as I know.
Well, physically, it'd probably be better if I put things more off-site than I do, and I don't. I have 2 backup hard drives. I have more than 2, but at any given moment, I always have 2 backup hard drives, and I usually back up to each one of them. And when those are full, I buy 2 more, and then just buy 2 more and buy 2 more, and that's how I back up. So I always have 3 copies of everything, but it's not usually off-site. So God forbid this place blows up, I lose everything. But it obviously would be better if it was off-site. Online, I do some things offline, like Dropbox and Google Drive and Copy, and this is another one too, Gobbler. I'll put some stuff there I'm working on at the moment. Like if I'm mixing a project, I'll put some Pro Tools files up there just so I know, if anything happens, I still have that stuff up there. But it's pretty data intensive to leave that stuff up there. How much stuff can you really store in the cloud? Songs at 15, 20 gigabytes per song. But I can't say it's that fancy what I have set up. It's pretty much just FireWire drives, removable. Just buy 2 bare ones.
What do you do for? Do you follow any kind of naming convention, or could you maybe address the? I guess the standard that was kind of set up for delivering files electronically, or how to save them, or your file structure and.
You mean how to find the backups?
Well, I mean, as far as your session naming and all that kind of good stuff, and how you use date codes and that kind of thing.
I use what codes?
Dates or date stamps, or do you include like the date in any of your file structure?
Not usually, because usually
things.
But I'll just make a folder for each band I'm working on, and then just name the songs. Each one has their own file name that way. I usually take a lot of mix. What's that?
The name in the mix, is it like mix 1? I made this change. You make notes.
You mean like physical notes?
Your notes in the program saying made these changes. Are you making detailed notes, or is it all up here?
No, it's just all up here. And not that I always remember. I'm working on a project right now, which is insane. It's the 3rd time we've done this song, and it's the 3rd time over a span of like 5 years. And we just he forgets what we keep adding. He keeps sending me new tracks to add to it. We keep adding intros and other sections, and it's become like a nightmare trying to remember all the different things. Like it's such a big track. It's I think 200 and something tracks in this song. I can't even play the whole song from beginning to end. What I do is I have the intro has so many tracks going. I actually have to inactivate all the drums for the first like 30 seconds of the song, run the mix, and then stop. Go back to the other piece, make all the intro inactive pieces, then make the drums active again, and then run the rest of the mix, and then just edit it back together in order to do it because it's so crazy. But back to as far as notes and stuff, I usually just save mix 1, mix 2, just keep going that way. I'm trying to think if I remember, because when I save mix 1, 2, 3, and 4, it's never like I did a vocal up or a vocal down or anything like that. It's usually like he said he didn't like this about mix 3, so mix 4 is now the keeper. So I always know that the last mix is always the keeper vocal. The keeper keeper mix. And if for some reason it's not and the older one is, I usually just throw out the newer one. Like if 4 is the keeper, then 5, 6, and 7, 8, I just throw them away because it's like there's no reason to try to backtrack to those things. But usually the last mix is the mix, so it usually makes it pretty easy that way. And I'll just put an asterisk at the end of that. I think you guys are looking for more complicated answers. I'm much more simple than you probably think.
Oh, that works. Can I jump in with my next question? Anyone want to know? No takers? Okay. You said you live in the world of presets. Do you have any custom presets that you either like your go-to presets that you just off the top of your head, or your own? Do you make any of your own?
I'm trying to think of the presets I use for like. They've definitely all been. I usually give them to any people that anyone asks. Someone says like, "Why your session from like mixing rock or heavy rock?" I'll just think, "Can I have a session?" I think I've included the session with some of those things. Or mixing Reaper, I've included
my email immediately.
I mentioned this in the podcast. One of the things I'll give anybody anything I do, because one of the mixes I used to work with years ago always told me, if you give away your tricks, it just encourages you to make more. And no matter what I give anybody, you're always going to sound like yourself. There's no way I can give you all my presets and you're suddenly going to be mixing like me. That doesn't mean you're going to be mixing worse than me, but you're not going to become me. You know what I mean? It's still just a preset. So I have no problem giving away anything I've ever done. If you ever see anything I ever do in a video, just ask for it. I'll give it to you. I've given away my samples. I don't mind any of that stuff. But like my reverb, I have 3 different reverbs, all in the IR1 from Waves, and I'll usually just go between the 3 of them and choose within 5 minutes which one I want to use for that particular song. Vocals, there's like 2 or 3 different presets I use, which are also in either Redline Reverb or Waves IR1, which is a Lexicon 480 or the Redline. Delays, I have a bunch of delays I set up as my, I just import them from my previous mix. I'll usually go back and the song I mixed last, bring in all my effects returns from that mix and just bring them back in. So I'm always starting on the previous one. So instead of keeping presets, I'm not always staying with the same presets year after year. It's constantly changing. But every song I mix, I bring in everything from the previous mix and see if it works. If it doesn't work, I'll delete it. So I'm constantly building on it or like adding new samples to it. If I have 4 kicks one day, the next day I have 5, and sometimes I'll mix them together. So I'm constantly building on presets that way. But I'm just delays. It's just a lot of the presets I just do in my head. Like slapback delay, I always do 180 milliseconds. I don't necessarily set it up that way as a preset. I'll just open up the delay, 180 milliseconds, and that's where I'll start. You know, and then maybe I'll play with it a little bit, or quarter note delays, 1 pan left, 1 pan right, ping pong them and stuff. So there's preset things I do, but a lot of times I'll just do them from scratch because I'm so quick at doing them.
Can you talk about your submix process? Do you have, I've seen the traditional drums. Do you group your subs? Do you group your mid instruments? What's that look like on your digital workspace?
Well, I don't always group things. I tend to group the drums, especially if I'm like I mentioned before, where I'll EQ the guitars or the bass tracks all together. Then I'll just make an aux track and just put them all there. In Pro Tools HD, obviously we have VCA, so a lot of times I'll have VCA that's enough. If I want to make the drums a little bit louder, I can just use the VCA. But if I want to EQ the drums, I have to actually put them on their own bus. So I would say most mixes I'm going to have a drum bus, parallel drum bus, not usually a bass bus, but sometimes, usually a guitar bus. And again, I can usually back off of the guitar bus and then put all the EQ and the guitar bus back on the individual tracks, tweak it more there, and then just delete the bus. Background vocals always have a bus because there's no reason to EQ all the background vocals necessarily different. You know, a lot of times they're pretty similar. Sometimes I'll do the lows and mids and highs different, but usually you can just put an EQ on all of them together. And then the lead vocal I don't usually put on buses. I usually just, each one of them treats separately, like 2 or 3 lead vocals. And the stereo mix bus. It's not really a hugely complicated setup. I don't parallel compress everything. You know, it's usually just the drums.
Is there a limiter when you're sending things to clients?
I have to do that because I think I've mentioned this in the podcast. I've lost mixes to guys who made terrible mixes that were 9 dB louder than mine. And the A&R person sent me the mix that was winning, and I was like, this mix is terrible, but he's listening to it in his car, and it was so loud that there's no way he can listen to his mix and my mix. I mean, 9 dB is a lot, you know. So he's listening to his mix and my mix just sounds like inept compared to his. So I would take his mix and I'd bring it down 9 dB and go, now listen to both our mixes. He goes, well, I see your point, but you know, his still sounds better loud, you know. So I was like, no, I can't do this anymore. I have to start doing that. So I have my 2 compressors, then my multiband, which does a little bit of that limiting, and then I'll put like about 3 or 4 dB of like Massey LO07, which is similar to like the L2 Waves thing, and I always do like 3 dB of that just for the reference. I won't send it to mastering that way because it's just making it louder anyway, and why tie their hands for that? But has to be And it's not going to be as loud as radio, but it has to be a lot. It has to be louder than, you know, it can't be soft.
Do you know what your RMS, what you're hitting at, usually? What you aiming for?
I don't really look at that stuff, but I would say the meters are not moving a whole lot. You know, it looks like maybe 2 or 3 dB at the top is all it's moving. You know, it sounds. But the thing I was talking to Phil from my podcast, and I said, the thing you want to do is you want to make it sound as good as possible with that stuff, because that stuff's going to be there eventually anyway. So it's like, I try to make it sound as good as possible being smashed, instead of going, well, my mix really needs to be unsmashed, because it's going to get smashed sometime. So you might as well make it sound as good as possible smashed. So I look at it that way. It's like, it's a given. I can't change that. You know, I'm not going to change the loudness wars.
Got a question about mastering. And do you send it off to mastering and don't touch it until it comes back, or are you in communication with your mastering engineer, or
only
is there?
Only if there's a problem. The guy I use at Masterdisc, he is Masterdisc? Yes. Every time, I've only had a problem with him 2 times, and one was because another producer mixed something on there, and one of those guys who mixed it like 9 dB too loud, and he wound up making my mix louder to compete with his, so my mix sounded very distorted, and I told him, you know what, forget about the other guy's mix, just bring his mix down and put mine the way you normally do it, and that fixed the problem, because he thought I wanted my mix to be as loud as his. I was like, you know what, that guy gave you a smashed master to work with, just bring his down to a normal level and just do what you normally do to mine. But I've used him probably 50, 60 times, and almost always he says it back to me, sounds great. You know, nothing else to do. Because it's not dramatically different, because I always say, if your master is completely different than your mix, then you probably didn't do a great job of mixing. Because I've heard mixes of, you know, TLA, CLA, all the top mixes. They don't sound that different from the mastering, because they know how to mix. So usually if the mastering engineer is doing too much, then it's because you didn't do the right thing to begin with. So I've actually had this argument on Passano recently, where I think I said 1% is the mastering, because anything more than that, then I feel like you haven't done your job as the mixer. You know, because he's only spending a couple of hours on that song, and I've spent a couple of weeks on that song. So, you know, I should be getting it righter than him. So but it usually just sounds a little bit louder, a little more compressed, a little punchier. It just sounds better, but it's usually just a little bit better. And going from the days of using a lot of other mastering engineers, besides the guy I really love, usually it just sounded a little bit worse, and I just had to deal with that. You know, it was louder, and it was a little more compressed, and it just always sounded a little bit worse than my mix. So this guy at least makes it sound a little bit better, so I'm very happy with that. But I don't get involved in it. I don't want to sit in on his mastering. I just don't see any necessity for that. You know, it's interesting. I think Will had mentioned in our podcast that he likes to learn from the master engineer, like tell me what I did wrong. And sometimes I'll ask them, but I very rarely get the feedback I want. I want them to tell me, you know, everything's bass light or everything's this, but usually they just say, no, it sounded good. And I'm like, I was kind of hoping you had a problem, because I want to fix something. You know, I want to know what I'm doing wrong. But usually they say, oh, it's good. Don't worry about it. You're doing fine.
Yeah, all I hear is you're trying to put them out of a job.
I'm not trying to put them, because I don't know anything about mastering. This iTunes master for iTunes thing, I don't know anything about any of that stuff. I don't know how to compile it for a CD. You know, I don't know any of that stuff. So I'm not trying to get rid of them. I just try to put the emphasis on everything before them. You know, if they're mastering a record in one day, that's not a lot of time to spend with these songs. You know what I mean? I'm spending 6, 7 weeks on this stuff. You know what I mean? I need to get this stuff right before I give it to them. So I have a problem with people going like, take everything off your master bus before you give it to the mastering engineer, because he knows what he's doing better than you. It's like, what do you mean he knows better than you? You know what I mean? That's part of mixing, is your 2-bus. Now, if you don't like compression, don't use it. But if you like the compressed sound, you should be doing that stuff before it gets to mastering. You shouldn't make him do that. He's not supposed to be, you know, making your record for you. You're supposed to do that stuff. You know, it's everything that's in front of you is a tool you have. You should use everything, and that includes the 2-bus. So the only thing I tell people not to do, and I never do, is anything that just makes it louder, you know, like the L2 stuff, take that stuff off for mastering, because he could do that stuff. You know, he hopefully could do that stuff better. But like, I put the compressors on there. I put the multi-band stuff on there, which people think of as mastering. I have no problem with that. Put that stuff on there, because that to me sounds like the way the record is. You know, it tightens up the highs, it tightens up the lows. I can't just expect him to do the same thing that I did. And even if he could do it better, he doesn't have as much time to do it. You know, I have a lot more time to get it right. So like I said, I'm not trying to put them out of business. I just think there's more of an emphasis on mastering, and I think there should be more of an emphasis on mixing.
I have a question for you. The submixing into an aux versus using VCAs. What's the actual difference sonically or work-wise, like workflow? Is there something that you found that where using VCAs is just better than running it through a submix using an aux?
Well, the reason I use VCAs is because you can, with automation, it makes it really easy to do moves. For instance, if the lead vocal is too loud and you have 5 lead vocal tracks, you could put that all onto an aux and then lower your aux. But I'm not a big fan of having all the auxes brought down at weird levels and stuff like that. Where the easiest thing to do that in Pro Tools is you grab all those 5 lead vocals or 3 lead vocals, put them on a group, put them on a VCA. Now your fader is at 0. Bring the fader down like a few dB. Now all your lead vocals are down to a few dB. Then I just delete the VCA, and it automatically coalesces that to the original tracks, so I don't have all these extra VCA tracks running around. But I've just done that global move. Or if the 2-bus compressor is being hit too hard, I'll just group every single track in the session that's going to the 2-bus, put it on a VCA, just bring it down a few dB until it's hitting the compressor right, and then just delete the VCA. Just so I can make those global moves where I'm not actually, because VCAs you can't add EQs, compressors, and things. The audio's not running through that track. It's kind of a virtual, audio.
Even if you've got something that's got automation on it, even if the automation is set.
If the automation's on the original tracks, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, it compensates for that. Like if your automation's going like this and you bring it down a dB, it just does the exact same thing, just a dB down. So the VCA is basically
remove it coalesces.
It coalesces that into the original track. So it adds whatever you just did. So if you had, for instance, if you had the original track going like this, and then your VCA.
You're married.
What's that?
It's a shame you're married.
What's that?
Because I'd marry you right now, honey. That's brilliant. I had no idea that HD would do that.
Oh yeah, the VCAs. I can't do it without the VCAs. It's so awesome doing that.
I use VCAs all the time, but I didn't know that if you got rid of one, that it would coalesce.
Oh yeah, just delete it. Or you can, but you don't have to delete. You don't have to delete it. You can just select it in Pro Tools and just choose to coalesce it, and then it jumps back to 0. All the automation on the VCA jumps to the track instead and adds it in. So you don't have to delete it if you don't want to. But I just delete them because it's a great way to just do it temporarily. I want these 2 harmonies to be down a dB. Just grab the thing, all those tracks move together. It's just a little more exacting. Because like I said, with auxes, I kind of like them to be at 0. I don't know why. I think it's an old school way of thinking of analog consoles where the buses just leave them at 0. Just don't mess with them. But for some reason, I just prefer that.
Okay. Anybody else have a question for him? Dwayne, you actually ran out for once? Because you never run out. Let's see.
You should know better than that. Let's go. Is there anything in the group or anything? I like to give everyone a chance. I can do this. No, I can run this single-handedly, guys. I'm sorry. I got a lot of questions.
Go ahead. Hit him.
All right. Well, we talked about the camp itself.
Okay.
What aspect of that is the most fulfilling for you? Is it teaching? Is it just the experience being humble, like that? As you said, that kid that moved that microphone a certain way. Is it just more just overall joy in sharing, knowing that your knowledge is being passed on to another generation?
Well, it's funny. They don't even know what I do. To them, I could just be anybody. Like they like that I obviously make them happy by doing this music, but they don't really look at me like, oh well, this guy can teach me how to mix. They don't even know what that stuff means. I even joke with one of them one time. I'm like, dude, I'm famous. He's like, you're not famous. I'm like, Google me. So I made the kid's like 10. I'm like, Google me. I bet you a picture of me shows right up. And then he's like, oh my God, he's on the screen. So they had no idea that I was anybody. Because, like I said, these are young kids. So that's a humbling experience. I like that too. Just seeing their happiness in doing this stuff. Because these kids love music. But it's not the same fulfilling thing as it is with teaching people that really love what we do. Because it's like I said, it's a completely different world. They really just love music. But their energy, I think, is the coolest thing. They just you can't keep them in a chair. They're just running around, tackling each other, which they shouldn't be doing. But I kind of let them get away with a lot more roughhousing than they probably should be, good because they just have so much energy. It's their summer vacation, so I kind of let them go crazy. But my favorite thing, honestly, is when they start dancing. You know, a kid grabs a track. My favorite one is the Nene track. I guess you guys all heard the Nene track. The Nene dance. They put that thing on, and every kid in the place just starts doing it. And it's just, I just crack up. I pull out my camera and just start videotaping it. We've actually rebuilt that track together from scratch. It's another one of those really easy ones, just do the piano part, and that's pretty much the whole song. But just seeing what they like, because they like things like Nene, but they also like Katy Perry. They like Avril Lavigne, you know, that Kitty, like Hello Kitty song, which I think is kind of terrible, but they love that song. Just watching them on YouTube, just finding these different things that they're really into is pretty interesting.
Well, if I can jump in and interject with that next, it goes into my next question, which is not to date you or anything, but you've been doing this for a minute.
I'm old.
And you still have a current sound, and you're still working. Thank you for that.
I hope so.
How do you maintain that new sound? It's changed from that Britney Spears to Katy Perry to Britney Spears. They're completely at different ends of that pop spectrum. How do you navigate that?
Well, the thing is, like I said earlier, I'm a fan of it. Like I have Sirius XM in my car, and Hits 100 is my station, which everyone's like laughs at me, like you're listening to just the top, and they only play maybe 15 songs total. So I'm hearing the same 15 songs all day long. And like my wife's like, "What are you listening to this for? Like, listen to something a little more different." I'm like, I like this music. So when Britney Spears was hitting in the day, I used to put those tracks up and try to cop their snare sounds and stuff like that. And nowadays I just do the same thing. So it's what I see a lot of my peers do from high school is they still like the bands they did in high school. A lot of people hit a certain peak where this is the music they like, and they just don't move on from that. And I don't do it just because of my career. I really just do it because that's what I like. Is I move on. You know, I don't like the same music I liked 10 years ago. You know, I still like it for what it was, but I'm not trying to recreate those same records. I'm trying to create records for now because I like music from now. You know, I'm not going, oh, the music in the 80s was so much better. Music in the 80s was terrible. At least the stuff I listened to. Well, one of the running jokes is that the good thing I never had a tattoo because I've tattooed of all the bands that are just completely awful now.
They got that laser removal now, so you know you can still make that commitment if you want.
I would have like Poison. I would have.
Hey guys, I got in safely.
I just want.
What's that, Prince?
Oh, wonderful.
I got in safely.
Oh, you made it.
It's not driving.
And did you guys have the stems conversation already?
No, we have not.
Making stems, I think that probably would bring the whole thing full circle.
Not stems for mastering, right?
Well, you know, I was talking to the mixing engineer that did Happy, Leslie Brathwaite.
Okay.
And he's got some system where he's using his buses to set up an array of stems that he can do all in one pass.
Okay.
And have you experimented with that at all?
But what are you doing with the stems when they're done?
Oh, that's the stuff that you send to the record company. You know, like the drum stem, the bass stem, the key stem, the guitar stem, background vocal stem. He's got some system set up now where he's able to use his bus outs, and he can do like I think he's using an artist mix, and he's probably got an HD system, so he's doing like maybe a stereo pass of 4 stems at a time. Okay. But he's got it dialed in. He's got some system, and I really haven't nailed him on specifically how he was doing it. So I was just wondering if this was something that's going around, or if that's something that Leslie and Miles Walker down in Atlanta, if they've just figured that out themselves.
Most of the labels I deal with don't usually ask for all those individual stems. I know I was talking on the podcast the other day that Richard First was talking about how labels in the R&B world seem to want, you know, all those stems to keep around as like almost the master tapes, because a lot of times when you do in a Pro Tools session, all plugins don't exist in years to go, so having stems best way of keeping these records, in your vault that can be re-brought up again. Because if plugins don't exist 30 years from now, you open up your Pro Tools session, you don't have your track anymore. So. But the rock and pop records that I've worked on haven't really been asking for stems. They usually ask for vocals, instrumental TV mixes, that kind of thing, a cappella.
Yeah, they're still asking for stems in the R&B world and in the hip hop world. And I've never liked the concept. It doesn't even make mathematical sense to me. Something coalescing in one mix, and then you're breaking it out as a stereo stem, and now it has to coalesce. The reverbs have to coalesce in a whole nother way, two separate stems. I've never liked it, but they're still asking for it in the R&B world.
I wonder how many people are doing it the correct way, though, because the real correct way of doing it, and sometimes sounds weird, is to side chain all those stems so that every track in the mix is hitting the compressor.
Exactly.
Otherwise, you can't put those stems together. They're not going to sound right.
Exactly.
I had a track once where some of the producer did it, and they didn't do it that way. And it was they gave me an instrumental track, and then they gave me the vocal. It was an instrumental and the regular mix. So it was a regular mix and the instrumental, and they had to fix some lines because the guy cursed, so they wanted to get a clean vocal. So what we do is intersperse the instrumental with the regular mix, and then we redo the vocal so we can add it back in. But it didn't match up because the way that the guitars were being sucked up was different on the regular mix. The way it sounded like the other thing, so he didn't do it correctly. But sometimes it's complicated. I did a record years ago where if you have 3 compressors on your 2-bus, the side chaining involved in that is a little complicated.
Exactly.
You got to side chain all 3 of them into each other. And I actually did it once, and it was a nightmare. I had to put my master bus thing. I had to make 6 different master buses to do that. It's really hard to do that. And when you listen to each one of them by themselves, they sound weird because they're pumping to things that don't exist.
Exactly.
But it's the only way to get it to mix back together when you're done,
Yeah, I've never been a fan of stems, and it's something that I do to satiate the clients, but man, there's sometimes the thought process to try to actually do it is ridiculous.
Right. And then if you deal with TV editors and movie editors, they love having stems because they want to just remix your track anyway for the movie or the TV show.
Yeah.
You go to the movie and you watch your song, and it's that doesn't sound anything like my mix. Because they made a completely different mix. Sometimes they're not even in line with each other, or they're phasing. It's like I spent all this time making this mix that took a week to approve, and then I send you stems, and then you just made the mix again anyway. But you gotta go through that process.
Has anybody else been working with clients that have been asking for stems? You guys just getting to the final mix and that's it?
I do. Because I do a lot of TV. Movie stuff, so I do, as Kenny suggested, with the side chaining, and sometimes I do use 2 compressors, which I hate myself for, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
No, it's always better just to use 1 compressor and figure it out.
Yeah. Mastering engineers ask for stems, but nobody else has.
And mastering engineers use the stems?
Yeah, some mastering engineers are really just frustrated mix engineers.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I can see that.
We got into a discussion on that on the forum recently about that, where I was saying I think me and Mix and May were both agreeing on it. That's not mix. If you sending off stems to master, he's now mixing your track. Obviously it's pre-mixing, but now he's blending your vocal with your guitars, with your drums. It's that's mixing. He's not really supposed to be doing that.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I don't understand the thought process that goes into being a mastering engineer because that's not that drew me to it. But I would think if you're drawn to being a mastering engineer, then you don't want to be a mixer. I think, unless, like you said, some of these guys are frustrated mixers. But I'd just be a mixer, I think.
Yeah, like I said, I've only run into it with 2 mastering engineers. And I'm not going to call them mastering engineers. I'm going to call them frustrated mixers who are using mastering plugins, and it's just another set of ears. And
Gotcha.
they don't even have as nice a gear as half the guys that hang out here.
Right.
Well, I just realized another reason.
Mastering engineers.
I just realized another reason why R&B is so heavy on the stems concept. Because they're, especially with the background vocals, they're taking the background vocals and sampling them for the live shows. They're taking drum sounds and sampling them for the live shows, and so forth and so on.
Right.
So that's primarily, I would think, why the stems are being used, and secondarily, if they don't really understand, they might be going in and trying to fudge stuff around and lower a snare or change a bass level or something. But I always try to discourage the client from doing that.
I had a band, an artist I was working on, where the label took my stem. I don't know if they use a stem. They might use like the acapella mix and the drum mix. They would try to retune my vocal using the stem. They were trying to get that glitchy auto-tune effect, and I'm like, just tell me, I'll do it.
And did you have reverb on the acapella, or was it the dry acapella?
No, I think I had reverb and everything. You know, I'm not 100% positive, but they didn't want to tell me that they wanted to add more auto-tune than I did, and I'm like, just tell me. You know, I don't care.
The math of that is ridiculous when you think about the reverb itself has to auto-tune also, otherwise it's going to sound bizarre.
I used to know a producer that was fairly famous that used to bus his vocals to a track and then put the auto-tune on that bus. When I turned to him one day, I'm like, do you realize what you're doing? He's like, yeah, I'm tuning the background vocals. I'm like, you have like 5 vocals going to that bus and you're tuning them. Do you understand how auto-tune works? There's no way it could tune those vocals. No, it's better to me. It sounds better. I'm like, okay, great.
Whatever.
Well, sometimes you could do things half-ass, and you're so good at other things that you get away with those things.
I love your comment that you like pop music, because I do too. You know, I don't know if you know it, Kenny, but I teach at Berklee College of Music, and there's 600 faculty there, and there's probably maybe 3 of us that love pop music. Now, I'm a jazz musician. I got there through a real long circuitous route. But man, and what you were saying about the work that's in the productions in pop music versus the work that's in a rock record, I mean, that's basically my spiel. Right. It's like, if you guys are really listening to all of the work that's going into this pop record, you've got everything under the sun in this record. You've got drum machines, you've got synthesizers, you got an acoustic guitar, the breakdown has an acoustic bass, you've got a sine tone bass. I mean, it's just going on. And you've got 5 layers of background vocals, on and on, delays, reverbs calculated to the quarter note, you know, gating. It's like, come on, man. That stuff is fascinating. It's incredible.
And every moment is thought out. It's like someone spent like an hour on a moment, you know? Like, just really, it's just perfect.
Yeah.
I love that stuff.
Matt, how do you pronounce your name? Matt or Mott?
He's not around right now, and it's
okay. So you caught me
because
M-A-A-T. How do you pronounce it? Pronounce it so I can say it the correct way.
Times.
I went off camera, turned off my mic, stuffed my face full of food, and as soon as I did.
So how do you pronounce it?
My name is a Semitic Egyptian name. It is Ma'at or Mayat, whichever one is easier for you. My name is Ma'at Hotep or Mayat Hotep.
Got it.
I think that is in every single hangout you've ever hosted.
Really?
Every single one. I was waiting for it for this one.
Maybe do it as a PSA every 30 minutes or so.
We'll be in the group, and like my name is M-A-A-T, and it's supposed to be M-A-hyphen-A-T, but people will see M-A-A-T and put M-A-T-T, and I just looking like, you know, it. I don't know, just have it. I keep seeing M-A-T-T. I don't even correct people anymore. I just
yeah.
I've got other things to do. So, you know, one guy.
Well, I'm glad I asked.
I went to help this guy on his song, and he said, so what's your name? I said, Ma'at Hotep. He said, say it again. I said, my name is Ma'at. He said, can I just call you M Money? And I looked at him. I said, no, you may not. And it was just silence. And I waited.
If I could jump on that money tip for a question for Kenny, how do you negotiate? And is that just something else, or you got your fees? I don't need to know what the fees are. I don't want to get all in your business, but is that just a manager? Are you involved in that at all?
I'm involved in all of it.
Oh, okay.
I have a manager, but he got too expensive.
Okay.
But
Is there any tips you can give in a general sense for those who are on the precipice of amateur to pro, or maybe something for the pros that listen, or just keep in mind our audience.
I like to start off very high, and then see how the person reacts to that. and then see how.
How do you mean? How do you mean you start off high?
I think of the most. They send me the track, and I go, "What would make me really happy to mix this track?" And then I tell them that number, and then if they always answer back. I always keep the communication open, because the next question they'll say, "That's a little more than we were thinking," and then my next answer is, "Well, what were you thinking?" And then they usually come back with a really low number, and then I go, "Yeah, I can't do that." I'm like, "Well, can you?" And then we negotiate from there. But you have to walk away from some of these numbers if they're too low. I mentioned in the podcast, and I thought it was worth bringing up, this is more production than mixing. But one of the things I always tell people when they use me as a producer, it usually costs more than you think. But I don't charge per day or per week, or I charge, if we get a 5-song project or a 10-song project, 12-song project, I have one flat fee, which means my job is to finish. So we don't look at the clock ever. There's never a moment where you're looking at the clock. If we go a week over, which I always figure in my head it's going to be about a week more than I plan. I usually try for a record about 6 weeks. It usually winds up being about 7 weeks. But they don't have to worry about that stuff. So there's never a moment where they're in the studio with me and they're looking at the clock, because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy who's charging them for a 12-hour day and they're looking at the clock and they didn't get enough done that day, and the next day they're kind of depressed because they know it's going to cost them more than they planned. If you're charging by the day or you're charging by whatever, the hour, eventually they're going to go over budget, which means they have to figure out a way of coming up with more money. Where I go, you figure out a way of coming up with more money before you even get here, and then you don't have to worry about that stuff ever again. And that's the way I like doing all things. Like when I go on vacation, I want to just pay somebody whatever it costs to go on vacation, and I don't want you to ever ask me for money again. I don't want to think about that stuff. I don't want to think about how much this Mai Tai is going to cost at the pool. It's like I want everything included. So I kind of do that with bands as well, because the way I always look at it is like they're the star. And if you're recording a band like U2 or Coldplay, I guarantee those people never look at the clock and go, "Oh my God, we're going over budget." They don't worry about that stuff. So all they're thinking about is the music. So I don't care what level of artist you are, you're not looking at the clock when you're working with me. So you're never going to have to think about that stuff again. So that's what I can do with production clients. Now, with mixing clients, obviously you can't do that because you're mixing a song. I can't spend 3 weeks mixing a song, and that's not going to happen that way. So with those kind of clients, obviously you have to negotiate. But like I said, I usually come with I have a standard rate, and I try to feel people out. I usually start out maybe a little bit above that standard rate, because sometimes people just say, that sounds great. We have that kind of money. Great, no problem. And if they say, we weren't thinking that high, we go, okay, what were you thinking? And then we just negotiate from there. And it also depends on the music, because I had somebody sent me something, I'm trying to think what it was recently. They asked me to mix a song, it was a metal song, and the drums sounded terrible. But it was very fast, like really fast drums. And I'm like, one of the things I have to do with this is I'm going to have to sample replace everything. And because sample replacing songs that are 500 beats per minute, it's going to take me like 3 hours to do that, because it's not a simple it's not a simple song. So I'm going to spend some time doing this. And when he told me the rate, it was like the lowest I would ever go. And I was like, you know what? It costs me money to mix this. I can't do it. Because I know how much work this is going to take to mix versus a pop song that's maybe 20 tracks and everything is put together right. So if it's a nightmare, I can't do it. I can't give you a discount on something that I know is going to be way more work than it should be. Any other question?
It does. I don't know if I should follow up on the money or walking away. I'll do the walking away thing. How did you develop that skill of, you know what? No, not for me. Because there's a lot of people there, and I've seen it, and they'll take something and then, they'll be like, "Oh, I hate doing this." And why did you take it? How do you develop that skill? It's just, getting money in the bank and be like, I'm good.
Well, you're never good because you always want more money. But the way I do it is because I do so many different things. I can always say to myself, well, if I lose this gig, I can always do this. So it's never a situation where I'm turning down a gig and then I have nothing to do. Because that kind of makes you take a gig. I'm never not booked because there's always something I could do. I could always write an article. I could always make a video. I could always make a podcast. You know what I mean? There's never something I can't do. So if I'm not mixing or not producing a record, there's always something to fill my time. So if you're that busy and you do so many different things to be that busy, then turning down a gig makes sense. Because I'll give you the numbers on this record. It was a metal record, and I think the budget was as low as like $500 to mix. And I said to myself, well, for the same time I could do that, I know my numbers for other things, and I said I could just do those other things, and I prefer to do those other things. So I have to pass on this because, you know what I mean? It's like, do you want to do something you want to do, or do you want to do something you don't want to do for the same amount of money? So when you get to a point where you have enough things to fill your day, you could turn down the things you just don't feel like doing. You know, if it was believe me, if someone came to me and said, I'm going to give you $30,000 per track, and it's awful, I'm like, well, I guess I'll just do it because it's good money, you know. But usually the gigs kind of work out to what they're going to cost to make sense, so it makes it a little bit easier to walk away from things. And you also have to factor in, is this going to help me? Like in the case of that metal track, the song was terrible. So I knew that as soon as I was done with it, playing it for somebody else was never going to get me another gig. So it was just like a one-off thing, so it makes it easier to walk away from it. Where if like Coldplay, and they're not going to do that, but if Coldplay came to me and said, we don't have a very big budget, but we want you to mix this song, I'm like, that's an opportunity. You know, so if the money isn't good on that, you know, you still want to do it because it's going to lead somewhere, you know.
A buddy of mine put it this way. He said, taking on a bad piece of business is worse than taking on no business.
Right. Absolutely. Because you get stuck doing these bad bands over and over again. It gets harder to, you know, no one looks at, they look at what kind of work is this guy doing? Well, he's working on. Whereas if you're not working on anything, they don't really know. You know, so you don't even have a bad rep out there to show people.
Have you ever found yourself doing something interesting and subtle in a mix and then having to explain it to your client because they don't really have that perspective? Even it might be somebody who's good and who's talented, but really doesn't have a total perspective on the process that you've just given into that record and that subtle thing that you might do in the mix. Have you ever found yourself trying in that conversation where you're explaining some subtle thing that you've done?
That basically it's a subtle thing they did and they don't like it, or they just don't appreciate it.
Or they might just not even know it's there. They're just listening to their vocal, and you might be like, well, look, do you hear how wide I made the guitars versus the way it was before? And actually I didn't pay attention. But have you ever found yourself trying to say, are you really checking this mix out? Do you see what I just did?
Right. I'm usually happy if they like it. I'm usually the first. Like once they like something, like I had something the other day that I was mixing, and I really was planning on revisiting it, but the artist came to me and he said, you know what, I love it. I don't know what you did to it, and I hadn't done anything. He said, I don't know what you did to it, but it sounds great. And I was like, I was really thinking of reapproaching this, but I'm like, you know what? At the end of the day, the artist has to be happy. You know what I mean? And me changing it is just going to give them an excuse not to like it or second guess themselves. So yeah. Once an artist is happy, as long as I'm happy too. You know, if I think the mix is bad, that's different. This is
related to that, and I guess the reason why I asked that is because there was a whole period in the 90s and in the 2000s where that last rough mix was like the thing that we were trying to match and then trying to be just a little bit better than, right?
Right.
So you get it up, you get that rough mix up, and then you have been listening to the corrections that you want to make. You make those corrections. The producer sits down, and then now it's like, well, what the heck is the producer actually listening to? Do they really understand what just happened to their record? Do they understand that the bottom now has a better resolution, that the width is now more expansive? Like, have you had those conversations, or is that just something that really lives in the R&B world?
No, I haven't really had those conversations. The conversations I usually have is more, they just want more of something, and they don't realize that mixing is a zero-sum game. In other words, if I make guitars louder, you're going to hear less vocals. And I can't make vocals louder, because then you're going to hear the less drums. And I can't just keep making the drums louder, because then the bass, you know, sometimes they don't understand that. They just want things louder.
Right.
Everything louder. And it's like, well, those conversations I have more than the not hearing the little subtleties things I did.
Cool.
See, what came to my mind was you sit there and you do all these little effects to like widen something or put something in a space, and they're sitting there watching their money go down the tube, according to them, because they're not hearing this subtle stuff that you're doing, and they're looking at you crazy.
Yeah, like why are you spending so much time mixing this record?
But that's the thing. Are you charging them by the hour?
Oh, I've done everything. I've done hourly. I've done flat fees. I've taken points. I've been around the whole gamut.
Okay.
I've charged in the 5 figures. I've charged in a couple of $100. I've been all over the map.
That's awesome. Because when you charge by the hour, that's when they start looking at you like you're wasting time. Like, I don't hear a difference in what you're doing. Why are you wasting time?
Yeah, this is true.
And that's why I try not to do that. I try to, like, for instance, one of the things I do, as you can see I could talk, is if I'm working with a band, I'll just take 2 hours and just start telling stories for 2 hours. And the band can't complain because it's like, you're not paying for this. I'm the one who's getting screwed. You know, I'm the one who's going to get 2 hours at the end. So no one's looking at the clock. You know, it's like, unless I'm wasting time. But it's like, if we're just taking a break, we're eating, it's like, you know, just tell stories, or let's go in the back and shoot hoops for a few hours. You know, it's like, whatever. You know, it's whatever relaxes us. I don't mind doing that stuff.
That's because you come from analog tape, and that was the time when the tape was rewinding, when we used to tell all the stories.
Right, exactly.
And now without the rewind time, the story time is gone.
Right. And plus, back in the day, if you were producing or engineering, if you didn't own the studio, they're still paying for the studio. So as a producer, even though you're getting a flat fee, they're still paying for the studio, or the label's paying for the studio. So those could be issues as well. You know, you're wasting some time on that stuff. But I try to get away from the hourly thing as much as possible, unless I'm dealing with a client, and I think I've mentioned this in the podcast as well. I had one client who I was producing a record for, and I charging him per track, which is what I usually do, and he just wasn't trusting me anymore. I'd worked with him for a long period of time, and he just got dropped from his label, and he really was insecure about every decision he made. And he just was second-guessing everything I was doing, and we were redoing things and redoing things. I turned to him one day, I'm like, I got to start charging you per day. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, because I've lost my way. I'm not in charge anymore. When I'm producing a record, when I tell the drummer it sounds good, it has to be good. You have to trust me. We can't just keep doing tapes because you're enjoying doing tapes. You know, it's like, we think we got it, we're moving on. You know what I mean? So, because, again, the budget falls on me. But when the artist, we lose that communication, and he's just going on and on and on doing more production, it's like, you're wasting my time. I'll sit here and I'll do what you want me to do, but if I'm not in charge, you're going to pay me per day because I can't do it the other way. And I've only had one client I did that with. But every other thing, like mixing and stuff like that, it's just all flat fee because I don't want people thinking I'm wasting their time. That's the worst thing. Because I know on the other side, I feel the same way. If I'm hiring someone, I don't want to worry about what kind of bill is this guy going to throw me at the end. You know, it's like, I prefer to know, like, here's what it's going to cost to mix, and you're going to leave, and that's what you're going to pay. Because I cut my teeth working in a recording studio. So I used to see how all the bands hated the recording studio owner because they used to give him funny names because he was just all about the money. Like, oh, you know, got to pay extra for the cassettes, you got to pay extra for the CDs, the DAT tapes. He just would nitpick about every little thing. We went over an hour, we did this, and they go, well, we took an hour for lunch, and no, we didn't take an hour for lunch. I'm like, I don't want to be a part of that. I just don't want to be a part of that. I want to, you know what I mean? Even if I take a little bit less, I just don't want to argue with you about this. I don't want you second guessing how hard I'm working on your mix.
That wasn't the hit. That wasn't the Hit Factory by any chance, was it?
No, I didn't work there.
Oh, okay. I guess it's just a studio owner thing.
Right.
They're all the same.
Hey.
Hey. I got a couple words.
But I understand that mentality. It's like they're sick of getting ripped off, so they're like, you know what, I got to start handing it back. But
well, yeah, you know, here in my shop, I charge by the full day and a half day. You know, I don't even like to take on commercial work on an hourly rate. You know, but you know, like voiceovers and things like that. Yeah, it's hourly, but everything else is either on a half day or a full day or a block rate.
But a lot of times you're not.
I just don't like having to look at that clock, or client comes in and they're like, oh shit, we got 30 minutes, to get this done, so that we can get lunch, so that we can get back, and we got to get all this done. And it's just like, no, man, you're either here for a half day or you're here for a full day.
Right. But are you doing a lot more engineering? Are you doing more engineering and less producing?
Yes.
Right. So in that situation, you have to do it that way because the band is deciding if you're going to take or not. So you can't decide that. In my situation, I'm deciding. Like, you know what I mean? It's like that take was good. Or, I mean, obviously there'll be discussions about it, but at the end of the day, I can stay on budget. When you're engineering, you can't stay on budget because the band's going to do what they want to do. And if you give them an all-in price, they're just going to soak you dry, you know? You're going to spend 3 weeks doing one song.
You know, it was easy for me to figure out my rate because I came from the studio system also, and I started out like $10 an hour, 15, 25, 35 an hour, 50 an hour, 75 an hour. When I got to about 150 an hour, I started looking at the amount of hours it was taking me to do things, and I started going flat rate from that point on. And then my flat rate has been fluctuating. You know, when 9/11 hit, my flat rate had to go down. Right. You know, and the flat rate has been fluctuating around the $1,000, $1,500. Then I moved to Boston, and people are mixing records in Boston for $200.
Right.
I was like, wow, really? So, needless to say, I mix most of my records in New York.
I think I heard that recently too. Someone was saying like $300 per mix. I'm like, I'd rather just be out of the business.
Yeah, I'd rather stay at home and play with my kids.
Yeah.
Before you get out of the business, I have to ask. And this might sound weird coming from someone who really works exclusively in R&B and in hip hop, but could you? I mean, it's a pretty open question. Could you talk about Hall and Oates? Is there anything?
I'm sitting over here looking at Hall and Oates right now. I'm like, come on, man, what did you do on this Hall and Oates? Like, give me something.
Can you do anything on that? I'll just leave it that open like that.
Okay, I'm trying to think. First of all, I work on the stuff that you probably don't even know. Do you know like you know the song "Do It for Love"?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I know that. Yeah.
Those were like later records. You know, I didn't work on the. I mean, I was a kid when they were, Rich Girl and stuff like that. I was probably like 12. You know, so I didn't work on any of that early stuff. They were already hugely famous at the time. What was really funny about Hall and Oates was, and I noticed this when working with Hall and Oates and even Debbie Gibson at one point, is, and this is not an insult to them, it's just something I noticed working with people that have been so huge at one time. They still think they're one hit away from being back where they were in their heyday. And it was kind of very shocking to me when I noticed that. And it's not anything wrong with them to per se, but I was like they never think that they're on the other side of the mountain. They always think, well, one more song, and I'm going to be exactly where I was that day. And I was like, that's pretty interesting. I mean, but talent-wise, those guys were awesomely talented. And when I first started working with them, we mixed that whole record there, and we kind of almost produced it because they gave me a whole bunch of tracks and let me do what I want with it. So I was like changing kick sounds, changing snare sounds. But what was very interesting to me was that because they came out of the 80s period, they weren't that sure, even though they were crazy talented, they weren't sure what was timeless and what wasn't timeless. Because they did a lot of records that were obviously not very timeless in terms of songwriting timeless and stuff, but they had a lot of keyboard sounds, those Yamaha DX7 sounds that just don't translate into the later years. So they would do like some Rhodes and Wurlitzer stuff, and they would go, yeah, we're not going to do that stuff because it doesn't. I'm like, no. Piano, organ, Rhodes, Wurlitzer, that stuff's forever. You know, when you start dealing with the keyboard, the electronic stuff, that stuff's a little more dated. But when you're dealing with those other, acoustic sounding stuff, that stuff's forever. So they didn't have a great grip on that because they were a little in shock of terms of, are we on the other side of the mountain? And like, do we have to do different things than what we're doing? So and at one point they would.
Were you completely autonomous there? Is that you were just given this and then they just said, okay, do your thing? It's because they didn't have that frame of mind of like the final picture of what it was supposed to sound like?
Yeah, they were pretty much trusting me to be more of, and I'm not saying they didn't know what they were doing, but they were kind of like looking for people like me and other people that were hired to be guys to lead them. Like, you know what I mean? We need to be a little more modern sounding. What kind of sounds work for us? Because they were not at that point in the stage where they were still listening to drum sounds to decide what was hip at that period of time as much. You know what I mean? So they brought this one kid in who helped them with the production side. And then when I came to mix it, I pretty much just put up all the tracks, pulled down things that didn't work, pulled things that did work, and I just basically rebuilt in the mixing that whole record. And but they were very happy with everything we did with them, and they never questioned those kind of things. They didn't really get too big onto the production aspects or the engineering or how loud the snare should be. They were pretty much cool with whatever we did. And working with Daryl as a singer is just amazing.
And for you, was it just, did you listen to their catalog and understand who they were to make that sound current, or were you drawing upon your own experience of what you've already done to shift them into what you do?
Well, it was a little different than what we do because it was a little more adult contemporary than the stuff we were doing. But a lot of sounds could still work. A lot of the adult contemporary during that period of time still fit into the pop genre because their music was, the songwriting was a little more adult contemporary anyway. You know, using a lot more of those seventh chords that a lot of pop was using at the time. Shoot, I lost the frame of the question. Can you just repeat that question?
So it wasn't that you were listening to their old catalog and saying, I know what makes them modern, or were
I grew up with their catalog, so I didn't have to study their stuff. You know, I kind of knew where they came from. I was a fan of theirs all those years. But they did spend a lot of time in the writing, and they brought some other good writers in, so the stuff that they were writing really made sense. So it kind of worked with the time that they were doing it in. But it's kind of describing how you produce a record. It's just a matter of pulling up the sounds and going, which sounds make sense for this record in the time period we're doing it at. And it's hard to really describe what should be done, but at that time it just made sense. I don't know, that's not a great answer, but you know, it's like, for instance, when I worked with LFO, they wanted to be more rock, like a rock band, and I was like, no, Sugar Ray is kind of the sound right now. So we kind of took elements of Sugar Ray plus rock band elements plus boy band elements of NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and kind of just mixed all those elements together to make it sound what they wanted to sound like, plus what's going on at the time. So it's kind of the same thing. It's just kind of melding what everybody wants at the same time being able to sell it to radio, if that makes any sense.
Situations like that make me wonder about, it's like when they leave their old, whatever they were doing, like what people had an effect on their music that are not with them now. Like if they had a producer or somebody with them that had more of an effect on their end result than they realized.
Right.
They come and get with you, and then they're, you know, you actually find out they really don't have a full understanding or full clue or whatever.
But I wouldn't say they don't have a clue, because obviously they're much more musically talented than I could ever be. But they, like you said, they just were not as, and most artists tend not to be, because they tend to live in their own, you know, they don't spend a lot of time listening to a lot of modern records of their time. You know, they spend a lot more time listening to their old records, so they could easily get lost in something that's very dated. In fact, some of the records, some of the stuff that was produced, I think one of the songs on that record was produced by Todd Rundgren, and it really sounded like something Todd Rundgren was producing. You know, it sounded very sad. It did not sound as modern. I had to change a lot of stuff on that to make it updated, because he does what he does. You know, he's not the kind of guy you bring into a modern production. So, but most of the other stuff was a little bit more open there. But I kind of respect them for that, because I think they trusted people. You know, they trust to work with people that are talented instead of going, no, we have to do it our own way. You know.
And why was that so strange for them to think that they were just one hit away?
I don't know. I mean, less them, because they actually made a huge comeback with Daryl at his house. And I've been up at, if you've seen Daryl's house, the show he does up there, I guess it's like a podcast type of thing where he brings people up there, and it's so amazing because his band is so good, and all the people, he chooses good people to bring up there. And I think he brought Brett Dennen, who's one of my favorite artists right now, up there, which is amazing. Hearing Daryl sing some Brett Dennen songs, or there's another Fits and the Tantrums, another band he brought up there. Just hearing bands that were influenced by him and stuff like that. It was really cool to hear that happen. And they talked about doing this back years ago, but back when I was working with them, they were on the other side of the thing. But I don't know, I just kind of found it interesting that people are not happy with their level of success. You know what I mean? You think if you were Daryl Hall or John Oates, you'd be happy with, look at the body of work we have. We can tour whenever we want. We don't need to be where Coldplay is right now. You know what I mean? We don't need to be where U2 is right now. We can be, you know, we've had success, and we still have success. But I found it very interesting that they really, and Debbie Gibson, like, even more so. Like, she thought she was one hit away from being Britney Spears. And I was like, really? You think you're one hit away from being Britney Spears? You know, it just, for some reason, it just didn't make sense to me that they weren't willing to enter a new stage of their career. You know, they were really happy with where they were when they were at the top of their career.
Well, on the other side of that, being an artist, the ego that it takes to be an artist,
Right.
it's not something that goes away. You could,
Right.
you literally could. I mean, you could be 60 years old, and look at the Rolling Stones. It's like it just doesn't go away.
Right.
Some
But the Rolling Stones
people,
are
some people do come to terms with it, but if you've been as big as Daryl Hall and John Oates, it's probably hard to come to terms with.
But when was the last time the Rolling Stones had a hit?
This is true, but they've scored like #1 in terms of tour grosses. So now,
Oh,
so that's like a feather in their cap. It's like, yes, we're the highest grossing act in the world, so that now is their #1 record.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be happy with where they are. It's amazing to do what they've done. But they're not still chasing that #1. They're not trying to be on the same chart as the younger artists. You know what I mean? They're happy. At least I think they are. I'm not working with them. But I would think that they're not looking at the Billboard every week and going, why isn't our song on here?
Well, yeah. My point is really, it's just hard for the artist to turn that ego off. As a producer, you learn a little bit better how to manage your ego because you're working with other people who've got these their egos are on fire.
Oh.
But the artist, really, that person whose the ego is on fire, man, they have such a hard time turning it off, no matter where they are in their career. I know
Right.
you heard this. I know you had plenty of artists that come in. It's their first record, and they're already, trying to figure out the color of their Rolls Royce.
Right. Oh, yeah, totally.
Well, you have an intern like that.
Oh, God.
Well, if I could just jump in there with another question in terms of the artist. Another one, in Canada, here where I am, Toronto, we didn't get Mandy Moore until her 4th album in terms of a release here. So I got to her late 2008 and then went back and listened to some other stuff. And you, sir, I believe, did a record. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I think so. Could you, much like Hall and Oates, I know there's people curious. Is there anything that you could share in that experience?
With Mandy Moore?
Yes.
Well, she was 15 when I worked with her, so she was pretty young. But she was actually the most interesting in that she was such a hard worker that she was yelling and screaming, and I thought she was yelling and screaming at me, but she was yelling and screaming at herself in the vocal because she wasn't happy with her performance. But I was actually very surprised. She was more of a perfectionist than I would have expected. Because, like I said, she was 15 years old. The success had come to her quicker than you could probably imagine, and but she was a very nice girl. I mean, we spent a full day just working. We only did one song on that record. It was a very interesting way that record actually came out. Where we, until the record, we actually ran to the music store when the record came out to make sure we had the cut on the record. Because a lot of times they'll do 30 songs to get the 12 that they want on the record, and they'll tell you, "Oh, your song's going," and then the record comes out, it's like the song's not on there. So I think that was one of those situations that we looked on there. Oh my God, it's still on there. So we didn't have a lot of communication during the process after she left the studio. But she was a hard worker. Her vocal, her ability to sing on the mic was good. She was good. I mean, I personally think she's more meant to be a celebrity than she is a singer. Not that her voice is bad, but I just think she's obviously had some great acting situations going on. So I think she's a little more well-rounded. Where you work with someone like Ingrid Michaelson, and you're like, this girl is meant to be a singer.
Is there, from all these experiences with the signed artists, is there anything that you can relay to the amateur? Hey, maybe you should do more of this. The singers, when it comes to the interactions with yourself, the engineer, producer.
You mean like how they should sing or how they should approach their career?
Both.
Well, in terms of career, to go by what Key just said, is they need to have that ego. I've worked with a lot of artists who are a little more humble, and I know they're not going anywhere. If you're afraid to bang down a door, to go, listen to me, I'm awesome, then you might as well give up. It's like the whole thing with like being an astronaut. If you have any kind of fault, you're not becoming an astronaut. They only take the best. So you need to be such a crazy self-promoter. You need to be telling everybody how awesome you are. You have to be annoying. Such an A personality to do this. And the other thing I would say is, we noticed very early on, I think it's still true today, is you have to live like that person. The example I always used when we used to, because we spent a lot of time working with young females, bringing them to labels. And the joke we used to say was, if you bring the artist into the president of the label, and the president doesn't know the difference between the secretary in her office and the lead singer that you just brought to them, you've made a mistake. She has to walk in there like Pink, you know what I mean, or like Lenny Kravitz. Like, you see Lenny Kravitz on the street, that's what he looks like. He's a rock star. You know, he doesn't. What's that?
I actually have. I've seen him on the street, and I'm like, it's Lenny Kravitz.
But I'm saying you can't. I assume you probably couldn't not know it's him. He just looked like a rock star.
Exactly.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You can't put the outfit on when you need to be the rock star. You can't. It's not a costume. You have to be that person. When people walk in the room, they have to know who you are. You know, when there's 12 people in an A&R office, there has to be no question which one the artist is. You know, it's not, you know what I mean? It just, you have to exude that confidence. You have to be that person. And some of them have it and some people don't have it, but you can't be that humble person who's, you know, I'm willing to do what the label wants, and, you know, he wants me to do a song like this. It's like, no, no, no. This is my career. This is how I'm doing it. And, you know, some people don't want to fight with the labels, but I would assume most great artists do, because they're in charge of their art. They're in charge of their career. You know, Madonna is not her team. Madonna is like, you know what? I'm doing what I want to do. You know, Pink, Lady Gaga, these people know what they want. They're driven. You know what I mean? Because when you look back and you go, well, they have a great team, they have great managers. Everybody has these managers. Everybody has these lawyers. Everybody has these A&R people. The thing that separates you is you. So you have to be well above that. You know, they're all jumping onto your back. You're not jumping on their back. You have to be bigger than that.
And I think you guys have any suggestions for helping people get that?
I don't know that you can get that. I hate to say that. You know, there are some people that are just stars, and I've seen people change. Like, for instance, my partner, who's a producer, who actually had a band that was signed to Elektra at one point. He was a bass player in my band. And when he was in my band, he was younger. He was just a bass player. He didn't really, you know, he was not an A personality. And one day, it's just something clicked in his head, and he just figured it out. He goes, I'm going to do this, this, and this. I'm going to change the way I look. I'm going to change this, and I'm going to get myself a record deal in like 3 months. And he did it. He got himself a bidding war, a record deal. But so sometimes it has to just change in you. You have to wake up one day and go, I'm going to be this. But to be honest, I'm not one of those people, so it's very hard for me to say it. I've just been around those people enough to know those people are not going to be stopped. You know what I mean? If I say I don't want to work with those people, they'll work with somebody else. You know, they're the people that get every single producer to be willing to do a track on their record for free because they want to be a part of it.
Okay. How do we get a crappy singer to actually move people?
Hire a real singer.
Replace them? Oh, you beat me to it, Max.
See, now you guys say that, but I swear that there are singers who cannot sing, well, who don't hit the notes that y'all would say, but they move us.
Well, here's a perfect example is will.i.am. There's videos running around of him showing that he can't sing. And it's like, I think they've missed the point, is will.i.am is an artist more so than a singer. You know, he's not going to, I assume he's not going to be in Vegas in a couple of years doing a show where he sings cover tunes. You know, he's an artist. And one of the things I always say about people is, if you can figure out how your voice works for you, like Tom Waits is a perfect example. You guys know who he is?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
He's not someone that can go, oh my God, this is a great singer. But as an artist, he's amazing because he built everything that goes around him. He's built it to work with his voice, or Elvis Costello, or I'm trying to think of some other. There's tons of people that are not great singers that write their music, and they have to usually write. Those are not usually the people that use outside songs, but they basically create this art around them that makes sense for them. Does that make any sense?
Rolling Stones.
Yep.
Rolling Stones is another great example. Mick Jagger's not the type of guy you go, he's, you know, an amazing singer, but he's perfect for the lead singer of Rolling Stones.
Or even Stevie Nicks.
So I would say build your craft, you know, build your sound around your voice if you're not a great singer. Be an artist less than a singer.
Help them become an entertainer, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say it's an entertainer, because entertainers usually are better singers. I'm saying like I think of him more just of an artist, someone who isn't necessarily a great singer, but they build this vehicle around them to showcase what they do, what are able to do. They're not hitting notes that they can't hit. If you listen to will.i.am, he's never like singing up to the stars, holding up this long note. You know, and he's like he knows his deficiencies and he hides them well, so it works perfectly. He puts auto tune on in certain spots. Other parts he doesn't have so much auto tune, but he digitalizes his voice. He's a great producer, so he makes it work. You know what I mean?
I keep going back and listening to John Denver, and I understand that he captured the time, the feeling, the whatever, but I keep going back and listening. I'm just like, okay, if he can do it, I mean, I can, or I should be able to get that person to do it. It's John Denver, and who's the other guy? Who really? There's one guy you guys know.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
It's like, come on, man. And
Like
people
a Rolling Stone.
People swear up and down Bob Dylan is the greatest, and I go and I listen to his songs and I'm moved. I'm moved, and I think of it like when a woman when there's a funeral and a woman's crying, you never ask about her pitch or nothing like that. It's moving you so much. And so when I look at Bob Dylan and the whole situation, I'm like, wow, you know. But I want that. Like if an artist comes in and they're going to pay me a lot of money, I would like to be able to get it to where that person can move us, even if they can't sing great. And I'm not talking throwing auto-tune on there. I'm talking about that person actually moving us to where we would actually get something out of this performance.
I think you can get something out of a singer that maybe isn't so great out of a performance. For instance, I did a record years ago. There's an old punk guy named Johnny Thunder, and it was a cover record where a guy I knew got a whole bunch of punk bands, and a lot of them were like all-girl punk bands, and they weren't really talented musicians, but their naivety came across in their singing, like they'd be out of tune, but I had like a good vibe to it, so it kind of worked for what it was. It was punk, you know, so it was kind of like, you know, just like Sex Pistols and stuff. Yeah, obviously, he's not great performances, but the vibe of it's so cool, a Clash, where it comes across so cool that it works. I think you can get those performances out of individual people, but what I don't think we could do as producers is create like a Bob Dylan. I think they have to kind of bring us that. You know what I mean? Like, because Bob Dylan could work with any producer and still be Bob Dylan. He's not running around with the same producer every year because he's the only one who can get that thing out of him. You know what I mean? Like, I think you can get a performance out of a singer, but I think in terms of turning that person into an artist, I think they have to do it. Because when you think, I don't think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any less than great singer that relies on their producer to be the only reason why they pull it off. Unless you use that example of will.i.am, where he is the producer who can do that. You know what I mean? But I don't think as producers our job is to make someone who's not an artist at all into an artist. Like I said, I think I could be wrong, but I think we can get a better performance for a particular song. But I think in the end they have to become an artist.
Okay.
I think the audience is going to know or not whether this person's a real artist or not. Like Alanis Morissette, when she did that record with, I forgot the producer she used, he coaxed a lot of great performances out of her. Like made her write the songs very stream of consciousness, and the attitude, it really worked. But in the end, her career didn't really stay on that same path after a while because he just kind of created that for that record. Whereas if she had created it, we'd still be hearing about her doing records the same way now. You know what I mean? Where like Bob Dylan can keep making records the same way, or Rolling Stones, because it's them. You know, Rolling Stones can have someone else produce their record, and they'd still be the Rolling Stones.
You know what? As I went through listening to or buying Prince CDs and cassettes year after year after year, that right there is the feeling that I got is this dude, whatever he's doing, it's authentically him. Like he might decide to be Spider-Man tomorrow just because he felt like being Spider-Man. And that right there moved me.
Right. Well, because in the end, you're buying into that person. You know, they're selling you on them. And as producers, we can kind of fool people to a point. But to have a career like Prince does, you can't tell me that he's just listening to a producer, you know, telling him what to be. In the end, it's him.
I know this sounds crazy, but if you've got a crappy singer, in the age of rap, they really need to study some of the tools and some of the skill set that the rappers have, and they might be able to develop a personality where they don't really have to hit notes and tones. I think it's insane in this era, in this generation, if you really feel like you have something that you want to say and you want to say it as a singer and you sound horrible, like wake up, smack yourself in the face, and go figure out how to rap. You might be able to deliver a more compelling product.
Totally.
So that's kind of what I've helped a lot of people just by telling them, just get some rap verses, learn, and it helps them to find their voice. Like what you're saying, Kenny. You know, you want to be authentic. You don't have to sound great, but you need to find your voice. And if you're trying to sound like Mariah Carey or Celine Dion, you got a lot of work to do.
Right. And it's interesting because I figured that it took me a long time to realize it, because I can't sing, is that singers they do have a voice. It's almost like they're doing a character. And you know, you hear it with guys like Eddie Vedder and stuff like that. They found almost like they're doing an imitation of somebody, but they created that person. So that you know, they created a character, and now they're imitating that character, and that's who they are. And I used, as a frustrated, horrible singer myself, I never tried to do that. I always thought great singers just sang. And I'm sure there are a few that just open their mouth and sing, but a lot of them have created a character, and they're just basically acting. You know, I'm acting like this guy I invented, you know, but I'm a horrible actor, and I'm horrible at doing voices, so I can't sing.
That's great. That's great. All right, guys, I'm crashing. Kenny, really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate it very much. You guys are doing some awesome stuff.
I appreciate you, bro.
All right. We'll talk soon.
All right, bro.
All right, have a good one.
You too. Okay, Kenny, do you have any? You said you had some questions. Everybody's just about gone. Was there anything that you wanted to? Yeah. Outlasted everybody.
And then there were 4.
Is there anything that you want to get off your shoulder or anything?
You guys go and just leave me on.
Is there anything you want to get off your shoulder? On that mastering thing, when I posted the article, and I forget what you had said, but I was like, hold on, and I didn't get to type it. I was doing so much, and I'm on my phone half the time typing. But when we were talking about the 1% or 9%, whatever you said about mastering or whatever, I actually posted that article because the guy had said that there was a mix he basically didn't even touch, which went to show, you know, it's like they don't have, if it's good, they don't even necessarily have to touch it much, or their work can actually be insignificant as far as their footprint can actually be insignificant on a lot of these tracks, and it was actually going toward what you were saying, that everything up before that's actually way more important. Well, should be way more important.
Absolutely. And I'm not trying to say mastering never do an important job. If something was missed and they just catch something at the end, that's great. But I just think I think sometimes people just are like, I'll bring it to the mastering engineer and he'll fix the fact that I can't mix. And it's like, why don't you just hire a mixer?
And when I was sitting up, you're talking about working with bands or what groups that are good. For years, I was working with crap, and I ended up getting into learning how studying and figuring out mastering stuff. I was buying all these videos on mastering and just experimenting like crazy, and it was with crap, and it made me realize, I was like, okay, and I've said this on many a hangout. I went from mastering. I said, okay, whatever feeds into this needs to be better, and so I got into the recording part, and it was like, okay, whatever feeds into this, like the performance and all of that, and the songwriting, everything that feeds in needs to be improved, and I've just been working my way backwards. But those years of working on those crappy tracks, I mean, I have one hell of an experience from it, where I can go into a mix in the hood and deal with some crap in the mix that I used to only deal with on a master fader, basically. But I'm gonna have all these skills from that. But maybe I'm slow, but I did that crap for years, where I was working on these crappy tracks before it just, I got clued in and started working my way backwards. So I wish I would have worked with us, or thought about, maybe I should spend my time working with people who are really good. But one of the things that was in our heads was, if we could make crap sound good, oh man, wait till we get something that's actually good. That was the idea that was in our head. Because we don't have a bunch of great singers around here where I'm at anyway. So
Gotcha. But you kind of came to the conclusion that isn't necessarily the best way to do it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm thankful for my understanding, because when I go into situations, the path that I took makes me quite different than everybody else in there, and so just having that different piece is awesome.
But you wouldn't recommend that people do it
for the average person. No.
Right.
No. If you do go that route, you should not spend as many years as I did. I was like Bart Simpson on that. Like, I spent way too much time. I spent years, and I mean, I really figured out some stuff. There's like crazy stuff I can do with audio, with crappy audio. But that's I come from this kung fu type background mentality. Chinese spend 5 years learning how to sip tea properly, and so that played a part in that. And so I was very patient with it. But yeah, there's a much faster route to go with what I did.
That's funny. Now, you almost have to relearn it when you start working with some talented people, but a lot of times they help you along the way because they're so good that it's like your job is so much easier. Like when I work with Bernard Purdy playing drums, he's like, you get the drum sound in 10 minutes and we're going. He's like, I don't want to hear any noise in my cans. He's like, just get the sounds while I'm playing. There was no hit the kick drum for 5 minutes, hit the snare drum for 5 minutes. He just got out there and started playing, and I got the sounds up, and I had to make it work. But he was so good it didn't matter. You know, I had the least amount of time to get his sound up, and it was one of the best drum sounds I've ever gotten. You know, because he knows how to hit drums. So it's
because part of the sound is the performance.
I wouldn't say part. The most important part is the performance. Absolutely. You know, I mentioned in the podcast, like, if you could hire a studio, you know, it made me think of something along this way. I was like, it'd be really interesting to show, because I was talking about the idea of doing like mixing tutorials in the future, where I would take a session that I've mixed and then bring it out to everybody else, like that would like be on some kind of service with me, and I would say, okay, you guys take a shot at mixing this. I'm gonna mix it, and then we'll all discuss how we mixed it and what we thought of the tracks. But now in this podcast, this particular hangout, it made me think it'd be really interesting to try to record tracks really well instead of recording very bad ones, and then give them to everybody, so everybody's learning how to mix tracks that are already recorded well, so they kind of know, you know what, this is what mixing is. You know, this is already a good sounding record. You put the volumes up on each fader, and you're like, wow, this sounds like a record. And you're like, well, that's what the pros are dealing with. You know, the pros are not putting faders up and going, oh my God, what does this sound like? Why does the snare sound like a garbage can? You know, they put the tracks up. I remember the days when we worked with Rick James's band. It wasn't Rick James, it was his band and some other people coming in. And like, we were using the 8068 and the snare drum fader. I put the snare drum fader up, and I was like, that's the best snare drum sound I've ever heard. No EQ, no compression, just put the fader up. And I was like, it would be interesting for people to get those tracks on there, you know, in Pro Tools, to open up and go, wow, this is the goal. You know what I mean? Anyone can mix this. Not say anyone, but you know what I mean? It's like, see how easy it can be, and then you can go back those steps and go, now the goal is to track that well. You know, because mixing shouldn't be a headache. It shouldn't be like making up for all the bad tracking we did, you know? I think it would be kind of interesting to give people, you know, all those basic tracks of things that are actually tracked well.
And that's actually happening now. It's been happening because you have all these sites that are uploading tracks for people to mix, and you have an array. You have garbage, and then you have some that are stellar, and people are getting that experience right there.
So they are stellar. I wasn't sure that some of them were stellar.
Oh yeah, some of them are. And there's multi-platinum Pro Tools. There's a tutorial. A bunch of people I get tutorials from called it's multi-platinum Pro Tools if you ever Google it. But they have like their sessions. They're up in Nashville recording. You get Nashville recorded sessions.
Oh my God.
You like the guy will explain what he's mixing. They have even one where you're watching him record. It's like 12 hours or whatever it is of recording, and it's high definition video. And then you get the tracks, and these are just crazy stellar tracks, which humble you when you raise a fader up, and you're sitting there like, what the hell is this? Right. You know, trust me, brother, the stuff's out there. But like now, do you know that we can screen share on this?
Meaning
I can take your mouse and affect your EQ, and vice versa.
Right. Okay.
That's like Khalik Glover, who was on here. He started getting into that now, where like I was saying boosting into limiters because I want my stuff loud and I don't want to do it on the master fader. So I like take my kicks and I boost frequencies into the limiter, and it's a gain staging stacking EQ limiter thing, and it makes it to where I get my shit loud as hell without killing my master fader, and I love the sound. And he was like, you know, they wanted me to show it, so I did a little bit of it on there. But that's what we do. Like you can actually show your screen on here, stuff you do live if somebody has a question, or you can take their mouse and use their mouse on here, control their session. And I just wanted to put that out there, let you know in case you end up, you know, getting some, you know, hair up your, I forget how we said it in the military, I'm tired. You can now go, you know, if you want to, you can go and do something like that, playing around, or even serve a client using it.
No, that's very interesting. That's really cool. I didn't realize you could do it with Google Hangouts. I know you could do that with like iChat, that you do that, and I guess FaceTime that you do. I wasn't sure you could do that with Google Hangouts.
Over to your left, do you see over to your left a white arrow with a green background?
Left white arrow. Yeah. Yes.
That's
screen share.
That's a screen share. And there's another one. If it's not up right now, there's 3 dots at the bottom. You click on the 3 dots and you click Add Apps, and it shows you a bunch of stuff. But one of the if you see Remote Desktop, that's the one that you use for if you wanted to control, say, Dwayne's Pro Tools session or whatever.
Now, I would hear your audio through Google Chat, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I wouldn't be hearing the high quality audio that you're hearing. So I can still show you what.
There's studio mode. I don't know how high a quality it actually is yet, because I'm just getting into it myself. But there's a mode on there called studio mode. When we do live, when we do the recorded hangouts like this, there's an extra mode for audio that's called studio mode that we set in the settings, and it's stereo and it's a higher quality. I don't have a full answer for you yet, bro. This is stuff we're definitely going to be getting into. What'd you say, Dwayne?
256 kilobytes per second in studio mode, 128 to 96 in non-studio mode.
Okay, so there it is.
But you'd still be hearing everything in high quality if I'm working on your computer, obviously, because you'd be hearing it from the monitors.
Right.
I just wouldn't necessarily hear it on my end.
Sounds right. Yes. And but like people ask me to show them like how to EQ vocals or whatever I'm doing. I actually have a PayPal account set up now so that I could get whatever price and then start showing them stuff, a lot of stuff which you've shown me. So, you know, I suppose I owe you a fee, a finder's fee, or not even finder's fee, a percentage. but yeah, I can actually sit here and do stuff with them on their computer where I'm showing them stuff that I would do and get paid on PayPal. But either way it goes, you know, those options are open to you on here, and I just wanted you to know.
No, that's really cool. I mean, the only problem I always have with those kind of things is everything winds up being one-on-one with those things.
Yeah, you make them pay.
No, I understand. It's usually easier with a larger group, you know.
You know, well, we can do it. It's up to 10 people in here.
Right. But I mean, only working your EQ at that moment. I mean, obviously I could show a trick. Yeah, I guess there's some ways around that.
If you had 10 people, if you had a total of 10 people in this group, including you, and you were sitting here showing them something, you know, that would work. And if you wanted to charge, you could charge each person a certain amount, and it would all add up if you wanted to do a fee thing. But you would have a total of, well, you'd have nine seats available to come and join you, because you can have a max of 10 in here.
Okay.
And they could send you over a vocal, Dropbox, whatever, and you throw it in a session and show them what you would do or whatever, like, or you could control their computer, whatever, you know. But
Dropbox is pretty genius.
Yeah, you put your own brain to it, figure out whatever you want to do. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew that you could do that with Google Hangouts. There's a lot of people.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I didn't know. I had no idea you could do that. That's really cool. The apps. You gotta check all the apps out now.
Yeah, bro. So, okay, anybody have any more questions for Kenny since we did not stump him?
Yeah, I got one for him.
saying stomp, but stump. Go ahead.
I got one. I got one. As far as what I call bagpipe moments. What I mean by a bagpipe moment, it's one of those things where when you're working on the song, you're producing it, and everybody's like, yeah, we're missing something. Or you get to this kind of impasse, or not necessarily an impasse, but it's a block,
Right.
and I always say, well, what if we were to put bagpipes in it?
Right.
What are you hearing as far as bagpipe? What are some of the bagpipe moments that you've had?
Just the crazy things you wound up adding to a track?
Yeah, when all of a sudden, you're like, no, this song ain't working, this ain't working, and something bizarre, crazy, or just out of the blue struck that all of a sudden became a memorable part of that recording or of that mix.
Right. Something really. You're really trying to stump me here, aren't you? Not even asking questions, just trying to stump me. Trying to think of something specific that, man, I'm sure that it definitely existed. Mixing Man used to call them those moments where you spent off a couple of days at the end of the project to just create like little weird things, like just put up the tape delay, put up a guitar, and just mess around with creating these different unique sounds and just see if they work in different tracks. Like a wah-wah pedal into some kind of weird filter distortion into a harmony pedal or something like that, and just I forget what he called them, but he had a good name for them. Some kind of projects he used to call them, and just get creative with it. And he'd leave a couple of days, 4 hours for that. I'm trying to think of specific ones that because we were in a rut. I mean, usually we're in a rut like that. If you're doing like a full record and producing, we just go, you know what? Let's just move on to a different song. I'm trying to think of anything specific. I've done crazy things like the kick and snare become just banging on the console. Just be like, what do you want to do something different? I'm just hearing it like this, and it just be, and someone just go back and record that, and then I would add samples onto the performance of someone banging onto the console. Or there's another one I could think of where I was doing a demo with someone, and the guy had a bracelet on, so he starts pounding on his leg, and the bracelet rattling that became part of the sound, and we just kind of looped that through the track. Or I love like little things like that. Like I'll pull up the acoustic guitar. My acoustic guitar in here. I think my son took it out of here. And I'll just kind of like bang on the neck. And sometimes it produces some overtones, not necessarily in key, but something like cool. It just kind of sound like I can't bang on something, but pretend this was an acoustic guitar. And just like a just do like some paradiddles on top of the acoustic guitar, and let the strings ring and do some kind of weird rhythm to it, and then just lock that to the loop tempo and just build a song around that, or add that to the background part of the song. So I guess science experiments, I think, is what Mixing Man used to call it, and that was kind of a good name. We just kind of, let's just do something that we think's never been done, and and just play around with something like that. It's always kind of fun to try things like that. Or I think I got this from Aerosmith, using a pencil on an acoustic guitar and just play the drums on the acoustic guitar. Someone's actually like playing the chords and then just bang out a rhythm, like some paradiddle rhythms, and the guy's just doing the chord changes while you're banging. With that, it just gives a whole new rhythm and kind of a hand jive type of vibe to it. I didn't get stumped. Those are good.
I'm surprised you came up with something, because you add some weird spatial sounds into your mixes. I was like, how weirder can it get?
I like creating weird sounds. Like one of my favorite things I ever discovered, and this was years ago. I mean, I'm not the first person to discover it, but I discovered it, was playing a guitar through a B3 organ, a Hammond organ. The sound. If you haven't done that before, it's such an interesting sound to me, and it's just you be so creative on it, like a typical guitar part played through that that rotating speaker sound. Yeah, that has the effect. I just think it's the coolest sound, and just put that through a big room and just mic it up in stereo.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
So, question.
Well, before you ask that question, I got to tell you, there's a guy, you don't happen to know Wayne, what's his last name? You guys talk exactly the same. and it keeps driving me crazy because he's also from Canada. So you guys, you raised in Canada?
Yes, I was.
That's funny.
It could be a Canadian thing.
You're talking about Click Track.
Yeah, Click Track. Doesn't he talk just like him?
I do. I've gotten that before.
Oh, you know him?
I don't know him directly, but I know of him because I have been told, "Hey, you sound like this guy I know."
No, but maybe it's because I'm just like one of those people who've never heard someone from Canada before.
I get that a lot in New York.
All you Canadians sound the same.
It's true.
D-Nave sounds a lot like him too.
Who's that?
Don?
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you. It's a testament to our common heritage. But my question for you is the moments where you have to say, you know what, let's start this over again in terms of a mix or coming from a performance. You think you got it, everything. We recorded it, and you listen to it, and you still got some time on the clock, so you're like, let's give this another go.
Right.
Do you face those moments with dread? Do they not happen because you're just that good? Or
there's definitely been moments where you just could feel like you've lost your way completely, and like the only answer, and that's I do it less with a DAW because it's hard to do to pull the faders down. When I used to work on the Neve console, I used to do it all the time. I was just like, you know what, all the faders down, starting over. With a DAW, it's a little bit harder to do that, but I'll still do that every once in a while. I'll just completely forget about everything I did and just start over and see if I can get it better, because it's just I've completely lost focus of it. The guitars, no matter what you do, some mixes. The thing I always say about a great song that's produced well, it's not really that hard to mix because everything has its place. So tolerance for how loud, like a great mix. I'd say great mix, a great arrangement the guitar can be 2 dB louder or 2 dB lower and still be okay. Well, a bass can be 2 dB louder or 2 dB lower. Because the tolerance for that stuff matters less. Another thing we used to notice with songwriting, if you're fighting between like 89.5 beats per minute or 89, if the tolerance is that small for the song that it's not working at one tempo versus the other, then the song probably isn't that good. If you take any like really great song, you probably could go up 2 or 3 beats per minute or down 2 or 3 beats per minute, and it still works that way. So I always find if you do enough stuff right to begin with, you have a great song, you have a great arrangement, that those tolerances matter less. So when you're mixing, obviously you can't fix that stuff then, but those are those battles you have where you're like, I bring up the guitars and now everything sounds bad. The guitars are now loud enough, but the drums and the bass just sound like crap. You bring the guitars back down, I can't hear the guitars. So those little tolerances now, as a mixer, you have to fight that, and you will go through those stages where you're like, you know what, I'm just unhappy with everything. Turn off all the EQ, pull the plugins off, and start over with a whole new EQ and start again. But in those moments, I think it's important to recognize that if this was arranged correctly, that those things would matter less. You know what I mean? You could bring those guitars up 2 dB, and you'd still hear the drums just fine. Or they'd work a few dB down, and the drums would sound, you know what I mean? Like those tolerances seem to matter more with bad songs and bad arrangements than they do with great ones. I don't know if you guys would notice that yourselves.
I do. Mainly because I'm around a lot of DJs who mess around with tempos of my songs, which drive me insane. But they do it to make it fit with whatever their mix is.
I noticed some of what you said. Now I have to go back and see if I can catch the rest, like the whole tempo thing. You were talking about recording vocals in snippets, the like verse and all that. Have you ever gotten into recording, having a person sing from beginning to end or perform it from beginning to end? And if you have, did you notice any benefit in doing that?
Well, the benefit is you're done quicker. When I recorded, what's the name of the band now? What's the name of the band? Let's see if I can think of it. He used to be in one band. I can't think of the name of the band, but this guy was just a great singer. He sang the song from beginning to end, 3 passes, and I think the third one was the keeper. I don't think we even comped it. I think we just used the third take. Because he's one of those guys who just never sings out of tune. I wish I could think of the name of the band. They were a really good band. The guys were really cool too. It was an awesome experience working with those guys. We did it at the Magic Shop in New York, and everybody.
When you listen to it, his vocal moved you the whole time.
Absolutely. If you want, I could send you that particular song. Graduation Day was the name of the song. The band was, I can't think of the name of the band. Shoot. I might send it to you if I can think of it.
Is it out on YouTube?
It probably is. What happened was it got reproduced by Howard Benson on their record. Head Automatica is the name of the band. Head Automatica. We did like
I see it.
Graduation Day. If you get a chance, but the record version is different than our version. Howard Benson produced the record after us, and he redid that song. And I'm not saying he did a bad job, but he did a completely different production of it. If I can find mine, I'll send it to you. But it was much more raw, and it was just he sang the song for me. He was just one of the people who can do it. But there's not many people who can, and I don't like to usually waste the singer. You can basically put them waste your voice pretty quickly if you make them sing the song 4 or 5 times, and you still haven't got the verses right. You know what I mean? And he could have sang the verses a few more times, but now he's spent because he sang those choruses so many times over and over again. So that's the reason I usually like to do it. Is like we can work on, especially if I'm working with a singer who doesn't know the song very well. They'll really benefit from we're going to work on just the first verse. Really thinking about everyone you're saying, thinking about emoting everything, because they don't have to think about the end of the song or holding back so that they still have energy to the whole song. They're just thinking about all I got to do is get from the beginning of the verse to the end of the verse, and make sure the 12 words or 20 words in the section come out as clear as possible. So it's just a little more focused. I forgot the question though.
It was about singing from beginning to end.
Oh, if I've experienced that. Yes, I've noticed that with Head Automatica. There was a girl that we had signed to our label. She signed to RCA at one point. She used to sing ballads. She's a Mariah Carey type of Christina Aguilera type of singer, and she used to do ballads. And it used to make much more sense to sing the song from beginning to end because she would just get bigger and bigger and bigger as the song progressed. So the verses were very easy for her, and the song would just basically start low and just go up and up and up and up and up. And it wouldn't make sense to just start, working in pieces that way. It just the energy of it. But those singers have to be great singers. When you're working with singers that are lesser singers who are just kind of pulling it off, those you're not going to get much out of a full take with them. You'll be lucky if 20% of it's good. So why waste your time? That's at least my experience.
Okay. No, I asked because the people who are showing me stuff right now are having me have our singers sing from beginning to end. And they really want that because they want the continuity, each emotion moving into the next emotion, each moment moving into the next moment. They really want none of the singers I deal with. I go and grab people off their couch who say they have a dream of singing and bring them in, and none of them have ever done something like that, and it's a whole different experience. And it's just a whole different reality. My mentality was exactly what you say, bit by bit. And so when I had them start singing from beginning to end, I actually enjoyed it, but they have to really practice. It's a lot of work that has to go into it.
Right. And sometimes if it's a band that's been on tour for a year, playing the same songs over and over again, it's kind of good to they just used to singing the song from beginning to end. They don't really want to do it the other way. And they're used to preparing themselves for the performance of that way. But like I said, when you're dealing with something where they don't know the song quite as well, it doesn't really do you any good if they keep messing up lyrics here and there, as a full pass because you're just wasting passes. But if there is a situation where you want to balance the two, there's never a problem with, working section by section, and then, okay, give me 3 passes of the whole song straight from beginning to end. And that'll be comped as part of the same thing. And if for some reason you nail a better performance, sing it all the way through, great. But usually you can tell by the artist you're working with whether it makes sense for them or not. Something more inexperienced, this person's just going to, they're not going to get much out of singing the song 8 times. They're just going to wear them out.
All right, I'll bite. How do you know? Are there any clues for you as to artists that are going to be that way?
As far as preferring which way to sing?
Yeah.
I usually could tell. I wouldn't say it's their behavior. It's just the type of voice they have. Like, I don't want to throw Mandy Moore under the bus, but she sings very breathy and pretty, and if you spend more time on short pieces with her, she can really, nail each part that way. Whereas if you, a lot of singers have trouble moving from different parts of their voice as the song progresses. So if they go into a part where they're being pitchy, the whole performance winds up being a little pitchy. You know what I mean? So it really just depends on experience with that how experienced that person is. Like I guarantee if Aretha Franklin walked into my studio, I wouldn't start going, we're going to do verse 1 8 times, then we're going to do verse 2 8 times. I'll just go, what do you want to do? And she'll probably say, I want to sing the song from beginning to end, and that's an easy one. But if I'm dealing with someone who's like 15 and I'm showing her the song for the first time, it's kind of a no-brainer to go, well, here we're still figuring out how we want you to sing the song. It's kind of ridiculous to make you sing the song from beginning to end. And I've seen people comp that way, which I can't do that way, is where they'll listen to the whole song from beginning to end, 8 passes, and they'll write down a piece of paper which lines they like the best. And I'm like, it's been 3 minutes since you heard that second verse. How could you, you know what I mean? I mean, I guess sometimes you can get a feeling like this second verse felt better in that pass, but a lot of times I believe you can play the same take 8 times in a row and it's going to hit you different each time. So you can kind of fool yourself that way. Where I feel like if you're just sitting on the verse and just listen to the 5 lines, you can just get a little more focused that way. And I've never noticed it bite me after the fact. I've never noticed, wow, I really should have done it the other way. It's just, I feel like you nail each line a lot better that way. And again, if you're doing pop music, it makes much more sense. If you're doing a gospel song, it might make more sense to have the person constantly crescendo as they go forward. But again, it matters with the ability of the singer. You're dealing with someone like an Aretha Franklin. She knows she can sing all day. So you're not going to kill her making her sing the whole song straight through.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Can answer my question and some extra stuff. Either of you guys have any more questions for him? Because I'm all out. This dude stuck around. I'd hate to see him in the studio and see how many people actually last with him.
I'm good. I gotta get this work in right now. I'm mixing records.
You gotta work tonight?
Yeah, it's a project of my own.
What time zone are you in?
Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, so it's 2 o'clock in the morning there too.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're gonna go work now?
Yep.
I guess family life isn't a big thing.
No, I got a baby crying right now. I just took care of that.
Oh.
You haven't noticed that he disappeared? You haven't noticed that his picture comes up, he disappears, and he comes back? You haven't noticed that he's been doing that?
No, I haven't noticed.
Yeah, the whole time he's been disappearing and coming back.
I didn't do anything today.
He was either grabbing a hamburger or working on a Coke or something.
I'd like to have a hamburger right now.
They got me hungry now too.
I just wore out a peanut butter sandwich, so
No, I didn't work today. I didn't do anything today, so I feel like I gotta do something. So
our studio sessions start somewhere around midnight. So 45 minutes, the studio sessions will start out here, and the place will be filled. And I when I do this type of stuff, I end up being the person in the studio knocked out, and they'll put a banana on my face or something.
Oh, so I'm not the only one that happens to. Okay.
Ma'at is lazy. Look at him. No, I've been up all day. Where y'all been?
I just never sleep. No one gets a chance.
Yeah, it's power naps for me. I power nap hard. You'll see me online at all different types of hours. I'll power nap. Like right now, again, my focus is vocals. So there's this book. There's this lady that I've been watching online, reading stuff from online for a couple of years. Robin Frederick, and I went and I got her. I finally went and bought her book, The Shortcuts to Hit Songwriting.
Okay.
Love it. And one of the cool things is with me doing it with a book, everybody that I'm working with, we end up speaking the same language. I'm getting everybody in, we end up speaking the same language. So when I say something, they don't have some other crap in their head. We're all coming from the same reference. And that's helping out big time. But this book is actually, I didn't even know she's explaining that a pre-chorus often crescendos, as you guys say, like builds into the chorus. And we were saying pre-chorus. Man, I didn't know that was in her head or anybody's head. And I talked to all my guys, and they're like, "Oh, it does." I'm like, so yeah, we're learning about songs from this book, stuff that we didn't even know. We do stuff organically. We're from the hood. We go we produce, we do it by heart, and then I start reading this book and like, oh damn, that's a tool I can use. Oh shit, and we start applying it. And so, like I say, all of us are. When they say shortcuts to hit songwriting, it sounds like crap, but yeah, I'm very happy with this book.
Well, in my own experience with songwriting, getting information like that just allows you to communicate the things you already know a lot better. That terminology. It's even in mixing. There were things I was like, when I was first started, because I came out of this from voice acting, and I was like, yeah, do the thing that makes me sound louder. You're like, compression? Yeah, that's the thing. Do that.
You said voice acting?
Oh yeah, I came out of this with voice acting. Haven't I told you this story?
I don't know nothing about you voice acting, bro.
There was a time when I used to do this for a living.
No kidding, huh? You a little girl?
I can be kids and
man, the things you learn about people.
So that's where that came from.
You probably can sing, right?
I can, but I'm not going to sing on this.
No,
I sound like.
But I'm saying you can sing.
Yeah, I prefer to sing opera, actually.
Really?
Yeah, that tells you the range I like to play in.
Tell her, man, I really prefer to sing opera, to be honest.
That and crooner music. I'm just,
that's one thing where I have an issue with. I can't sing at all. And so if I try to give a singer an idea with my voice, no.
Like me, I sing in the key of H blunt.
But if you can hum...
Well, you can hit notes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What, me hit notes?
Yeah.
Notes?
Not that I know of.
Well, you're talking, so you are hitting notes. It's just transforming.
Yeah, I understand where you're going with that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was going to say. It's working out pretty cool. Like if I really need, we can peck it out on the piano or something. If I really need, we can peck out certain things on the piano. But nah, I'm real. It's fun struggling with it since I can't sing and I'm working with singers. It's fun, but what I actually, since I can't do the notes well and all that, I can't sing. What I actually am focusing on is the emotion. I'm the emotion guy to get the emotion out of them, and we'll grab somebody else and have them focus on the notes. And then I'll sit there and try to learn as much as I can. But yeah, but you said try to hum it.
Yeah, I work with a lot of singers or songwriters that can't sing as well, and I can take any non-singer and turn them into a singer with humming and getting down 12 keys where they're able to hear it in their head and play it on the piano, the exact melody. It takes about an hour to learn. It's not really hard.
Okay, you owe me an hour. You're on a hangout with Kenny Gioia.
So you saying some of these guys can write a melody, but they can't sing a melody?
We write lyrics, and the singers end up coming up with the melody. Like when I do it, the singers help me come up with the melody. I sit down with singers, and they help me come up with the melody. If worst comes to worst, we get on a piano and we'll peck it out. Or like somebody will get into Fruity Loops or Reason and do something where they can.
You take the notes of what you're singing and you blend it into MIDI form and then make it the line, that type of thing.
That type of stuff.
Yeah, I've done that too.
What's that? Oh, I thought you were picking up something and showing me that you do melody with it. I'm like, what's that?
I was just grabbing something. I didn't realize it was on camera. No, that's got to be pretty hard, though. I think of it that way.
Yeah.
I'll use my singer to nail the phrasing because I'm not a good singer. I can't. My phrasing is not very good, but I can hit all the notes. I just sound terrible doing it. But I can go. This is the melody I want you to hit, like la 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 la, and then it's like, it sounds terrible, but I know what you meant. You know, I know.
Piano on the phone. This note right here. Dun, 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 dun. That's the best I can do. It's real hard for me, Kenny. It's really hard. So, Dwayne, if you have some humming technique, I would like for you to teach me how to hum, and so I can work with that. Oh no, bro, that's another hangout. We're gonna record that little section. You're gonna train me. I'm gonna get some Dwayne training,
sure,
and start trying to use that because that would really help if I could work with notes with my vocal. That would really help. Because I just submitted and said, you know what, I'm going to be the emotion guy and pull all this emotion out of you. And that's been working out great. That's awesome, because emotion is one of the weakest parts of everyone that I work with, is that emotion. And then, like, somebody will even cry. They'll cry, and I'm not feeling it. It's like, oh, that's cool, she cried, but I don't feel the emotion of crying. Like, if I'm watching a movie and Frodo dies, you know, a tear might drop. But here this person is singing, and they're crying, and I'm totally dry-eyed. Like, wow, really? And so that's my thing right now, is working on making it to where a singer can make me feel an emotion. And I'm like a robot anyway, unless I see Bambi die or something, you know. Oh, yellow.
Yeah, you learned that in voice acting, that you have to get out a certain tone, a certain emotion when you speak.
Okay, Darth Vader Jr.
Have you seen the movie In a World?
In a world where things are upside down. Why? Because.
I hear a baby in the background too, Dwayne.
Yeah, he's going off right now.
All right. Do we have any questions for Kenny? Because I'm telling you, I'm out. That was it. I'm cool. Like, I got this we covered quite a bit on this hangout, Kenny.
I hope so.
We covered, it's like 4 hours. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, going on 4.5 hours. We covered plenty. So is there anything that you want to get out, Kenny, before we end?
I don't think so. I really enjoy doing it. I had no idea.
Let's pimp the sites. Let's pimp the Groove 3. Let's put the mixed notes from hell. We got to get some links up there. Put them in the chat group for the people that don't know.
They're on the page that I created for this. There's Groove 3, all of that. It's all there.
People need to go check all that stuff out.
Yeah, it's all there. I'll even go and I'll edit this and put it to where when they get this link, like in a couple of days, whatever, when they get this link, Kenny, I'll have like stuff like Groove 3, your Groove 3 stuff, whatever, on here where they can click on the links to get to whatever you have out there. But like I said, on the pages that I already created, the stuff's all there, and I'll just post them in here. They're going to Google your name, and this stuff is going to pop up. So whatever you said that you don't want Mandy Moore and whoever to hear, get ready.
They're coming for you.
If Hall and Oates want to listen to a 4.5-hour podcast about me, God bless them.
Believe it or not, they will.
Oh, yeah. Kenny, thank you, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
Awesome. No, I love doing it.
We have a 6-hour, 6-hour hangout with Herb Trowick, Dave Pensato's partner, and then a 7-hour hangout with Brad Chapman, the vocal producer. He calls it vocal pre-production, and like he has helped me out. The stuff he tells me has helped me out big time with these singers. And I'll tell him not every producer necessarily is going to want this, and some people make a living off of fixing all the mistakes and all the stuff that they have to go through. Me personally, I want what he's teaching. What's that, Dwayne?
I fixed a bunch of mistakes. All I get is FL Studio stuff people send to me because I'm like, oh, you mix with FL, so that's all I deal with. I show them how to do it right in FL Studio. It can be done right.
All right, so nobody has questions for Kenny, right?
No
I'm
more.
out. I'm done. I'm toasted.
I'll tap out.
Kenny has outlasted all of us, right? Okay, so be it. Kenny's a champ.
Kenny, thank you.
Guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. A lot of useful information here, a lot of masterstroke things. So yeah, people need to watch this.
I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, Kenny. I am most appreciative. You've seen where I posted pictures saying, watching a Kenny Gioia video, training anorams or whoever it is that comes through. I really do use yours to train people. There's guy Dre DeMose, Harold Haney, all these guys know who you are and and have learned from you. There are a lot of people who have learned from you. Your videos you're simply good. We understand what you're saying. You make it very plain. You make it plain as day. And so, like I say, I appreciate the videos that you do, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, so that's the end of this one, unless somebody has something they want to get off their shoulders. All right, I'm going to stop the broadcast. See y'all later, everybody. Pensado students.